that testimony rather from Cassie Ventura could be a gut-wrenching and graphic one, considering she is pregnant right now. And again, that disturbing video replaying in our minds from 2016 that has been aired on so many news outlets and in the media. But for a moment, we can backtrack to yesterday because it was a pretty big day here at court. Things moved rather quickly in the courtroom. First, a jury was seated, 8 men and 4 women. After that, prosecutors and defense attorneys delivered their opening statements. All of that wrapping up before noon. And we also heard from a publicist for Sean Diddy Combs, who explained how he was feeling, saying that he is quite optimistic going into this trial.
Good morning, everyone. Come on in. Come on in. Day 2, P. Diddy trial.
Combs's family, including his mother Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, they all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director of security at a Los Angeles hotel when he got a call that a woman was in distress on the 6th floor. That woman was R&B singer and Combs's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors showed jurors the now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging her down the hallway. Flores testified that he recorded the hotel's video of the attack on his cell phone. Prosecutors have maintained that the video is a key piece of evidence. The second witness was a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who testified that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have sex with Ventura while Combs watched and gave instructions, with their first encounter happening back in 2012. Phillip told jurors he stopped participating after he saw Combs throw a bottle at Ventura and then drag her by her hair into a bedroom as she screamed, saying he too feared for his life. As Phillip went into the details, Combs's daughters left the courtroom twice during the most graphic moments. Singer-songwriter Jaguar Wright said she came to support the victims and briefly spoke outside the federal courthouse.
JLR Investigates. P. Diddy trial. Cassie's expected to testify today, ladies and gentlemen. And two people testified yesterday afternoon after the opening.
Another thing to note, as people were leaving the courthouse yesterday evening, others were already waiting to snag a spot for today. And over my shoulder right now, the line outside this federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan is still long, all the way down the block. Typically, the doors open momentarily and people start to be allowed in to the courtroom. Again, though, no phones. So the only images we are really getting from inside are sketches from artists. But Kurt and Rosanna, that's the latest. We'll send it back to you.
They're not letting anyone take phones inside the courthouse, by the way. They usually put their phones in a locker or a bag. Come on in, folks. P. Diddy trial. Day 2. Major explosive testimony today by Cassie. Cassie's expected to come in this morning and speak. We were covering this case all through the afternoon yesterday. We had to dip off yesterday. But after we dipped off, 2 people testified for the prosecution, like she just said. Israel Flores, a former security guard, and a Daniel Phillip, a professional stripper, painting the picture about that incident of the hotel, right? The 216 incident at the hotel. P. Diddy on trial, racketeering, sex trafficking, and numerous other type of crimes. A lot going on. I think today's going to be a big, big day in New York City with the key victim here in the case, Cassie Ventura. They expect her to be in. So we're going to be covering this and covering the latest. It's really hard to get information from inside the courtroom. Only got to rely on the journalists that are in there. But again, they're taking all electronic devices. Traditional notepad. That's what it is. Traditional notepad. Now, I just want to take you over here just for a second here because just a few minutes ago, Diddy's lead attorney gets swarmed. Here he comes. Mark. Lead attorney gets swarmed as he's arriving. And that's attorney Mark down there. There is a huge media presence outside this courthouse. Also, folks, as the Fox reporter reported, all the way down the block. There's people lined up. Again, people, I looked on the Twitter feed early this morning, and people were lined up before it even got light. He gets swarmed, but he's not really saying anything to the media. And here we are, folks. So we're going to talk about this case as it goes on throughout the morning. Possibly, yeah, Magnolia just raised a great point to me. Possibly laptops are allowed for journalists and journalists only for note-taking, because it does appear that there's tweeting going out of that courtroom. As far as cell phones, a lot of the high-profile cases in New York City, they don't let cell phones in there. They actually bag everyone's phone or locker everyone's phone. As soon as you go in there and go through the metal detector, they don't want any pictures. They don't want any pictures of Diddy. I mean, the only pictures, the images we get of Diddy are the sketch arts, the sketch arts. So come on in. We're going to have a conversation this afternoon. We're going to see in real time what's going on. This is a case that we're going to cover every day, at least give updates and whatnot. Cassie probably will arrive not through the front door like everyone else, but who knows? Maybe. Maybe. So we're going to go to real time. We're going to go back to real time because I don't think anything else happened out of this in the meantime. So we're just going to go right back to current time. But I wanted to show you as people arrived. Oh, what do we got here? Always want to see who arrives at the court. It looks like all the parties really arrive between 8 and 8:30. And that's normal during trials in federal court. 8:30. No, that is not Stephon Stearns. Kind of look like Stephon Stearns. All right, so yeah, we're at current time now, folks. Come on in. Current time outside the courthouse. There's numerous feeds out there. I like this Fox. I like the little ticker on there, and as far as on the side and what's going on. So we're just going to kind of review things. It looks like Cassie's people don't want tapes being played in court. They're trying to file a motion to seal, it appears. P. Diddy, Sean P. Diddy Combs, day 2. Explosive testimony expected today. 6:30 a.m. update. R&B singer Cassie could testify as soon as today. She's testifying today, folks. She's been at the center of the Combs downfall, suing him back in 2023 after alleging years of abuse. As you heard at the opening by the defense, they're saying that basically Cassie was living in a modest home with her family in Connecticut when she brought this lawsuit against Diddy. Cassie seems like she is the main person. This whole RICO case, sex trafficking, the victim, the number one victim is right here, Cassie. She's a key witness, key victim, and she very well might take P. Diddy down. She might take her down or him down. Her right there, pregnant, 9 months pregnant. A surveillance video made public last year showed Combs beating her at an LA hotel. That was the center around the 2 people that testified against Diddy yesterday. The video shows Combs wearing only a white towel, punching and kicking and dragging Cassie in a hotel hallway. They say the video was shown in court and the courtroom was silent. Now, as you heard from Diddy's defense, they're admitting what he did, but they're saying it's mutual violence between Cassie and Diddy. They're actually saying that Cassie wanted to be with Diddy. Cassie wanted to be Diddy's wife. And they're also saying that domestic violence doesn't make it RICO. It's domestic violence. That video is shocking to the core. I can't imagine what the jurors were thinking, but yeah, the room was silent, they said. Israel Flores testifies about the 216 CCTV footage from the Intercontinental Hotel showing Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura. At that time, the jury views the video. Then they talk about this guy, Daniel Phillip, a professional stripper, who testifies about his sexual encounters with Combs and Cassie, supporting the prosecution's narrative of sexual activities. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of graphic things, folks. A lot of graphic things that are going to be revealed throughout. And there's a picture of Diddy and Cassie. Good morning, everyone. Wake up. If it might be afternoon, wherever you are, might be evening, it might be early. We welcome everyone on JLR Investigates. Wake up, wake up. Diddy's on trial. Diddy's on trial. This is the real deal. And again, folks, Diddy had all the opportunity here to plea out. Not allow all this really details to come out. And I can say that based off some of the journalists that tweeted in that courtroom, the jury was shocked to see that tape. So I don't think that tape helped Diddy in any way, no matter what his defense says. Justification on why it happened, toxic relationship, mutual violence, or mutual problems between both parties. It's bad. It's a bad look for Diddy. And it paints Diddy as a different person than what people thought Diddy was. A likable party guy, the rap mogul. Each person that's testifying against him is doing significant damage, in my opinion. But we'll see if the jury buys it. But the jury was stone-faced, silent. They said one juror actually put like this, kind of. I mean, those facial reactions are very telling. They are saying that Cassie is expected to testify against Diddy. Male escort describes several alleged sexual encounters with Cassie at Combs' direction. That's what the male escort said. Combs directed this. And that's the pain. That's the kind of what the prosecution's doing, is putting Combs more of like a mob leader, directing people below him to do things under his direction. Daniel Phillip, a male escort, describes several alleged sexual encounters he had with Cassie Ventura, which he claims came at the direction of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Phillips testified about one alleged encounter at the Gray Mercy Park Hotel, where he said he met Ventura Combs. So it's not just the Intercontinental Hotel, folks. We have another hotel that's been name dropped. Gray Mercy. It was the first of several sexual encounters Phillips testified that he had with Ventura and Combs at New York locations such as the Essex House, the Intercontinental, and Combs' personal residence on West 56th. Oh wow, he had a home on West 56th. And then also at Cassie's residence at West End Avenue. So we're talking numerous spots, folks. Intercontinental Hotel, the Essex House, West 56th Street home, and Ventura's personal residence at West End Avenue. It's not just a one-time thing, folks. Yeah, it's a good sketch artist. They bring out their best sketch artists, right? During these alleged encounters, Phillips said Combs provided direction and instructions and said he was paid between $700 and $6,000 per encounter. The top-end male escort. $6,000. Phillips testified about a time when he was given the drug Molly during one of these alleged encounters. He claims that there was another time when he saw Combs become physical with Cassie.
Thank you very much. And the bags too, yeah. Appreciate you.
All right, so the media circus is outside the courtroom here. Day 2, big day. Big day. This could be the biggest day.
First day?
Now, I don't know how long Cassie's going to testify. She's definitely going to get crossed, which the cross is going to be interesting too, because I think Diddy's lawyers are prepared to throw every dirt they have on Cassie out there on cross.
Yeah.
Everything they have.
Oh my God. Oh, this is so bad. I mean, I'm just interested in it. Yeah. Well, here in Colombia. I'm from
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, this guy.
Here you go. The arrivals. Who's coming? If someone sees Cassie, say, shout it out.
They look so official. I mean, they are, but.
The video speaks for itself. So the witnesses are adding context to the video. Cassie's going to share everything that happened on that day, on that one incident, and then there'll be many other incidents, including ones at her home, his home, other hotels and locations in New York City, and maybe other jurisdictions throughout the United States, and maybe even abroad. Outside the federal courthouse, I personally think the best person that's been putting really good details about inside the courtroom in real time is Inner City Press. I think they do a phenomenal job. Quick and efficient. Diddy on trial. Day 2. Come on in. So, yeah, you had 2 people testify yesterday. The big testimony will be coming today. But Phillips talking about, the Molly, he being paid between $700 and $6,000. He also is testifying. He also testified that he saw Diddy hit Cassie. So think about this, folks. You have one person here already that says he was a witness to Diddy hitting Cassie. Now you're going to have Cassie, who testifies most likely that Diddy hit her. And you'll probably have others that say they saw Diddy hit Cassie. Painting a pattern. Establishing a foundation. Phillips said Ventura was on her computer after a sexual encounter when Combs called out from the bedroom, "Babe, come here." According to Phillips, then Ventura responded, "Hold on a second." And that's when he said Combs came out of the bedroom and saw a bottle fly past her and hit the wall. Think about that. Diddy's literally throwing a bottle at Cassie that misses her and hits the wall. But it just shows how violent it is. When Diddy wants something, he has to get it now. Diddy has to get it now if he wants something. And he's literally torturing Cassie. "You come here." "Oh, you don't come here in time? Get over here." Throws a bottle and craziness. Violent. Diddy's being exposed for being a violent person towards Cassie. Who else was he violent with? Well, we'll hear about Jane too. Maybe witness number 3, victim number 3 and 4. There's a 4th victim, I believe. Now, victim 4. There was some filing that was out there that Inner City Press put out there. I think there's a victim 4. Victim 4. 1 victim, you might be able to discredit. 2 victims, 3 victims, 4 victims. Tougher road. Extremely tough road to overcome multiple victims. Mr. Phillips also goes on to say that Mr. Combs walked over to Cassie, grabbed her by the hair, and started dragging her to the bedroom. He wasn't saying anything while he was dragging her. She was yelling. She was screaming. Mr. Combs pulled her into the bedroom, and what I could hear sounded like him slapping her. So, he's talking about Diddy throwing a bottle at the wall.
What are you doing here?
Make a pass.
I ain't getting serious, but I'll put down my bag for y'all. And we can get to that if y'all want to get to that. I ain't famous. I'll fuck one of y'all up out here. Straight. On my mother's life. Yes, I will. I will fuck one of y'all up out here. Yes, I will. In front of this courthouse. Yes, the fuck I will.
What's he talking
my name
about?
Buddha, too. Glad you know.
They were like, wait a minute, Nisa is fairly young. What's going on? Can you confirm to us that maybe you did break your leg? I heard speculation. Did you break your leg? What was the... You about to break it.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to her.
We love the slide. That's cute. We're going to get a zoom in of that. Always fashionable. Even with the...
This is probably the only one I like.
All right, chat. Let us know who exactly is this. Name. Relatives.
Excuse me. I need to start over here? Yes.
Always when you got media surrounding somebody, there's somebody. Justin's mother. Thank you. Thank you. You just heard them there say also to Justin's mother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Justin Combs' mother. Oh,
Justin Combs' mother.
Who that was?
Some people thought it was Janet Jackson. That just shows who's coming. Who's coming? Who else is coming?
Want to go to this building? 500? Oh, yeah. Yeah, go see the guy in the blue jacket.
Lisa, right?
It's pronounced, I'm not for the N. I think SCHA.
Lisa.
Milton says the lawyer said this case is domestic violence. L.A. Laugh. Don't forget it's bigger than this. Yeah, a lot of people, Milton, a lot of people, are just dumbfounded that the defense has the audacity to say this is just domestic violence. Like, what? Everybody's just like, whoa, domestic violence? No. There's a lot bigger to this, a lot. But these people just want to make this a simple domestic violence case. The diddler going to show up all shiny with baby oil. They're making him look a little bit older now. I think they're trying to get him, the older person, to say, hey, I'm not the party guy that the prosecution wants to paint me out to be. I'm just an older statesman. Yeah, I was a little shocked about the opening of the defense yesterday of how they're going to go with this. Saying what Diddy did is not federally criminal. It's just domestic violence. Like, are you kidding me? All right, see who else shows up. We're on Celebrity Watch. Celebrity Watch, folks. Come on in.
Otherwise,
They kick me out.
I think so. Don't knock me out.
Yeah, no.
Keep in mind, this thing fall down.
Yeah, I know. I just realized that.
Yo uso una prueba, no, pero tiene que no uso Photoshop, yo siempre la pantalla, yo no uso eso. Yo, porque yo I used to do
Come on in. We'll see who's coming in. Cameras are out there, ready and waiting. Day 2. I truly doubt that Cassie's coming in like this on the front like that. They're not gonna expose a victim like this.
I'm like his baby mom. First one. Listen, baby mama has made its way into mainstream America on every network because it is like his baby mama. That's to the next part of this story. You know?
Victoria says, I stand with Cassie. I'm proud she spoke up against Diddy. Thank you, Cassie, for using your voice. Prayers for Cassie. Literally, Cassie could be the one that actually takes this guy out. And this guy gets
she was a kid
many decades, if not life, in prison. Cassie. I mean, the case seems like it's centered around Cassie. I mean, there is other victims, right? And there's probably many other victims out there. But Cassie's like the main victim here. I think there's probably other people out there that the prosecution just didn't use because they didn't have to. They didn't want to muddy the waters. But there's probably other victims that don't have the voice. Milton says they're going with the narrative of domestic violence and maybe see if he can only be hit with counseling and is restricted from drugs and alcohol. Auntie Christie, thank you. Thank you for the insight, Milton.
I'm on jury duty over there.
Really?
Wow. And you're from New York, so.
I mean, all they have to say is it doesn't matter how many freak-offs they participated in. They say one, no means no, right? No means no.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean,
No. No means no.
It's not new.
Misa Hilton. Diddy on trial. Who comes in? Who else is coming? It's possible Cassie, she'll have a lawyer surrounded by, her loved ones possibly. And it's possible that they might give a statement before or after their testimony, maybe. Auntie Christie, Dudes and Cassie was still messing around in 2023. Brian going to reveal evidence. Thank you for the comment. Thoughts, folks. Keep your thoughts out. Come on out. We love different opinions here. Oh, they're putting up more barriers. What's that for? They really want to keep out people out of that pen. I don't think the children have arrived yet. I believe court gets started at 9:30.
How much longer do we think that first witness should have? It seemed like it was wrapping up.
Not from that.
You can all relax once we listen to the
something happened.
So going back to Phillips, we'll go back to Phillips, who testified against for the prosecution. I mean, he's basically saying that he witnessed Diddy drag Cassie by her hair.
From the other side.
He overheard
Probably the mother.
Combs say to her, using the B word, "When I tell you to come here, you come here now,
That's the star
not
witness.
later."
The pool camera will get it. Right, Alex?
Right. No worries.
And even the prosecutor asked Mr. Phillips why he didn't intervene. He said, "I'm just telling you what was in my mind, what I was feeling at the time. My thoughts were that this was someone with unlimited power. And chances are that even if I did go to the police, I still may end up losing my life." That's what Phillips said. Because the prosecutor was straight up saying, like, okay, you're seeing Diddy do this to Cassie. Why didn't you intervene? Why didn't you say anything? He's like, more or less, he's scared. He felt like Diddy had so much power, even if he did something,
She's not even involved in this case.
he felt like he would get killed.
She's probably on her way to the Weinstein case.
People vanish. People disappear. All right, what do we got?
Oh, no.
Oh, is that Gloria Allred? Nah, looked like Gloria Allred. I saw some hair coming out. A lot of times with these trials, you'll have people that pop up. Celebrities, personalities, social media influencers. This case, folks, is not about domestic violence at all. Yep, there it is, Gloria Allred. See, I pointed her out. That's Gloria Allred. Ah, I knew I saw her. Gloria Allred.
Testimony from Cassie Ventura, who is currently pregnant. But to backtrack into yesterday for a moment, prosecutors told jurors to prepare to hear about nearly 3 decades of the defendant's crimes. And also, they plan to give jurors a look into Sean Diddy Combs' inner circle, who allegedly enabled him. Now, we'll give you a look right now what's going on at the courthouse, because it is 9 o'clock and court is expected to start any moment. We know some attorneys have arrived already, some family members. There is a black SUV right now in front. I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a swarm of media with cameras ready to capture whoever steps out of that vehicle. And that is what it's going to be like during the duration of the whole trial. It's what it was like yesterday when things got underway. But we also heard from Sean Diddy Combs' publicist, who gave us a look into how he's feeling right now. She said he has been staying positive and optimistic, especially because his family has been here to support him. Take a listen.
All right, so yeah,
including his mother Janice, plus his 3 sons and twin daughters, all arrived at the courthouse yesterday morning. They will be back today. His children stepped out of a black van holding hands. Prosecutors called their first witness to the stand, Israel Flores. He's now an officer for the LAPD, but in March of 2016, he was assistant director.
all right, so we're going to different feeds and just kind of seeing around, but the black SUV has arrived. You know what this means right here. Family members of Diddy. They're almost like celebrities themselves. Is this Cassie? Who comes out? Who comes out?
King and a gentleman.
They are treating the SUV, people in the SUV, as celebrities.
Program today. There he is.
Mother about to come out. Mother. Everybody's waiting for that camera view of the mom. Mom is about to come out. What is mom going to be wearing today? Is mom going to give a statement? What's mom going to say? Hundreds of media outside the federal courthouse as P. Diddy's family arrive to attend his trial. Police, U.S. Marshal Service. Diddy's most loyal supporters right here. Who comes out? Up. There she is. There she is. Mom.
Would you apologize on behalf of your son, Mom? Is there a message for the alleged victims? Is there a message for Cassie?
Is there a message to Cassie? Mom doesn't get special treatment. She got to go through the front. Oh. Got more. Everyone out there wants that $1 million pick. Everyone with their phones out, ready. Dun, dun, dun.
Job today, brother. Job, I see you, man. I'm get like you, man. Job. You got two on today. Job. Old side.
There you go. Everybody on the catwalk.
Any message for the alleged victims?
Do you still believe your father's innocent? Do you believe your father's innocent?
You still convinced your father's innocent? Do you apologize on
His
behalf of
children.
your father? Any message for the alleged victims? Any message for the alleged victims?
His children. Second day in a row, his children. So it looks like they'll be attending the trial the long haul, probably every day, showing support. The children. What do you think his children are thinking? You think his children actually think he's innocent? Or are they just there to support him and wish him the best? Do you think any of them think he's innocent? Do you think any of them think he's guilty? They just want to see. What do you think the children are thinking? Do you think some of them are forced to be there? Oh, we'll go back to the next feed here. Stand by. Do you think the children want to be there? Or they're told they have to be there? It's a great question. I mean, they come as a group looking like a unified front. All right, that one's gone. Yeah, great point. It's court, not a party. Should have taken the plea. Georgie won. I agree. Should have took the plea, particularly when you have a 99% conviction rate or 97%, almost a 100% conviction rate. I mean, the tape itself being played to the jurors where the jurors were stone-faced and some putting their hands in their face already is damaging and shocking. And then keep in mind, his children might not be aware of what he was doing here at the time, you know, so this could be all be shocking for his children too. Some of them might have known or heard, but I don't think his children were present during this type of stuff. You would think they're not. Hopefully they weren't. So this is all just before everything starts. Trial, second day. The atmosphere outside the courthouse.
How was life?
Good. I'm not far.
Oh, by the way, I was too. How do you use this camera? You know what I noticed? It's just, I don't know. Sometimes I use my, my normal and it stays blurry.
When you have autofocus on?
When I have when I have autofocus, yeah. But sometimes I do. I'm right.
Princess says, yes, JLR, they got to be there or else.
You know, actually yesterday...
We pinned that up on the top of the screen. Yes, they have to be there, the children, or else.
And because the blurry, and I'm like, I don't remember. Maybe that's it, right?
This camera is like, no matter what its settings say, if you put it in automatic, focus and automatic.
It will be fine. So I did that. I switched to automatic and it worked great. But I'm just kind of like, I don't know, maybe I should get over myself. Just fucking do everything in automatic. Okay. I'll stay there.
Children had told they got to be there. We'll see who else shows up.
Yeah, 3 p.m., right? That's what I see. Okay. Ooh.
Only the girls left the courtroom. The boys did not.
Kids.
Point. Good point. A lot of you have some great insight on the situation, and I appreciate you giving your thoughts. Looks like they were filming inside the van, that van, holding children. Diddy's own documentary. Great point. film crew with Diddy's children. They got their own thing they're doing. Diddy's twin daughters left the courtroom twice yesterday during disgusting parts of the trial. Couldn't stomach what they were hearing. Couldn't believe what they were hearing. I mean, it was really bad yesterday, the way the reporters have described the scene inside the courtroom, particularly when the video. But you would think the children have already seen that video because the video's been all over.
What are you getting there? Are you getting the same kind of camera or something like that? Better. Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking crazy, right? I had the same observation. I was like, where do I need this?
Zoom in.
Yeah.
With audio.
And connect to audio. I brought a rain gear for my camera, but I forgot my poncho. Not for me. That's okay. I don't care.
Showing different feeds, different perspectives, folks. Look at his film crew. He got his own film crew. Look at the camera in the van. They got their own film crew.
The alleged victims.
Do you still believe that that's innocent?
Do you believe your father's innocent?
How did you feel hearing that testimony yesterday? Do you still feel that's innocent?
Any message to the alleged victims?
Clearly see the camera in the courtroom there, or in the van, the camera. They got their own film crew.
So do you still believe that Sean Combs is innocent?
Any message to the alleged victims, sir?
He's making a documentary himself. Might be paying his legal bills.
Mom, do you still believe that Sean Combs is innocent?
Sean Combs is innocent.
Somebody should ask, why are you here today? Why? They're probably told not to say anything. Look straight ahead. Don't say anything.
You good?
So that was a different perspective here. So we want to give you different angles of what's going on. We'll take you back to real time. Media stakeout outside the New York City Federal Courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. We are currently in real time. So that was the scene earlier. All right, so family's there, second day of row. Got a film crew with them. Very damaging testimony yesterday by Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillip. He's testified that he witnessed Diddy hitting Cassie, threatening Cassie, dragging Cassie by her hair, her to slap. Not good for Diddy. Also, they're saying Combs' defense questions officers' account of the 2016 incident involving Cassie. Cross-examination of Israel Flores defense attorney Brian Steele suggested that hotel guard, Mr. Flores, may have been embellishing his account when he testified that Combs had a devilish look on his face when he first encountered him in the hotel hallway. Where is your report? Do you describe Mr. Combs having a devilish stare? Steele asked. Flores responded, it was my opinion, but not part of the incident, so he didn't report it. Steele also sought to point out that Flores did not need to call for assistance because Combs was cooperative. When you first come, he's sitting in a chair, Steele asked. Yes. You don't see him making any restive movements towards the young lady, have you? Flores replies, no. On redirect, the prosecutors replayed a portion of the video showing Combs attacking Cassie and sought to show that Flores' incident report did not necessarily include everything that occurred on that day in March of 2016. Were you expected to include every single detail? Prosecutor asked. No, ma'am. Flores responded. So the defense just wants to say, well, you didn't say anything in that report about Diddy having a devilish stare. But the prosecutor on redirect was like, you didn't put every detail in there, right? Like, no. But think about that. Flores is saying that Diddy had a devilish stare. What was Diddy on? What's going on in Diddy's mind? Yeah. Devilish stare. We're going to hear from Cassie today. It's expected. But I haven't seen Cassie come through there. They might have been doing her, like, as far as bringing her through the side, the back door, somewhere else. Some cases, they make the witnesses and victims go right through the front door. State cases, I've seen it. Other times, they want to protect them at all costs because she would get flooded. Plus, she's pregnant, too. Keep in mind how brave Cassie is here. You know, at the time when she went through this process, she's literally, you know, at the time Diddy gets arrested, she's literally like, what, a month pregnant at that point? And she's about to have a child. So imagine the stress and everything that she's going through right now, about to give birth. And she has to go up on the stand, 9 months pregnant, to testify against the man she claims abused her for years, controlled her, blackmailed her, extorted her, threatened her, abused her mentally, physically, emotionally, corroborated by witnesses. What do you think? Everyone's just lying? You think all these people swearing under the penalty of perjury that they would just want to come up here and subject themselves to any type of perjury by lying? What would they get out of that if they were lying? Like, why would they do it? Why would you want to be all over the cameras and all over the TV, going to the courthouse, and your name plastered all over for just making things up for the defense to discredit you? I think they're telling the truth. Particularly when you got multiple amounts of people. Some people say clout. They want to do it for clout. The defense is claiming that Cassie just wants a payout. She wanted $30 million. The other one wanted $22 million. $52 million. It's a lot of money. Will says the videos are lying. I hate the videos when they lie. Videos aren't telling the truth. They're disturbing. Yeah, the videos are lying. I know you said that sarcastically. The videos are lying. Like, what is the defense going to say? Videos are lying? or it doesn't show the full context of the picture. Oh, come on, man. Oh, it was just an act. It was a Hollywood skit. He's just kicking Cassie on the floor with his with a towel on, and her stuff's flying all over the place. He literally kicked her in the back, it looked like, while her back was turned. Oh, yeah, that's just, it doesn't paint a picture of what's really going on. Or it's almost like the defense is saying she had it coming. It's the way I see it. They're basically saying this is a toxic relationship. She did this to him. He did this to her. Okay. Well, put your money where your mouth is. Show the videos of Cassie doing that to Diddy, because I don't believe there's any. Now, there could be possibility that the defense down the line plays some sort of audio recording or something with Cassie going off on him or something. But you got to understand, it's probably her just snapping because she's just tired of his craziness. And just, he got her in a web. He had her in a web. They might put out, they might have tapes themselves. Who knows? I'd challenge any authenticity, though, under Rule 901. Sometimes people said in the chat, why can't she just leave? Well, sometimes you have no choice. At issue in this court this morning, is the videos of the freak-offs being shown in court. Cassie wants them sealed from the public and media, only shown to the jury. Defense gets it. The defense attorney says the videos are considered adult pornography, and he believes the media would cover the way they would any other time. He's downplaying but understands the sensitive nature. Tapes. Cassie only wants the jury to see those tapes. Combs' attorney says this is adult pornography. So we are starting already. It's already started, by the way. Day 2. Judge was like, this is about evidence that is coming into the case. The public has a right to know what is happening at trial. I don't see how we can navigate that concern. There's a potential impact on the jurors of signaling some evidence requires sealing. Stuff eventually gets leaked down anyway. All right, we're underway. Started a few minutes ago. 13 minutes ago started. By the way, when they started today, they said they had a letter from a juror that we will make court exhibit 1. I don't know what that actually means. There's no follow-up on that. We have a letter from a juror. Wonder what that means. I'm telling you, those jurors yesterday were deeply affected by that video. The journalists have kind of put that out there. Silence in the courtroom. Look at this. Department of Corrections arriving. All the inmates that have to go to federal court arriving in the paddy wagon. We will continue to listen to see what's going on. On the 2 incidents with Miss Ventura, when we discussed this last week, defense, the assault in Connecticut, messages between Miss Ventura and Combs, it's relevant. Judge, let's see if there's any issue. It should be excluded, AUSA Johnson says. All right, looks like they're talking about an alleged assault in Connecticut and messages between Cassie and Combs. All right, Miss Garagos. He suspected she was cheating on him. She did not answer her phone. She got into a bar fight and tried to kill someone. So it's relevant to his suspicions and her substance abuse outside of their sexual relationship. All right, so they're throwing dirt at Cassie. They're saying she got into a bar fight and tried to kill someone. And they're saying she has substance abuse outside of their sexual relationship. We'll see what comes out of this. Things are getting revealed. Who'd she get in a bar fight with? Could you see Cassie getting in a bar fight with somebody? All right, we're continuing to scope. So they're ironing some things out between the judge and what can be admitted and what not to the jury. That's what it appears. Substance abuse. A lot of people struggle with substance abuse. All right, we're just waiting for some information to come out. So we're going to stand by here. I'm going to go heat up some coffee. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I had to get a cup of coffee back here. They are still ironing out a few things here. Let me just go over. The defense is claiming that Cassie was taking drugs while close with her family in another state. AUSA, in their opening, they said Miss Ventura made her own choices. They asked who really had control in this relationship, begging the answer that it was Miss Ventura, Exhibit B315, the threat to release the sex tape. They said only she had it. Well, there you go there. Cassie's coming in today, by the way. I mean, it's almost guaranteed now at this point. Testimony is not made right now yet. Remember, folks, they got to cross Philip. Mr. Philip. Why Cassie Ventura's testimony is so key to the prosecution's case, according to a legal analyst. Cassie, the former girlfriend of Combs, could take the stand today after Philip is done being crossed. Ventura, who is also one of Combs' accusers, is expected to testify as the central witness for the prosecution about her years-long relationship with Combs, and her testimony could be the key to the government's case, according to legal analyst Jennifer Rogers. Jennifer Rogers goes on to say, sometimes prosecutors put on an FBI agent, for an example, to be kind of a narrator of what happened here. But in this case, Cassie Ventura is the narrator, noting that the government needs to show that this was not just about sex. This was forced. This was forced plan involving not just him, but a lot of other people, including people who worked for Combs, to bring people across state lines for these big sex parties. And it was not voluntary. It was not voluntary. It was forced. Rogers said other witnesses will serve the purpose of corroborating, like we discussed earlier, corroborating witnesses. It's bad for Diddy when you have corroborating witnesses that are witnessing Diddy doing the same acts to Cassie, which Cassie's going to testify about, and other times. Judge also said he's inclined to make video and images public. The judge said he's inclined to grant the media's motion for public access to sexually explicit footage and images that are expected to be submitted as evidence. but he said he hasn't made the decision yet. Could seal it. But in the interest of the public has a right to see what gets submitted when it comes to a trial. It's a public trial. Not secret. It's a public trial. I know that some of the stuff is going to be so graphic and damaging for even Cassie herself, because, you know, it's going to make Cassie, in some people's eyes, look bad too. Or embarrassing. Or like, whoa. Or even re-victimizing Cassie. If the stuff should get out there in the public to see. I'm curious to know. I want to know what Diddy did behind the scenes. And if that means releasing tapes and stuff, so be it. I mean, he's put on trial for this. The public should have a right to see exactly what this stuff is. I'm not a proponent of sealing things. Maybe motions before a trial, but a trial, everything should be on the table. Anything that gets out there. Pierre said, we submit these are hearsay until redirect. The judge says if they come in, they're in. You don't object? Shapiro, we do, Mr. Judge. You seem to say she was lying about threats to release videos. That's interesting, too. Shapiro, the predicate for prior consistent statements hasn't been met. Judge, I find that it has for this exhibit. The defense opening said there will be millions of reasons for people to testify here. That's the attack that was used. It just seems like they want to keep everything out, that both sides want to keep things out. Maybe, maybe not. Defense wants to keep things out. Who wants to keep things out here? It looks like all the parties are kind of want things in and out. Has to iron itself out. All right, so we're getting started. Mr. Phillip is going back in the witness box. We're on. Phillips is back on the stand. Mr. Phillip, we're back to testimony. Dun, dun, dun. Somebody replied and said, nobody cares about whether she was using drugs while she was away from Diddy. He's probably the one that got her addicted to drugs in the first place. What we got? Yeah, they don't have the volume up. Be interesting to see what he had to say. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. All right, Philip is on the stand. Philip is on the stand. Oh, Philip said he didn't wear a condom. Yikes. Crazy. Man, that's scary stuff.
All right, now, folks, what I want to do is just recap while we wait for some more updates to be coming from court. I do want to give you the updates just in case maybe you missed just some of the really wild accusations that were being talked about in this trial. Again, it was very, very sexually charged. So viewer discretion is going to be heavily advised.
That's what we said.
Now, on the stand yesterday was the former Intercontinental Hotel security officer, Israel Flores, told jurors that he approached Cassie Ventura outside the hotel after her violent interaction with Sean Diddy Combs in a hotel hallway in 2016, but a bodyguard tried to block their interaction. Flores said he wanted to see if Combs' girlfriend was okay and if she wanted him to call the police for her. He found her cowering in a corner after Combs attacked her, but the officer had not yet seen video of what had transpired. Prosecutors are expected to show several images from the Intercontinental that day. The first video played for the jury shows Cassie Ventura in front of an elevator bank with her hoodie pulled over her face, bending over to put on a pair of shoes from a bag. As she's putting on her shoes, Combs strides into view wearing a towel wrapped around his waist and a pair of socks. The video shows Combs forcibly throwing Ventura down to the ground and kicking her. He then drags Ventura by the hood of her sweater down the hall. Ventura sits up and walks to a phone by the elevators. Combs follows her, and the pair appear to have a back and forth with Ventura's belongings in Combs' hands. Combs goes after her again, taking her off camera, reflected in a mirror in the hallway. Combs can be seen taking a seat on a chair positioned by the wall, grabbing a vase and throwing it at Ventura. The former Intercontinental security guard said he recorded the footage taken at the hotel on his cell phone so he could show his wife what happened. Otherwise, the security guard testified she might not believe him. While recording his video, Flores can be heard in the background commenting on how shiny his own shoes are. A second video shown to jurors depicts security officer Israel Flores trying to calm down Sean Diddy Combs in the hallway of the Intercontinental Hotel back in 2016, while Combs can be seen shouting at Cassie Ventura from down the hallway. Moments later, Ventura, wearing an oversized black hoodie and jeans, returned to the entryway of their hotel room and said she wanted to get her phone and belongings. She left the hotel a short time later. A short time before the recording, Combs violently attacked Ventura near the elevator bank. He punched, kicked, and dragged her before storming off and returning to charge at her with a menacing glare as she used a common area phone to call security. Combs pretty much started to argue again, and I'm trying to de-escalate, and I'm telling him to go back inside of the room, Flores testified. Flores also testified that he recorded hotel footage on his phone, but did not download it from hotel computers because he did not have access. Flores said he discussed the incident with his supervisor that day, as well as during a briefing with security guards on the next shift. Flores also sent an incident report describing what happened. He said he tried to view surveillance footage again a couple of days later after another guard said he wanted to see it. When Flores searched for the footage on the hotel systems, he couldn't find it. Flores, who is now a Los Angeles police officer, showed his colleague the footage he took on his phone. And then came cross-examination of Israel Flores, talking about why he omitted from a hotel incident report a couple of compelling details about his interactions with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura at the Intercontinental in Century City back in 2016. Defense lawyer Brian Steele is pressuring Flores on why he did not document two things that he told the jury today: that he saw Ventura with a black eye after responding to a distress call from her, and that Combs ordered her not to leave the hotel. Flores testified that he remembered the events clearly, including those key details, even though it happened roughly 9 years ago. I remember most of the incident, sir. Also, during cross-examination, Sean Combs' attorney questioned former security guard Israel Flores about money Combs offered Flores. The officer said he thought Combs was offering a bribe, but the defense attorney seemed to suggest that Combs may have been offering money to pay for damages at the hotel, including a flower vase. Flores testified that when he first encountered Combs, Flores told the hip-hop mogul that he would have to pay for any damages to the hotel.
Getting some key details here, folks.
Now we are getting updates right here on Live Now from Fox. The jury is walking in as Daniel Phillip, the male escort, has retaken his position on the stand to continue his testimony and face cross-examination. Phillip wore a suit and tie yesterday afternoon when he testified that Cassie Ventura paid him multiple times to have sex with her in the presence of Sean Combs on Tuesday morning. He looks a little bit more casual, a light button-down shirt, untucked, and dark pants. So again, the male escort is on the stand with cross-examination right now.
Phillips said he did this. I don't want to be graphic
for you on Live Now from Fox as we get them.
Phillips was like, Phillip said on the stand he didn't even use a condom, which I find is like crazy. Outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Phillip is back on the stand before Cassie gets up on there. Daniel Phillip is testifying about the assault he witnessed at Cassie's West End apartment when Diddy threw a bottle at Cassie when she told him, "Wait a minute." By the way, the bottle missed her and hit the wall. Let's continue to get updates as they're coming in real time. Daniel Phillip.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us here on live now from Fox, we are continuing now day 2 coverage of the Diddy trial. And it came at about 45 minutes delay today as lawyers debated several issues before court started in earnest. Lawyers debated the relevance of some text exchanges between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura that references a bar fight. Combs' lawyer wants to introduce the text as evidence, arguing that they show that Ventura got into a fight over issues of jealousy, which the defense says is central to understanding Combs and Ventura's relationship. The government counters that the texts are irrelevant in the case. Also, a media lawyer, Robert Balin, is arguing that news organizations should be able to view the government's freak-off video exhibits. He's telling the judge that it is important that the press, the people through the press, be able to see justice being done. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox again. We are waiting for major updates regarding this male escort. He is back on the stand, now getting cross-examined by Diddy's attorneys and talking about the sexual encounters that he had with Cassie for about a year back in 2012 to 2013, maybe even as bleeding into a little bit of 2014 as well. But this male escort talking about the experience of having Sean Combs in the corner of the room, acting as a director, if you will, for these sexual encounters with Cassie. Cassie would be the one to pay this male escort anywhere from $600 to $6,000. So again, we are waiting for some major updates. But after this cross-examination is over, we are expecting Cassie Ventura to be on the stand. And really, this is the setup that prosecution has been trying to get ready for Cassie Ventura on the stand. So they started with the security guard at the hotel. Then they brought in the actual male escort who is still on the stand. And then they are going to deliver Cassie Ventura to the jury. And it's really setting up her story. It's really setting up the scene. That is what prosecutors do. And it's the defense teams, what they have to do is really dismantle that scene and really poke holes at every angle. So we'll be waiting for that and providing you those updates when we get them, all in real time, everybody. But again, we are waiting for Cassie Ventura to be on the stand a little bit later today. That is expected to go multiple days. But right now on the stand again is Daniel Phillip from yesterday. He is the male escort, retaking his position on the stand right now and facing this examination from Diddy's lawyers.
I'm scouring down right here and seeing exactly anything that sticks out. Now we got another hotel that's been name dropped called the Dream Hotel.
Defense attorneys and prosecution really jockeying for position, talking about, okay, how are we going to showcase these freak-offs on video? And then is the media going to be able to showcase some of the freak-offs to really show what the scene was, what the vibe was like inside of these rooms where Diddy was not only the director of sometimes of these wild sexual fantasies, but other times he was also the photographer, the camcorder guy, if you will. So wide ranging right here. And we even heard from the male escort yesterday saying sometimes Diddy demanded that they do different fantasies. So one time he had to come in as a police officer and strip search Cassie. So all sorts of details came out yesterday. So that's where I was really talking about that sexual energy inside of that courtroom and just how graphic it was at times. And it sometimes Diddy's own family members had to leave because you know how awkward that would be to hear all those incidents that are happening. So a live look right now outside of the court here where we are awaiting more updates to bring them to you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. But yeah, this is, again, a great way to showcase what is going on and how this is all just such a big case because not only do we have the celebrity aspect to it, but we also have the alleged sex crimes tied to it. All right, we are learning more information, everybody. Daniel Phillip is being questioned on cross-examination about an assault he said he had witnessed at a Manhattan apartment, not a hotel this time, but an apartment. Phillip testified yesterday that he witnessed Sean Combs attacking Cassie Ventura during one of their sexual encounters. So not only did he participate in wild sexual adventures with Cassie Ventura, but he also is said to have witnessed some of the beatings that Cassie Ventura received. Just yesterday, we heard from Daniel Phillip saying that he was sitting in a chair and hearing arguments and hearing beatings that Diddy was doing to Cassie. And one time, Cassie came running out of the room into the lap of Daniel Phillip, and he had to console her there. So a wild moment there where a male escort is inside a room, maybe an apartment, maybe a hotel room, but consoling someone that is being paid to have sex with them. Very, very wild. So again, these updates will be coming. We've got you covered. We'll be bringing them to you as we get them.
That's crazy. More key details, folks. Phillip is still on the stand. Phillip continues to detail sexual encounters with Ventura and Combs. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson. There's so many defense attorneys, by the way. He has like 8. So you're going to hear different names. Asked Daniel Phillip again about the first day he had sex
a little bit from yesterday of just some of the wild moments on the stand. And that was only day one, folks. That was only day one. We don't even have Cassie Ventura on the stand just yet. Just yesterday, Daniel Phillip said he was originally booked for what he thought was a bachelorette party at a hotel in Manhattan. Phillip said he was greeted by Cassie Ventura, who was wearing a pair of high heels, red lingerie, a red wig, and sunglasses. Ventura asked Phillip if it was okay if it was just her and asked him into the room. Phillip recalled Ventura saying that it was her birthday and her husband wanted to do something special for her. Ventura asked if he would mind rubbing baby oil on her and giving her a massage, and where things went from there based on how comfortable Phillip was. Daniel Phillip testified yesterday that Cassie Ventura paid him for sex multiple times, always in front of Sean Combs. The first time Phillip encountered Combs was back in 2012. Combs's face was covered, but he immediately recognized his voice. Combs told Phillip that he was in the importing and exporting business. The first sexual encounter began with baby oil, followed by intercourse with Combs masturbating in the corner, Phillip said. Phillip testified that Combs would occasionally give them directions, such as telling them to put more baby oil on themselves or telling them to separate and slow down. One time he had us tried to role play like we had just met at an airport, Philip said. We were not good at that at all, so I think we just skipped past that one pretty quickly. According to Daniel Phillip, Sean Combs filmed a couple of sexual encounters between Phillip and Ventura on a cell phone and camcorder. Phillip also recalled an instance when Combs took down Phillip's driver's license information just for insurance, just in case. He remembered Combs saying, Phillip said he understood that to be a threat. Daniel Phillip said he was paid anywhere from $600 to $5,000 or $6,000 to have encounters with Cassie Ventura in Sean Diddy Combs' presence, but that he would have done it for free.
What?
He said in open court, I didn't care if I got paid one way or the other. They gave that to me every time I went to see them. Phillip added that if he couldn't perform sexually, sometimes he wouldn't get paid, but that he would have been involved with them without compensation because it was exciting to be in this world and involved with this famous pair.
That's crazy. He would have done it for free, said Phillip.
So that was just some of the wild moments there. Still right now, Daniel Phillip is on the stand being questioned on cross-examination by Diddy's attorneys about an assault that he witnessed at a Manhattan apartment. Phillip testified that just yesterday that he witnessed Sean Combs attacking Cassie Ventura during one of their sexual encounters.
Really graphic, folks. So I just want to point out when Phillips was testifying about, a sexual encounter with Cassie at the direction of Diddy, Phillip testified that Ventura was not under the influence of anything that he believes. So interesting, because I know Diddy's defense is putting Cassie out as a drug addict. That's wild.
Yesterday,
man.
in open courts, the male escort Daniel Phillip described for jurors how he witnessed Sean Diddy Combs physically assault Cassie Ventura as she screamed and got dragged into a bedroom during one of his visits. Phillip first saw a liquor bottle fly past Ventura as Combs launched into an angry tirade, saying very, very graphic things. Saying, when I tell you to come here, you come. Now, not later. Phillip recalled Combs saying the hip-hop performer and mega producer pulled his then girlfriend into another room, and Phillip said he didn't know how to handle what he had seen. She was screaming, and I could hear what sounded like him slapping her. Phillip said he didn't intervene because he was terrified and envisioned a cluster of Combs's bodyguards nearby, and also considered how much power Combs had. I'm sorry, Phillip recalled hearing from Cassie as he heard additional slaps from the adjacent room. Cassie then ran out of the room naked. She literally jumped into my lap and she was shaking, Phillip said. That was from yesterday. We are waiting for more in-demand testimony as Daniel Phillip is back on the stand. It's expected to go another hour or so, and we don't know. Maybe then they'll take a break before Cassie Ventura is on the stand. But again, worldwide attention is being brought on this case because of the celebrity nature of Sean Combs, who we have seen really in the public eye for the last 30 years. He is no stranger to run-ins with law enforcement, but of course, this is his biggest uphill battle as he is being charged federally on racketeering, prostitution, and also kidnapping as well. And we'll get into some more of his charges a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue to update you for the best of our abilities right here on Live Now from Fox as we get in this information, because you are here for live updates regarding this case. And that is what we are going to be doing for you, not only today, not only for tomorrow, but for this 8-week course of this trial that is going to be so sexually graphic in nature. But just wait, everybody. We do not even have Cassie Ventura on the stand. She is pregnant now, and it will be a different view for jurors as they will be hearing about her swinger lifestyle with Diddy and talking about the abuse that is alleged by Cassie for years and years that Diddy did, and also intimidation tactics, both mentally and physically. So we'll be waiting for those updates as well, and we will be getting them to you and really passing them along to you in real time when we do get that information. But again, the male escort is back on the stand getting cross-examined right now by Diddy's team. So yeah, this is how the prosecution has set up this case. Remember that they have one witness, one victim who is MIA. They were supposed to have 4 victims going to be testifying on this stand, and now they only have 3 because this person, for whatever reason, maybe they are scared, maybe they are having different feelings,
maybe they're dead
towards Sean Combs, but for one reason or another, they have gone missing in action, MIA. So they do not have all of their witnesses that will be on the stand. But I want to talk a little bit about the framing of this trial. And really, it's a story that prosecutors have to tell to juries to get them to really set the scene of where life was like about 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, when we're talking about these sexual escapades by Diddy. Now, remember, just yesterday, the prosecution laid out in front of the jury saying that this is a decades old use of abuse from Diddy, that for the last 20 years, he has been in this vicious cycle, doing this to Cassie and doing this to others, and that they will continue to bring the evidence into light, into that courtroom. But I want to talk a little bit about how they set the scene just yesterday by first bringing in the security guard from the hotel, the Intercontinental there out in Los Angeles. They set the scene by first telling the story of the security guard, what he saw on that video surveillance that we all did see by now. Then they are going now into the male escort that has not only had sex with Cassie, but also has alleged to hear violence, physical violence at the hands of Diddy and Cassie. So he is talking about that role right then. And then they are going to bring in their star witness, Cassie Ventura, who is going to be on the stand for what we are thinking is going to be a couple of days. By the time the prosecution gets done questioning, of course, there will be cross-examination and then more from the prosecution and then more from the defense as well. But Cassie Ventura is going to have to lay out what the sexual abuse was like, what her feelings were towards Diddy when this was happening, why she stayed in the relationship. Remember, they are going to have to say to her, Cassie, why did you stay in this relationship if it was so bad? If you say you were getting assaulted, if you said you were getting beat up by Diddy, why didn't you just leave? So they got to set that up, and they got to really talk about why Cassie felt like she couldn't get out of the relationship because of the videos that were being recorded by Diddy. He could have used that and just leaked it and said, here's a sex tape from Cassie. He didn't have to put that out there. He could have hired somebody to put that video out there. That is what the prosecution is going to allege and continue to talk about when Cassie is on the stand.
Philip is still there.
All right, we are getting another update from court. So far, the defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, is doing a lot of rehashing of Daniel Phillips'
It's a sidebar going on
yesterday afternoon, meaning we're getting details about sexual positions, erectile dysfunction, and assault. This is all happening in front of Sean Combs' mother and children.
Golly.
Has appeared very confident on the stand, frequently countering Donaldson's questions.
That's crazy. They're literally saying some really graphic
Prosecution
things.
witness Daniel Phillips said on cross-examination
Diddy's mom's
that
right
after
there.
Sean Combs attacked Cassie Ventura at an apartment, she ran to him shaking and terrified. Phillip explained that he didn't immediately start having sex with Ventura after she was beaten by Combs, but that the encounter happened organically. She was shaking uncontrollably, obviously afraid, and we started talking for a while before we ended up kissing each other and then getting into more sexual encounters.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're saying really graphic details right now. and Diddy's mom and children have to listen to this. Why would they even want to listen to this? AUSA, please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you. Phillips, he asked about positions. But Mr. Combs did tell us what to do. Use baby oil. That's what Phillip. Oh, my goodness. It's crazy. Phillip said Diddy told him what positions to do. Again, viewer discretion is advised, folks. We're having an adult conversation here. Receive $600 to $6,000. $700 to $6,000. Basically, what Phillip is testifying right now is Diddy specifically told him what to do with Cassie. Wow.
All right, folks, we are getting some other updates right now from inside the court. Xavier Donaldson, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, is trying to highlight discrepancies in what Daniel Phillips told police officers about Combs' alleged attack on Cassie Ventura at her apartment. Phillips said Monday that he saw Combs throw a liquor bottle at Ventura from across the living room before dragging her by her hair into the bedroom, where he overheard Ventura screaming and what sounded like slapping and punching. According to Phillips' testimony, Combs came out of the bedroom and asked, "Are you guys ready to continue?" suggesting they continue having sex. Donaldson pointed out that the police report said Combs had instead told Phillip to get the F out. Phillip maintained he didn't recall telling police officers that. So right now, obviously, defense attorneys are trying to poke some holes into the testimony from the male escort there, Daniel Phillip, who is still on the stand. But wait, everybody, we are waiting for Cassie Ventura to be on the stand a little bit later today. And really, all ears will be to that courtroom, because we can't say we're going to have all eyes on Cassie Ventura, because we just don't have that opportunity to bring you video from inside of the court. But I will do my best right here on Live Now from Fox to be giving you those updates in real time. If you haven't already done so, please follow me on X at Page Live Now. We'd love to have you part of this conversation. I'd love to know your reaction so far from this highly sexually energized courtroom as this testimony does continue. More live looks from outside of court right now as the male escort continues to be on the stand, and we wait for more updates as cross-examination continues.
Again, the Phillip testified he usually receives $3,800 for stripping. He said with Cassie, what Diddy told him to do with Cassie, he got between $700 and $6,000. It looks like one of these incidents happened at the Dream Hotel. graphic.
While we do wait for some more key updates, I would love to hear from you. Let me know, what do you think the outcome of this case is going to be? So many times in the past, we have seen Diddy have issues with law enforcement, but was able to get out of the charges against him. We've seen him, of course, in the past with that gun trial. He was able to get a not guilty verdict. We've seen other times where it didn't even get to court, as he was able to settle with people saying and alleging that Diddy abused them. So let me know right now what you think is going to come from the outcome of this trial. I'd love to know, and we'll discuss it in a little bit here. But reach out to me at Page Live Now on X, or you could join the chat on YouTube and let me know what you think. Is Diddy going to be found guilty or not guilty when this trial does wrap up in about 8 weeks? All right, another update we are getting from inside of the courtroom. A typical exchange between defense attorney Xavier Donaldson and government witness Daniel Phillip regarding star prosecution witness Cassie Ventura. Donaldson saying, this is the attorney saying, "You thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, correct?" Phillip scoffs and shakes his head, "Incorrect." Donaldson then changes the subject there. So these are just some of the little tidbits that we are getting. All right, some of you right now saying guilty verdict. That's coming from Leah. Diddy down, JW saying. Deborah saying, "Too early to tell right now." So we will continue to see what you guys think all about this here on Live Now from Fox. But it's a great honor to be bringing you these updates in real time as we get them for you, all on Live Now from Fox.
Damaging so far, folks.
Some more updates that we are getting from members of the media inside of the courtroom, as the defense lawyer Xavier Donaldson pointed to Phillip's past statements to federal prosecutors as he attempted to show inconsistencies in his recollection of events. Donaldson finished his cross-examination after suggesting Phillip had developed a crush on Cassie and wanted to isolate her from Combs so he could be with her romantically. Phillip denied that, but admitted, "I was attracted to her. If she ever gave me the chance to date her, I absolutely would have." Once Donaldson was finished, a prosecutor asked Phillip more questions, underscoring the witness's early testimony that it was Combs who directed his sexual activity with Cassie.
Interesting stuff. Shout out to Jay-Z. We know you're watching. Oh, Jay-Z's watching. LeBron James is probably watching too. And everybody else in Diddy's, J-Lo, Bieber.
You are also chiming in, letting me know what you think is going to be the outcome. One person saying should be guilty, but wouldn't be surprised if found not guilty.
They're all watching. Everyone, the whole world is watching very closely.
Another person asking, just wondering, what is the charge? Human trafficking? Yes, we're talking the charges against Diddy are human trafficking, it's prostitution, it's kidnapping, it's sexual assault, rape as well. Even arson is involved here in these charges against Diddy. So obviously very serious allegations that prosecutors are saying that Diddy committed in these past 20 years, and we are going to be discussing that for you on Live Now from Fox. If he is found guilty on all of the charges, he is looking at life in prison. So that is why Diddy is going all in right now on his attorneys. He has about 7 attorneys in his arsenal, in his corner right now. And
actually
some of
8.
you may say this is the new dream team if we go back to the OJ days of that trial. So again, we'll be giving you updates all in real time.
So Philip testified again that, you know, they were in that Gramercy hotel, that one of the hotels, and literally it was three of them in the hotel room. Philip, Cassie, and Diddy's sitting by watching. Diddy is literally watching, and you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. This Philip guy's with Cassie in a hotel room under Diddy's direction, and Diddy's in a corner.
We should also let you know that the charges against Diddy. Combs has pleaded not guilty to 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson argued against letting media outlets see sexually explicit videos, saying there was good legal precedent to keep such materials out of the public record. Combs's attorney said that there was no aspect of the videos that was not in the nature of adult pornography. He said that all contain images of people who are nude having sex or about to have sex. The members of the jury breakdown, of course, there's 12 jurors, 8 men and 4 women, and 6 alternates. Some of the jurors, including massage therapist, an investment analyst, and a deli clerk. The jurors' identities are known to the court and the prosecution and defense sides, but of course will not be made public to protect them during this trial.
Real graphic, but yeah. Diddy's on some crazy stuff.
Returning to the courthouse today was Alex Fine, husband of prosecutor star witness Cassie Ventura. The R&B singer, known popularly as Cassie, is expected to take the stand and detail years of alleged sexual assault and physical abuse at the hands of Diddy. Ventura met Fine after Combs hired him as a personal trainer. The couple married in 2019 and are now expecting their 3rd child together.
Man, that is crazy. Absolutely crazy what it appears Diddy subjected Cassie to. I mean, think about this. You're forcing Cassie
to
be with another man while Diddy watches.
Weather alert saying, I think Diddy will be found guilty. He needs to be held accountable for his actions. So thanks again for your input right there. We appreciate you coming on and just giving us what you think. Let me know what you think at Page Live Now on X, or you could continue to chat up there in the YouTube stream. We got more than 4,000 people watching with us worldwide, and we'll continue to grow that number throughout this trial, and especially when more of the explosive testimony from witnesses continue on that stand. So we will be bringing you that coverage all right here on Live Now from Fox. But I appreciate all the viewers joining us right now.
Yeah, we're sticking with this too. Possible that Diddy has a bot army on Twitter.
All right, one of the big
There's people defending him
from yesterday's testimony of Daniel Phillip. He said in open court that Diddy took Phillip's driver's license information, taking some photos and even video recording of his driver's license just for insurance, just in case, he said there. So that is the prosecution really teeing up the male escort to try to bring home to the jury that he felt threatened by Diddy, that he felt like if he did tell the police about some of the violence that he allegedly witnessed, that Diddy would out him as a male escort and maybe out him for other things as well. He knows where he lives. Maybe he felt that he would be threatened physically as well. So that was one of the major takeaways yesterday as well for Daniel Phillip on that stand in open court yesterday. Some more of the cross examinations do continue, but right now, prosecution is continuing some of their questions to Daniel Phillip right now. He's expected to last just a little bit more on the stand, maybe past the morning hours into the early afternoon, but we are expecting at some point to have Cassie Ventura on the stand. I also want to thank some new followers for joining me right now. We appreciate you joining us. We have Nee, we have Lenny, we have a couple of others that just joined as well. Mitch Julie, thank you again. Sally, we appreciate the new follows. Love it. Love to hear from you guys as well. Also in open chat on our YouTube stream. We are worldwide for you, bringing you these updates to the best of our abilities from inside of the court. Also at 12 p.m. Eastern, we will bring you some of the coverage from Fox 5 New York as they break down the trial and give some key updates as well. So thanks again for being with us, but we are waiting for Cassie Ventura to be on that stand, and obviously it is going to be all eyes on Cassie inside of that courtroom, and we'll have all our ears and really all our eyes to these updates when we get them. I'll try to pump them out to you as fast as we can here. But again, this is going to be very sexually explicit at times, as Cassie is going to detail for the prosecution not only the sexual escapades that is alleged that Diddy forced her to do, but also talking about the years of abuse that she does allege as well. We'll also be waiting for the all-important counter from the defense, but we might not get that today. It might be all questions coming today from the prosecution that will take us to the end of the day. We'll wait for that.
This
and we'll wait
Cassie
for
testimony
updates.
might last for days, possibly days. I mean, she's literally the star witness here.
All right, everyone. Daniel Phillip has now left the witness stand.
Yeah,
So
Cassie might be coming up now.
Lower right now. So Daniel Phillip is over the male
Phillip
escort.
just ended 2 minutes ago.
Sidebar is taking place before Cassie is expected to be called to testify. We are moments away from that. Stay with us here for more major updates.
Dun, dun, dun. Cassie might be coming up in the next few minutes, folks. Maybe a court break. It's about to get real, folks. It is about to get real at the P. Diddy trial. Cassie, Phillip is done. He's off the stand. There's a sidebar going on. And I believe the next witness will be Cassie Ventura. I'll let you know if she's on the stand.
see you all when we get back. I don't think it's urgent. I'll send everyone an email when I get back.
All right, that's what we got so far. Philip is done. Cassie's ready to come up on the stand.
All right, everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just getting another water break in there before we await the prosecution's star witness, Cassie, to be on the stand. So again, thank you to all our viewers watching worldwide with us on our very special YouTube stream. We have the chat rolling. We have questions coming in. Thank you again for all our viewers participating on that, reaching out to me on X as well. Page Live Now. Would love to hear from you even more, especially when we get Cassie Ventura on the stand, which is expected to happen at any moment here. And really, this is going to be the opportunity for the prosecution to set the stage for the jury and really try to bring home these allegations that Cassie has said. Remember, she says it's been years of sexual abuse, years of violent physical abuse, rape, and also different mental games that Diddy would do to Cassie allegedly here. So we will set the scene. We will talk about the different parameters where these scenes took place, either in hotel rooms or apartments. So we will be getting you those updates in real time. But again, Cassie Ventura is expected to be on the stand in just moments. Continue to stay here with us.
This is big, folks. This is the most damaging person that is most likely going to take Diddy down, Cassie Ventura. The prosecutor's star witness. All right, some people are coming out, so it might be a break or something because she's not on the stand yet.
All right, right now, still a brief sidebar is going on before they bring in the next witness, and that is expected to be the star witness for the prosecution. So we are going to be waiting for those major updates all right here on Live Now. All right, everyone, we are just being told that the judge has called a 10-minute break before R&B singer Cassie's testimony. In open court, a lawyer for Combs asked that Cassie's husband not be allowed in the courtroom while she testifies because he might be called as a witness here. So moments away, there is a 10-minute break. Just a mini break before Cassie is going to be on the stand. So let me just update our lower so we could give that information just in case anybody comes in and pops up and wants to know, okay, where's Cassie?
So he could be a witness too, they're saying. Doesn't look good on Diddy.
For, of course, this explosive testimony. I do want to provide you other coverage as well on Diddy. And from my colleague Andy Mack yesterday, talking to an attorney all about this case and more. Let's listen in.
Reaction here to live now from Fox. I'm Eddie Mac. Almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast as day one of the Sean Diddy Combs trial wrapping up in New York City. We had jury be seated, opening statements, and then some explosive graphic witness testimony early on. A live picture right now outside of the courthouse. We're awaiting any comments. We did see some of the family members for Sean Diddy Combs, the music mogul, leaving a short while ago. All right, let's continue on here on live now from Fox and bring into the conversation Fox 5 reporter Michelle Ross on the ground outside of the courthouse. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about what happened inside that courtroom today?
Well, the latest witness to take the stand today is a man named Daniel Phillips, and he was a male strip show manager. He would manage male strippers who would perform for things like bachelorette parties. But he said that he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura back in 2013 in a New York City hotel while Sean Diddy Combs allegedly sat in the corner, watched, and masturbated. This morning, his family entered the courthouse rather, while leaving a black van. This includes his children, his sons, and also his twin daughters. His family has heard graphic allegations of the alleged sexual encounters, and his daughters walked out during that testimony. Phillips, the second witness of the day, said he was told by his boss that he was going to perform at a bachelorette party at the Gramercy Park Hotel. But when he arrived, he saw Cassie in red lingerie and a red wig. He testified she said that they would rub baby oil on each other and would see where things would go from there while her husband was there. Combs was allegedly in a corner in a white robe concealing his face with a bandana, but Phillips said he recognized Diddy's voice. He was paid a few $1,000s when he left. Phillips said this went on more times, meeting up at hotels or their homes, and Diddy would direct them while having sex. Now, a supporter of the alleged victims, Jaguar Wright, spoke out before court this morning.
I do believe there's going to be a lot of curveballs. I do believe there's going to be a lot of interesting things. And what I will say is, be vigilant. We're getting started.
Is this a reckoning for the music industry?
Oh, it needs to be. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't, I hope my presence starts that.
Whoa!
Now, Phillips also testified that he witnessed Combs assault Cassie in their home and that he feared for his own life, but eventually befriended Cassie. Now, the person who testified before him was the hotel security guard who responded to the incident caught on surveillance video in that Los Angeles hotel back in 2016 when Diddy was caught on video assaulting Cassie. And he testified that Diddy threw a sack of money at him in their hotel room afterwards to keep quiet. That testimony resumes tomorrow with Daniel Phillips. And after that, Cassie Ventura is expected to take the stand.
That was a recap from yesterday, by the way.
We're live outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Michelle Ross, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. And it's fascinating, some of those details inside. We're going to glean more of that in just a little bit. But I want to talk about the circus that is outside as well in New York City, familiar with major high-profile cases as well. Can you set the scene a little bit and describe some of the environment outside of this courthouse? Because there are no cameras inside.
Right. No cameras allowed inside. It's mostly press that's behind me here, but already a line has formed for press and the public to get into the courtroom tomorrow. So I would say there are about maybe 3 dozen people. They have lawn chairs sitting out ready to get in and stay here overnight.
Oh, wow. That is impressive. Obviously, something we'll continue to find.
To the jury, he's giving both sides another day to submit arguments, aiming to balance privacy with public access to the trial. Okay, so what does that mean? A lot of times, the defense and the prosecutors will present different pieces of evidence to the judge while the jury is not in the box, and while the things that the jury is not allowed to hear, because they're not sure if it's going to be part of the case or not. They're not sure if this piece of evidence is going to be entered into testimony. You know, there may be a video that the prosecutor wants to show that the defense is going to say, well, we didn't get a chance to view this video and authenticate that it's real yet, so you can't introduce this. And the prosecutor might make an argument, the judge is going to listen to that argument, and then the judge is going to decide one way or the other if that's going to be entered into evidence. That'll happen when the jury is not there. If it is entered into evidence, then what the judge is also saying is that at some point, maybe even soon, the day of the different testimony, that the public, you, me, the media, TV, all the web sleuths out there, everyone commenting on our YouTube page, and thank you for watching our YouTube page. You'll be able to see it too, analyze some of the stuff for yourself. So the headline, of course, that Cassie Ventura, who is Diddy's ex-girlfriend, really at the heart of the prosecution's case here. She is expected to testify today and potentially over the next few days. And it's that surveillance video that the jury did see yesterday on the first day of this trial that will be at the heart of some of what she testifies to. That's a good question. Will they end early? Have you ever had a good government job? I'm not saying that they end early, but a lot of times they do stick to a very strict schedule. Usually there's a break in the morning. They're not going to work. They usually don't work from 8:30 to noon. There's usually like a 15 to 20 minute break that's worked in there. And in this case, this is a lot of heavy information. There might be 2 breaks. So sometimes they need to take these breaks because like you were discussing there, they do need to talk about what will or will not be entered into evidence. So a lot of it really depends on when they can get Cassie on the stand. I don't believe that she started testifying at this point. I'm not sure if she's even in the building yet. I haven't seen those photos. But if she's able to take the stand after lunch, maybe in the 1 o'clock, 1:30 range, then yes, they probably will go until about 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30. Usually that's when court lets out. But if it's like 3:30 and she hasn't taken the stand yet, it's possible it might not happen today. They're saying that this case could take 6 to 8 weeks. And it's because a lot of this is there's so many details involved. There's so many text messages. There's so many little pieces of video, little evidence here, evidence there, and some of the things that they don't always agree on, that before they can move forward, the judge has to make a decision. So there haven't been any huge decisions yet from the judge. The biggest one that's come so far is who's going to be on the jury. And after they got that all sorted out yesterday, got things rolling today. Yeah. Okay.
All right, she's not on the stand yet.
So yesterday, one of the first witnesses to testify is a man named Daniel Phillip. So initially, when a witness like him testifies, the prosecution will ask the questions. So the prosecution goes first. And so they're going to lay out this initial timeline. What did you do? What were you doing back in 16? How did you know Diddy? How did you come in contact with him? And then after you did, was there ever a time that you did X? And what he testified to is that he was hired to engage in sexual acts with Cassie. And so that is a critical piece of information. Okay, good. So 10:56. It is May 13th, and we're on the second day of the Diddy trial. And so the update that we just got here, like literally just into the newsroom, is that the judge has called for a 10-minute break, and that will be prior to Cassie's testimony. So in open court, a lawyer for Combs asked that Cassie's husband not be allowed in the courtroom while she testifies because he might be called as a witness. So in other words, they're going to ask her current husband not to sit in the courtroom while she testifies, which is difficult, because they want to be able to ask them individually. So he doesn't hear what she says. She is not going to hear what he says. Of course, she's going to go first. All right, so that was the update that we just got a few minutes ago, that it looks like Cassie will be testifying probably in the next 10 minutes. And you might be saying, well, where can I watch it? Why can't I watch it? Federal court, no cameras are allowed inside. That's why we get those sketches. So there are reporters who are inside. There is an overflow room, which does have members of the public. So believe it or not, if you did want to go to the trial, you essentially have to get there today to try and get in for tomorrow. But there is an overflow room. There are media members there, and some of the pool updates are coming from out of there. So here's what's going to happen. Cassie is going to testify. The prosecution will be asking her those questions first. What will the prosecution try to do? They're going to establish an emotional connection with the jury. They want the jury to believe Cassie. They want the jury to believe that this is a woman who's the victim of domestic violence, who's at the center of this criminal enterprise that Diddy was orchestrating. And the prosecution needs her to be believable. And so they're going to establish a timeline. When did she know Diddy? How did she meet Diddy? What was the status of their relationship? What initially drew her to Diddy? She might say, she might say that she was attracted to him, that she enjoyed his presence. She thought, you know, maybe try to humanize him in some ways, or at least make their relationship seem believable. And they're probably going to use open-ended questions to try to humanize her, making it like easier for jurors to empathize with her. You know, this is a jury, 12 men, 12 women. They've never met Cassie before. Likely have maybe not familiar with her music, or even the sort of history of this case. That's why they're on the jury here. But the prosecution also wants to build this chronological narrative. So they're going to question from the beginning of the relationship to its decline. And what they want to establish is that there was a pattern of escalating abuse and control. So really a step-by-step account reinforcing the idea that this was not an isolated incident. This was not an accident. This was systemic, and this was calculated. That's what the prosecution really needs to lay out here. And I talked about it before, so I apologize if you were listening before and I'm repeating myself. But I think that maybe not early on here, but certainly toward the end of her testimony today, it's going to be words, some of the key words that you're going to want to listen to: forced, afraid, no choice, controlled, manipulated. Manipulated, controlled, no choice, afraid, and forced. They're going to want to show that there was a power imbalance, that there was no consent. And so they're going to use, those words will be the ones that will sort of anchor her testimony. And they want to link it to key events. There's going to be the video, the 2016 video footage of her being the victim of domestic violence in that hotel. Pretty much nobody disagrees that that incident wasn't a domestic violent incident. Diddy's attorneys will say, well, that's not the crime that, if you want to charge him with that crime, go ahead and charge him with that crime. But that's not what this is. This is a federal case. You guys are saying he's like a mob boss. And they're saying you guys are overreaching here. But anyway, so Cassie's testimony is going to be directly linked to really the key elements in this case: the hotel incident, the freak-offs, where these orchestrated encounters that are also bolstered by some of the other witness testimonies. There's going to be allegations of drugging and allegations of threats. And the prosecutors are going to use all kinds of evidence. There's going to be texts, there's going to be photos, there's going to be videos, all of it to sort of corroborate and reinforce the timeline. And okay, so the question was, can Cassie's husband be in the courtroom while she's testifying? One of the attorneys, the defense attorneys, did not want him to be in the courtroom. And so they argued about that. And the judge has just said that he is allowed to be in the courtroom. So he will be inside. Possibly that he will be called as a witness later on in the case. So they didn't want him in there while she was testifying. However, her testimony is so important that that they're going to allow that to go forward without sort of tripping up. Yeah, and we know that look, Cassie it's a difficult position for anybody, and certainly for someone who's the victim of domestic violence, and now she is pregnant with a new husband, and this is talking about essentially her ex-boyfriend, and when you make it that simple. So here we have Cassie, who I don't know how many months pregnant she is, but she looks like she's at least 8 months pregnant. Very much showing, very much pregnant. And
Cassie's testifying right now, folks.
There are
all rise
going to be a little bit of restrictions where she
38.
may not have to sit on the stand for hours and hours and hours on end. But she will
Testifying
be
right
allowed
now.
to be given breaks, maybe after 90 minutes
Cassie.
or so, maybe even less, depending
How
on
long
what's
have you been
happening.
with Sean? She says 10 years.
And this is going to be the beginning of maybe 3 or 4 days of testimony when it comes to Cassie. And so one of the things that we also expect to come up will be the 2023 civil lawsuit that she settled. Prosecutors are going to try to carefully frame it as a first step in coming forward, not a cash grab. The defense will almost certainly argue the opposite, that it was an attempt to get money, it was an attempt to do this, and that here we are today. They may ask Ventura, prosecutors will.
She's on the stand now.
Because they know the defense is going to make a big deal out of this. They're probably going to ask why she initially filed that case and what made her participate in the criminal investigation. So right now, we know that Cassie has taken a stand, and it's likely to be the beginning of maybe 2 or 3 or even 4 days of testimony for Cassie. And prosecutors are going to try to get ahead of the defense's claims of consent, financial motive, because they need the jury to believe Cassie. They need Cassie to really spell out and be the heart of this case. They're going to ask her if she feared coming forward before now, before that civil lawsuit in 2023. They're going to ask her if she was afraid for her life. And they're going to highlight the power differential and potentially the isolation during the relationship. That's what they're going to say. And they're going to emphasize her reluctance and emotional toll rather than anger or revenge. Now, that'll all happen through the course of it. Maybe not right at first. At first, they're really going to just basically ask some foundational questions. How she knew Diddy, where they met, so on and so forth. It's going to be emotional. By the end of today, without a doubt, we're going to have several new headlines, things maybe we didn't know. We have sort of a broad scope, a broad painting.
Cassie said she got black eyes and bruises.
Are in the indictment, but really, once somebody starts testifying, you're going to get more the details, right down to the very specific allegations, very specific incidents. And if it's emotional, she may be holding back tears. She may not. The prosecution sort of may break it into parts too, giving her moments to pause, to regain her composure, and really they need to keep a compassionate tone. They might repeat or rephrase questions, object quickly if the defense gets too aggressive in cross-examination. The way it works, the prosecution will go first, and it's going to take a while. So the prosecution is going to be talking to her for a while. Maybe several hours, maybe a day, maybe 2, before the defense then has its opportunity to ask, to address some of the different issues. So you're going to hear a lot from the prosecution at first on this. And again, it's to underscore the pattern, not just the person. Ventura is not only the alleged victim, they're going to say, but that her testimony will be framed as part of a larger criminal enterprise, helping the jury see her experience as a representative example of the broader abuse the prosecution is alleging. That's why her testimony is so important.
Cassie is on the stand right now, folks. She said she got black eyes and bruises.
Yeah, I think we brought you as close to up to date as we can. That's what I. Yeah, the question is, why didn't Cassie leave? She was a part of Diddy's life, and he was a part of her life for a long time. And that's something that the prosecution is going to have to address. And they are going to have to make it clear from the prosecution side that she felt like she couldn't leave, that she felt like if she left, she was going to be subjected to violence. And so that's going to be what they need the jury to come away with. But the defense wants to undermine that credibility. As you rightly point out, some of this stuff happened years and years ago, and the civil suit wasn't settled in 2023. So the defense is going to imply that there was a financial motive. they're going to suggest there are inconsistencies between her deposition and whatever she testifies to today. Because when you give a deposition, there's going to be hours of testimony that will already have been recorded as a part of the civil suit. And if there's anything in there that doesn't line up with the testimony that happens in criminal court, the defense is going to make a big deal out of that. So you can be sure that Diddy's defense team, you know, they're a high-profile team.
Cassie's testifying right now. Key details
of what she has said previously in that civil lawsuit, and if she breaks from that at all during the prosecution's testimony or when they get a chance to cross-examine her, they're going to make a big deal out of that. And so some of that may be, why didn't you leave before? If her reasons were different in the deposition than what they are today, defense is going to hark on that, and they're going to say, look, this is casting doubt on her story. And so if her story is doubtful, the whole case is going to fall apart. That's how crucial this is. So, you know, they're going to highlight that 2023 civil lawsuit. The defense will eventually, when it's their turn, suggesting those inconsistencies. And they're going to ask, why did you stay with Diddy? You know, did you take vacations? Did you accept gifts? Was there jewelry? Was there this? Was there that? There are public appearances. There's photos of you at this event, at that event, and you're saying that this happened. You're saying that this happened then, and yet you're still with him here. Those are easily going to be some of the highlights that the defense is going to talk about there.
She's
and
testifying against the hotel video.
Her story has been shaped or encouraged by
about her encounter,
and they're really
in
going to question
216
how long she waited to report. So just to update, kind of the bottom of the screen there, I think you can see it, is the courthouse, Lower Manhattan. High stakes testimony today. That is where Cassie, as we speak right now, is on the stand. I'm expecting that we will have an update about what she is saying, likely within the hour.
Magnolia is sharing in real time what's going on at the bottom of the screen,
we're
folks.
We're going to have an update on Good Day. I should not say Good Day. We're going to have an update here on the YouTube live channel whenever we get it, and also the noon show, which starts about 50 minutes from now. Hope to see you then, and maybe we'll check back in with you tomorrow. Good luck, guys.
All right, so Cassie's describing the Intercontinental Hotel incident in 216, the video, the hiring of the Diddy hiring an escort. How did you feel about when he first asked to do it? Confused, nervous? I just wanted to make him happy. Did you agree to one when he first proposed one? Yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. All right, so Cassie is on the stand. We're just going to continue to put out info. She's identified as a 38 years old. She said she's 38. She's been with Sean P. Diddy Combs for 10 years. She works as a musician and entertainer. AUSA Johnson said, did you get in arguments? Yes, it would be result in violence, dragging. He would stomp me in the head if I was down. How frequently was he violent? Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. She's talking about the video right now, so. Cassie is on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. She should be on for days, it appears. So she might not get crossed today. This could be just the prosecutor going all afternoon. She's the major key component to this racketeering, sex trafficking indictment against Diddy. Kidnapping. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not frequently. Cassie is 9 months pregnant. She's on the stand. So we'll continue to listen here. On what is happening. Also, folks, I want to say that Cassie's husband will be allowed to sit in the court for a portion of her testimony. That's what the judge said. Diddy's attorney, Garrigo, said that the defense may need to call Alex Fine to testify about allegations that Combs, did that to Ventura in the summer or fall of 2018. Ventura's husband can remain in court for her testimony until the 2018 allegations come up in her testimony, the judge ruled. So he's there now. He's allowed in the court. But when the 218 stuff comes out, he has to go. Now, they're talking about the 216 tape right now. The tape that we all saw. Cassie just testified, I didn't know what no could turn into. AUSA says, what do you mean? She goes, making Diddy angry. What were you afraid would happen if you said no? One time he had, let me see, there's grammar errors on here. Though time he had blackmail materials. What did you give the government? Laptops. Okay, so it seems like it's something to do with blackmail. Blackmail, if she said no, Diddy would blackmail her. Apparently, it's some sort of stuff on a laptop. Or laptops, plural. And she gave the government the laptop. So apparently there's stuff on laptops. Basically, as Diddy said, you're going to do this. If she said no, Diddy had stuff on her. Sounds like blackmail to me. Whoa. It's crazy. All right, so we're just going to continue to wait as more information comes out. Cassie can name drop somebody. Who knows? Laptops. 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 Cassie is on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. What's on those laptops? Let's talk about the laptops. Ventura describes what freak-offs entails. Prosecutor Emily Johnson pulled up a still image of the well-known hotel surveillance footage from the Intercontinental in 2016. Cassie said the image showed her leaving after an encounter that we called a freak-off. So Cassie said out of her own mouth, freak-off. Ventura was asked how she and her former boyfriend, Sean Combs, started doing freak-offs. She says, within the first year of our relationship, he proposed this idea, this sexual encounter that he called a voyeurism, where he would watch me be in intercourse with a third party. specifically another man. Within the first year of the relationship, Ventura went off to say that a freak-off would entail hiring an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. She said she couldn't remember where the name freak-off came from, but she said that Combs introduced it to her. She goes on to say, eventually it became a job for me, pretty much so I knew if it was something he wanted me to do, I had the contacts to set it up and get a hotel and all of that. But in the beginning, Sean set it up. He was in charge. She also testified she suffered injuries. He would smash me in my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. The prosecutor asked, how frequently was physical violence during your relationship? She responds, too frequently. She suffered numerous injuries from the abuse, including knots on her forehead, busted lips, and bruises all over her body. Yikes. All right, so I'm getting kind of multiple perspectives here of what she said, what she testified. All right, so also it says, AUSA, I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? Yes, I've reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to Combs. Did you review photos on it? Yes. What's this photo? Me in 2004 with Kerry Morgan. Who's Kerry Morgan? Kerry Morgan. Photo. Kerry Morgan. What's going on here? I got to Google Kerry Morgan. So a name. We got a name. Kerry Morgan. Kerry Morgan. Who is Kerry Morgan? Could be a female. There is a Kerry Morgan with a pretty big following. Kerry Morgan, a model. Kerry Morgan. All right, so they're reviewing stuff in these drives, the laptops. Yeah, I'm waiting to see how many names get dropped today. So right now she said me in 2004 with Kerry Morgan. So that's the very first photo that's been introduced that Cassie's talking about, a photo in 04 with Kerry Morgan. Kerry. Kerry Morgan. What's going on here, folks? Kerry Morgan. She said Combs controlled a lot of her life, from her career to the way she dressed. It got to the point where I didn't feel like I had much of a choice. Didn't really know what no could be or what no could turn into. That's what she said. And I just didn't feel like I had much say in it at the time. Being really super young, naive, totally a people pleaser, Ventura said. I didn't know if he would be upset enough to be violent or if he would write me off and just not want to be with me at all. All right, getting details. Young, naive. She says she was a people pleaser. Cassie Ventura testified that she was afraid that the blackmail materials would be public. She said she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones because she didn't know what material was on them. She also said Sean is a very polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment, like what you need when he's telling you what he wants. He's polarizing. His defense paints and says that he's fascinating, right? AUSA, when did you sign with Bad Boy Records? Ventura says 06. It was a 10-album deal. Did you release any after late 2006? No. Who's in this photo? Ventura says Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex before me and the mother of his children. Be interesting. Maybe she might testify that Combs did something to Kim Porter. Waiting to see. Stand by. Getting really interesting now, folks. Yeah, I'm still going to figure out who Carrie Morgan is. All right, here you go. Carrie Morgan. Boom. This is a pic of Carrie Morgan and Cassie in 13. So Carrie Morgan's that white female model. She has about 27,000 followers on Instagram. So that's who we're talking about here. Cassie and Carrie Morgan. Let's continue to get updates here. So she's laying down that she was young, naive. She was a people pleaser, and she didn't know what no meant from the over-controlling Sean P. Diddy Combs. Already, this is damaging enough. Not looking good for Diddy, my opinion. Combs and Ventura's relationship started platonically, she says. She said she signed with Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said that before she met Combs, she knew him as a larger-than-life music entrepreneur. And she met him when she was only 19 years old. So Diddy would have been in his mid-30s, right? He's 55 now, 2025. Yeah, so she was 19, he was 35-ish, mid-30s. So he's mid-30s, and she's just barely an adult. She said he looked out for her when she had a few rough performances. A photo was submitted showing that Ventura and Combs were together in 2006. At the same time, they signed a record deal. Victoria says in the chat, I stand with Cassie. I'm proud she spoke up against Diddy. Thank you, Cassie, for using your voice. Prayers to Cassie. I maybe read that comment already, but a lot of people are commenting. So I'm just going back to some of your guys' comments. I'm looking on my right side of my screen. All right, Cassie's still on. She's going. Let's find out more. What do we got? So we got a photo. Where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? In Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We were out on this patio on my 21st birthday. VMAs. VMAs. What happened then? Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie, when did you go back to New York? I'd visit him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. Oh, so Diddy had a Diddy was meeting Cassie at the Trump Hotel. Cassie would visit Diddy at the Trump Hotel. All right, we got a pic of Kim Porter and Diddy coming up. Cassie would visit Diddy at the Trump Hotel. Whoa. She said Sean called all the shots. Sean was the shot caller. Cassie's on the stand right now. Ventura said she was really confused the first time Combs kissed her. Okay. So another perspective of that first kiss between Cassie and Diddy, Cassie Ventura testified that she saw Diddy Combs about once a month at social outings in 2006. In August of 2007, while celebrating her 21st birthday in Las Vegas, Combs kissed her in the bathroom. I was just really confused at the time, she said, noting that she was a young new artist who just didn't really know the lay of the land when it comes to things like that. She testified she cried and ran off. The prosecutor asked, did you really want to kiss Sean Combs on your 21st birthday? And she said, no, not at my 21st birthday. So it looks like what appears here is Combs first started making his moves on Cassie sexually on her 21st birthday. And she cried and ran off after it appears Sean Diddy Combs forced a kiss on her. That's what she's saying. She didn't want to kiss him. She was confused. She cried. She ran off. What is the age difference between you and Sean P. Diddy Combs? 17 years. So she's 19, 17 years, 36. How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. Whoa. That is crazy, folks. I don't want to be graphic here. Again, we're having an adult conversation. Viewer discretion is advised. But Cassie just testified that Diddy, 17 years older than her, introduced her to oral sex. 17-year difference. She was a late teenager. Well, this could have happened like, you know, when she was in her early 20s at that point, because first kiss happened at 21. So I correct that. Early 20s, but 17-year difference. This is bad. This is really, really bad, folks. Now, will the defense have evidence to the contrary? That remains to be seen. So it went from music deals to oral sex. Unbelievable. So to me, it's like basically is he groomed her. That's what it appears like to me. He groomed her. Dude, he's much, much, much older. He groomed her. Wow. Cassie's brave, man, for this. Diddy groomed young Cassie. So some people agree with me on this one. Anyone disagree? Let your thoughts out. We want to hear your thoughts. I'm looking at multiple screens at the same time, trying to get different perspectives of what Cassie's saying. Combs called all the shots. He called most of the shots. We all call the shots. I had a new record. I would play it for him. He chose what was next for me, basically. He controlled her whole life. This is crazy. This is the crazy yet. I mean, it's going to probably get much, much worse. So, again, I just want to say viewer discretion is advised. You don't hear me talking about this type of stuff very often. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. This is a trial, and we got to get an understanding of what's going on. And this information needs to be shared. I don't really necessarily want to share it, but I think it's important. It paints a picture. That's crazy. Straight crazy. All right, key details are coming out in real time on what's going on. Cassie's on the stand, prosecutor asking questions, laying down those early days. Now, let me just, you know, in the defense perspective, are they going to try to portray her as like a groupie, a young groupie? Is that how the defense is going to go at her? It will be interesting how the defense counters this. Because the defense is going to come up with a defense of this, and I wonder what they're going to say. Money hungry, she's a groupie. What are they going to say? All right, here's another one. Did you meet Sean in Miami? King Doe has a comment. We pinned it on the screen. Let me just go with this comment here. He sang about pimping out, you know, and how he kept them in line because of his 9. Good point. Thanks for the comment, King Doe. He kept them in line because of his 9. AUSA, did you visit Sean in Miami? Oh, Ventura says, yes, I went there with Kerry Morgan and Dallas Austin. Dallas Austin, we got a name. What did you and Sean do together? She says, sexual intercourse. He gave me a Blue Dolphin ecstasy on the boat. Have you ever once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. All right, Dallas Austin. Combs gave her Blue Dolphin ecstasy in Miami. She went there with Kerry Morgan and Dallas Austin. Dallas Austin. His name got brought up at jury, by the way. American songwriter, record producer, and film producer from Columbus, Georgia. Man, I'm telling you, the Diddy bot farm is really going to like calling Cassie a liar. It's what sometimes people do, defendants. They get a bot farm and they go out there. Unless there's people generally think Cassie's a liar, but there's too many people corroborating this, man. What, are you going to just call everyone a liar? There's too many people corroborating. How did you take ecstasy unintentionally? Ventura says it was in Gatorade. When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? She goes, like rolling. At the time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. All right, so they're talking about the ecstasy stuff. Blue Dolphin. Blue Dolphin. All right, so we're in Miami right now. We're talking about a Miami incident. All right, we got a pick coming up on the right. Dallas Austin, Britney Spears, Diddy, and Cassie. Britney Spears. Interesting. Her name has not been dropped at all, by the way, in this trial that I know of, Britney Spears. But I was just showing you up a photo. Cassie, Dallas Austin, Britney, and Sean P. Diddy Combs, the defendant. And the date of this photo is 2007. Cassie's on the stand talking about all these things, experiences. But it just appears basically is Diddy forced a kiss upon Cassie on her 21st birthday. Cassie, at one point, Diddy got her to sign, onto his record label, Bad Boy. He controlled every aspect of the life. She testified he introduced her to oral sex when he's 17 years older, and now she's testifying that Diddy drugged her with ecstasy. Blue Dolphin. So that's what we got so far. Here's another photo of the same event here. Cassie, Diddy. You see Dallas Austin and Britney Spears in the back. Around 2007. It is 2007. All right, so we're getting some really graphic testimony right now. Well, we got a comment here. Let me see. Exotic F7 Savannah. She was a participant. She was old enough, over 18. She enjoyed that, obviously, or she would not have stayed and participated. She was getting paid like the other escorts. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish, people. Thank you for the comment, Exotic. Thank you for the comment. And that is what some people are saying on social media, throughout social media. They're like, she's an adult. She can make her own choices. And she agreed to all of this, in a sense. Thank you for the comment. We want to hear everyone's perspective on this, so keep your comments coming. She didn't testify anything happened when she was under 18, by the way. At the time, he was with Kim Porter. It will be very interesting to see the cross on the defense of what they have to say. But it's putting, she's laying down the foundation, how she was young, way young at the time, into her early 20s, on the things that were going on. Combs was a fun guy that happened to have my career in his hands. That's what Cassie said. Cassie Ventura is detailing the early phase of her relationship with Sean P. Diddy Combs. After he kissed her on her 21st birthday, she said Combs began inviting her to hotel rooms in New York where he was staying while his home was being renovated. She said they started to develop a more comfortable relationship with each other. I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as everyone else at the time. Just this exciting, entertaining, fun guy that also happened to have my career in his hands. It felt special because not a lot of people got that time with him. Ventura described herself as being sexually unexperienced at the time. During one of those New York visits, she said Combs performed oral sex on her and made her feel crazy for not giving back. I was just so young. I didn't even have the vocabulary for some of these things that we talked about. I was also still in a relationship with someone else, she added. Eventually, Combs, Ventura, and other friends took a trip to Miami. Ventura said she took ecstasy that Combs gave her while they were drinking and partying on a boat. Ventura said she and Combs had sex for the first time on this trip. All right, the trip to Miami. The Miami trip. Ecstasy. Blue Dolphin. All right, so we're on a wait to see what else additionally comes out. Stand by. Diddy and Cassie. As in the meantime, I'm showing pictures of Diddy and Cassie. Cassie, key witness on the stand right now. I wonder what Diddy's thinking. Now, I wonder what his defense is going to counter on this. Probably paint a whole different picture here. Or what do you think they'll acknowledge this? It's a great question. It's a really good question. Come on in, JLR Investigates. We're getting details, key details of testimony, what Cassie says. This video is going to be talked about extensively. All right, so Ventura said she just testified that Combs had many girlfriends. Cassie Ventura testified that she became one of Combs' girlfriends after the Miami trip. Combs had many girlfriends, Ventura said. I knew at the time that we were spending a lot of time together, one-on-one, and I really felt like we were in this interesting relationship for a period, she said. This relationship wasn't public for years, she said, because she was his artist and because of his family. So she was known as the artist. All right, so what was his lifestyle like? He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. What's this photo? Sean and I at a strip club in 2007 or 2008, Halloween. How did Sean's moods vary day to day? All right, I'm going to look at other sources of At the times in her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points so far, Cassie has sniffled and dabbed her eyes with tissues. They also showed another picture of Diddy at around this time. Diddy and Cassie in the back of a car, Combs' arm wrapped around her. Cassie noted that earlier in their relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. Prosecutors asking about Diddy's mood swings. Could you describe it? She goes, anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? Whoa. Ventura says, greatly. The next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. Oh, so Ventura is saying that Diddy hit her in the face with his mood swings. Uh-oh. This is bad, folks. This is really bad for Diddy. She just testified Diddy hit her in the face. She says she eventually saw a different side of him. Cassie Ventura said once she started dating Sean P. Diddy Combs, she broke ties with her management company, which also managed her former boyfriend. After the Miami trip, she said she fell in love with Combs. I traveled with him everywhere. I was in studios. I was just like the little shadow for a little while. Ventura said at this point, the relationship was fun, describing it as first real adult relationship. She also noted that Combs' lifestyle was much different than her own. He had the assistants. He could get anything done quickly. He had respect from everyone. He traveled a lot. Some of the things she said. I'm using 3 sources. Inner City Press, AP, Reuters. There's some people in the comments on these feeds that are talking about what Cassie's saying. They're saying domestic violence is not sex trafficking. But I don't think we even got into the sex trafficking stuff yet. Remember, Cassie's just one of many victims. Supposedly there's 4. 1 missing. Someone commented, kind of hurtful testimony. Being young and naive, but still attractive and ambiguous, thinking your life will change for the better, and you look up a month later and get kicked and beat by your boss and lover. Very scary for anyone. Think about that, folks. You're young and naive, ambitious. You think your life is about to change for the better. Only a month later, you start getting kicked and beaten by your boss. Diddy had many girlfriends. I see what else. Let's see if I can get some more key details here. That's crazy, folks. Some people said in the comments, anyone condoning, minimizing, or rationalizing domestic violence should stop it immediately. This is not a good look for Diddy at all. I mean, she testified that she got hit in the face. He had mood swings. She says the most complicated and the greatest examples are the abuse, because I also felt at certain times when I knew it wasn't even about me, and you would make the wrong face, and the next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. That's what she said. His mood swings. She goes, I knew it wasn't even about me, And when you make the wrong face, the next thing you know, I'm getting hit in the face. His mood swings. Yikes. That is crazy. It's literally crazy, folks. All right, we're continuing to hear testimony from Cassie.
Hot off the press, the news. Right.
I got some people coming out. I'm not sure what's going on. There is a pause. All the reporters, there seems to be a 5-minute pause. So there could be something going on. I'm not sure. But I'm sure like at the lunch hour, because they're going to be probably having lunch, I'm sure some reporters are going to come out that were in there, particularly this feed here. I like this Fox New York, and probably giving some key details that we still haven't. Well, maybe they'll fill in some of the blanks. I think we've covered a lot so far. All right, we got some names. She dropped some names. How would he keep tabs on you? Cassie testifies. We didn't live far apart. He sends security come to find me, or a trusted assistant. AUSA, like who? She says David James and Christina Coram. Was your relationship exclusive? She says no. So he would send a security team at her, or trusted assistant. Christina Coram and David James. We got 2 new names. Let me see who she is. She got a very, her name is spelled Christina K with a K, Ristina, Khorram. Combs' former chief of staff. So she just got name dropped. Combs' former chief of staff. Who would send a security team and his assistant to track her down. Was your relationship exclusive? No. What does that mean? Friends with benefits then? When she says no. It's a really bad look for Diddy. Over time, Cassie testified, Combs became increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent. Cassie said if she didn't respond to his call right away, there would be calls. There'd be constant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in the pursuit. Some really detailed stuff. Some people in the comments are saying at least she's putting out stuff before the defense can get her on cross. She's letting it out now, so she doesn't get, so the jury maybe not get blindsided on cross when the defense crosses it. Get that information out. Be ahead of it. Get ahead of it. Get ahead of the situation. All right, we're waiting for more. I also think they'd get a lunch break pretty soon. No one really a year ago, thought Diddy would be in this position right now. All right, so prosecutor asked Cassie, did you see other men? She says yes. Did Sean see other women? Cassie says yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Washington Post also has a thread up. The Washington Post thread is much, much clearer than the other ones. You know, one journalist might leave out stuff. All right, New York Times also has a thread up. Sean Combs' security personnel was around him 24 hours a day. Security protected him, kept an eye on me. That's what Cassie said. If Cassie made the wrong face, next thing you know, she'd be getting hit in the face. Damaging. Really damaging, folks. Really damaging testimony right now, folks. Who's coming out?
Thank you.
Dude, they shouldn't break for lunch in the middle of her getting really detailed here. Should do it. I think they're going to do it soon. Combs had control over what I was doing over every minute of the day. Cassie Ventura said Sean Diddy Combs would check in on what music she was working on, and he would give her busy work on projects never released. I think busy work, just the way I interpreted it, was just control. Control over what I was doing over every minute of the day. Ventura said if she didn't respond to Combs, he would call her constantly and then sometimes send someone over, usually security, to the home to check on her. Dude, it was like she was held hostage. This might be the kidnapping stuff, part of the kidnapping element of this. She's held against her will here. she's being held against her will. Like literally, like she can't break away. If she just looks the wrong way, she gets hit in the face. She can't leave. She got Combs's security and chief of staff tracking her down, running every aspect of her life. As we discussed, it appears he groomed her. It's up for debate, but to me, it seems like he totally groomed her. He's 17 years older. She's 21. He forces himself upon her on her 21st birthday. She didn't want it. And then really manipulated her and drew her into his web under total, absolute control. While he had the power, she was just young and up and coming. Mafia boss. Bad look on Combs. But again, there's two sides here, so it will be interesting to hear what the defense has to say when it's their time. But the prosecution is laying a foundation here with their key witness, their key victim, witness, testifying, Cassie Ventura. I mean, that's a pretty strong words here. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face. And it's stuff that has nothing to do with her. If she's just there and Diddy's having a bad day, or Diddy gets a bad phone call from some other thing, and if Cassie just happens to be there in his presence and he's dealing with some other issue and she just makes the wrong face or whatever, he takes it out on her. That's what she's saying. Like the issue at hand is not necessarily anything to do with him and her. It's just he's using her as a piñata, or just using her to release his frustration. I call it a slave. She had to do everything for him. Everything. No peace herself. Complete mental and physical, psychological control. The way she's describing it. All right, so she said she wanted to move to LA with him. Where did you live in LA? She says she lived at 875 Comstock Avenue in the Wilshire Corridor condos. How tall was the building? 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean used a golf cart to get back and forth. I'm going to put those two addresses in. So she said she lived at 875 Comstock Avenue. I'm going to put these addresses in. Basically the Los Angeles Country Club. So Cassie was staying at the by the Los Angeles Country Club. Pretty close to Beverly Hills. It's like Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. They got the fires out there in that area. And Diddy was staying at 200 South Mapleton. So I'm going to just put in the distance. And he would go back and forth in a golf cart. Oh, they were right down the street from one another. 1 mile away. 1 mile away. When she moved to LA to be close to him, he lived 1 mile away. Down the road. Beverly Glen Boulevard. And you literally, it's 1 mile. So he's in a golf cart. He's running around in a golf cart. Well, also, folks, look at that picture we got up on the screen. It's worth 1,000 words. Look at that. Seems like she's forced to be there. She's forced to be with him. She said he likes the company of women. I had to just really learn that over time, despite what we would tell me just between us, despite what he would tell me just between us. She continued, he made me feel like we were in this relationship more often than not. It was really me figuring out that we were not. Monogamous. Yeah, the headlines of the Washington Post right now. Cassie Ventura testifies about psychological abuse in Sean Combs' sex trafficking case. Well, it's more than psychological because she testified he hit her. He hit her in the face. The other individual, Mr. Phillip, who testified, by the way, the media is calling him Phillips. His last name is actually Phillip without the S, it appears. He testified that he also saw Diddy throw a bottle at Cassie and heard him slap her. He would knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in my head. So this is more than psychological. This is every type of abuse that you could think of. Again, I'll use the word slave. Slave. She was enslaved. She was trapped. She was tricked. Stockholm Syndrome. Slaved. Yeah. It's a big, big deal. She's very brave for this, wouldn't you say? Listen, she settled. She settled the civil suit. Why do you think she would even want to do this if she was lying? She got her money, right? She got her money. So why would she want to do this now if she was just lying? If it was just all about money, she got her money. I think she really wants to share how she was a victim. And she wants to share her story. And she feels like her life was destroyed by this guy. On numerous levels. She got her payday. Remember that. He settled quickly. Why did he settle quickly? Now we kind of know why he settled quickly. Right? I mean, these things are graphic. So expect the other victims to also kind of paint the pattern, a picture. So what do you think the jury's going to do? And even if the jury says, oh, we don't even believe Cassie, which I can't see why you wouldn't, but we'll see on cross. But then you got other ones. Jane, Gina, victim number 4. You got more. You just say everyone's lying. Oh, they're liar, 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 liar. On top of corroboration from witnesses. What are you going to think? All the witnesses, all the victims are lying. Everyone's just lying. The DV stuff is just a small part of this big thing with Diddy. There's a bigger picture here, folks. It's bigger. Bigger than just this. All right, we're going to continue to look and see what else she's saying. Who paid your rent in LA? Ventura says Sean Combs. Except I had a house in Studio City. Why'd you pay then? I could afford it then. And I wanted to have some control over my life. It was accepted. She goes by who? The prosecutor goes by who? She goes, Diddy. How many songs did you write with Sean Diddy Combs? Ventura says hundreds. Most were never released. Some got leaked to the internet. Some on mixtapes. How many albums on your deal were not released? She goes 9. Did you get paid for them? She says no. They had that 10 record deal and she didn't even get paid? She goes on to say, the freak-offs became my job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. Yo, that's crazy. So the way she's saying it, folks, is this was all about record deals and what she originally signed up for, and then it turned into not getting paid for none of that record stuff, and it turned into freak-offs. That was her job. And then she said she had to recover after the freak-offs. How much time in your week would the freak-offs take place? The longest was 4 days. Significant periods of time. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the girl's horrible. She literally saying she was a sex slave. That is crazy. She's saying that she literally was a 24-hour-a-day sex slave for Diddy and his freak-offs. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and everyone wants to know why he settled so quickly. One of the quickest settlements ever. There you go. One of probably many reasons. This is crazy, folks. It's definitely nauseating. I'm reading the comments. Keep your comments coming. Dude, she might need protective custody for life. She's literally going to take this guy out. Remember this photo? His confession video. The non-apology confession video. We're just throwing up Diddy's pictures of Cassie and all them while this is going on. All right, we might be on a break. I think we're on a lunch break. Lunch break, folks. Lunch break. We're on a lunch break. All right, so we should get some of these media outlets, and I'll scour around and try to get an analysis on reporters that are in there so they can share details. But I think we got the gist of what has been said so far. There might be some filler-ins and some details that we maybe missed. We're on a lunch break, so the lunch break will probably be for 45 minutes or so. We're going to stay with this. It's a big day.
I used to use Storm Tracker, but now they want me to pay and they stop the predictability. Cut you off at now. They show you before.
Unbelievable, folks. Dallas Austin, Britney Spears, Cassie, and Diddy. All right, testimony will resume after lunch. All right, so we only actually have only a half-hour lunch break. They're saying Cassie will return to the stand at 1 p.m. Eastern. Now, let me look here and see if we can get a reporter update. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, this is straight crazy. But we knew this was coming because we've been reading the court documents for months. I mean, this goes all the way back to the civil suit. Unbelievable, folks. I think this network here is going to come and do an analysis here. I'm going to look at it live now at Fox, see if they're saying anything. And we're going to get a play-by-play in a second, so I'm going to switch up here in a few. And we'll make the media rounds and see what the media outlets are saying in reference to this. We'll keep the photo up. He made a heart. This was addressed towards his family, which he also blew a kiss to.
Longest freak-off she was involved in lasted for 4 days. The freak-offs became a job, she said, noting that other encounters were from 36 to 48 hours. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. We are now learning that court is on lunch break. All right, everyone. So I'll just reloop some of these big updates that just came in for all of us here on Live Now from Fox. Remember, we are all in this together, getting these updates all in real time on Live Now from Fox. So let me do that for you, give you these updates all in real time. More key information. Cassie on the stand. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us worldwide, continuing to bring you these key details of the government's star witness on the stand right now. And we are awaiting this more updates from inside of the court. But I just want to give you some of the latest information that we are getting from our team of reporters that are inside of the courtroom. So let's just recap here. So Cassie Ventura is still on the stand right now, taking direct questions from the prosecution. Cassie Ventura didn't feel she had much of a choice but to participate in Sean Combs's freak off, she testified. Ventura, who described herself as naive and a total people pleaser, feared making him angry or uncomfortable with a rejection. Combs controlled much of her life, she said. Later, Ventura feared that she would be blackmailed with videos and images of her participation in the freak offs, as well as threatened with violence. He had many resources to spread those images on the internet, she said. It was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just remember my stomach falling to my butt, just the nervousness and confusion in that moment, Cassie Ventura said, recounting her feelings when she first learned about the nature of a freak off. She was 22 at the time and didn't have a concept how that would be a turn on, she said. But Ventura said she loved Combs very much and wanted to make him happy. Cassie Ventura is testifying about these freak offs, which she says Sean Combs introduced her to within the first year of their relationship. We are getting some new details as well. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. So again, we are getting just more information about this lifestyle that Diddy had, where she says that he had many girlfriends at the time, but still felt that he was pursuing her in a monogamous way at times because they were spending more times together. Also, as she mentioned, that during their hotel stays, they talk about the music industry, talk about music videos and making music, but also he would want her to perform oral sex on him as well. She also described herself as being inexperienced in sexual nature at times as well, as he had 17 years of age on her. So again, these are just some of these early moments that we are getting. Remember, they started off with the freak offs, talking a little bit more about that, but now we are getting more into the relationship, how it started, what it was like to date Diddy, and how she felt that there was multiple girlfriends that he had at any point in the relationship. So again, wait for more holes to try to be dug by the defense once they get into the cross-examination. We are not expecting that to happen today. I think for the most part, direct testimony for the prosecution will continue for Cassie as she is on this stand and really recounting in her memory what she felt the vibe was of the relationship, what the asks were from Diddy early on when they were just hanging out, and how it turned very sexual very fast, and was really sexually energized at times during the relationship early on, and how she felt that why having another sexual partner would be intriguing for him, why it would be intriguing for him to watch her have sex with another man. And she said she was all new to this lifestyle, and that will can be continued to talk about. Prosecution really wants to set the tone right now and continue to talk about how she felt she was naive at this, how she didn't know about maybe some of the innuendo.
It's a bad look for Diddy.
About the lifestyle that Diddy seemed to be so wrapped up in, and how she felt at times it was very scary for her to be in this relationship, because she didn't know at any time when he might snap off from not having a freak off. So not having a freak off could mean, according to her, that he would really go violent in nature. And this has been discussed and talked about sometime during these allegations. So again, waiting for more key details here, everyone. We are continuing to update you in real time as more details are coming out in these wild escapades of Diddy and Cassie. Again, just moments ago, after Sean Combs kissed her at her 21st birthday party in Las Vegas, Cassie testified that he would invite her to meetings in hotel rooms in New York. She said she felt nervous but excitement at the same time. We're going to talk about music, or we're going to talk about what's next, Ventura recalled thinking. Over this period of time, Combs introduced her to oral sex. Ventura said, he just kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating.
This is a recap, folks.
For the first time, she recounted, she said she was completely sexually inexperienced at that time and was in a relationship with another person here. So again, we are providing you these details as they are coming in. We know that they are, again, very sexually natured, very sexually charged. So viewer discretion is advised at times right now. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Cassie testifying right now. That prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007. Shortly after the trip to Miami, another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arms wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him, she said. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. And it can also maybe come out from the prosecution in a little bit that maybe he didn't want to go public about it either, because he was in multiple relationships as well there. So again, we are waiting on major updates. Cassie on the stand, really dialing back now and going back into the history of the relationship. And we'll continue to talk about that really in nature right now. I want to just go back for our viewers just joining us here on the live now from Fox. It's always great to have you here as we update you all in real time. It looks like we are getting another update from a court reporter inside, and saying at times in her testimony, Cassie has rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she has dabbed her eyes with a tissue. So it is getting emotional now inside of the courtroom. And again, we are waiting for more of these major updates. But Cassie now really detailing the early parts of the relationship. Said she first had sex with Sean Combs on a boat in Miami. And then after that, more encounters would happen at hotel rooms. Very, everyone right now is focused on Cassie, the star witness from the prosecution. And let me just give you a little bit of insight of why the prosecution is dialing it back right now.
Mother's coming out for lunch.
About the early stages of this relationship. First, they don't want to go heavy right now and ask some hard-hitting questions and really some graphic natured questions to Cassie. They want to ease her into this process. Remember, she is nervous right now. She is on the stand. She is pregnant with her third child, and it's let's face it, it's very awkward at this moment for her to talk about this sexual nature. Also, it could be embarrassing for her as well, if she's a very private person. Having this all out there, of course, is now troubling for her. But again, let's talk about the dialing back, not just to ease her into this, but really give the jury a sense of who she is as a person. They want to paint her as not someone who was in the swinger lifestyle before she met Diddy. They want to paint her as someone who entered into a swinger lifestyle when she became comfortable with Diddy and was in a relationship with Diddy. And they're also talking about how she felt pressured that if she didn't go into this swinger lifestyle with Diddy, that it would be detrimental to not only her career, but maybe detrimental to her physical well-being, talking about how there's physical violence in the relationship, mental abuse as well. So this is all being very, very carefully calculated by the prosecution to set this up. Remember, defense right now, they just have to listen to this direct testimony from Cassie, but they are taking notes. Believe me, they are taking notes during this time, trying to find some holes which they could attack during the cross-examination when that does happen here. So again, we're waiting on more updates for you here on Live Now from Fox again, as Cassie is recounting the early stages in this lifestyle with Diddy. And I'm just waiting for more updates from the court right now to really, as they describe these early stages for Diddy and Cassie. Cassie traced the beginning of her romantic relationship with Sean Combs to a trip the pair took back in Miami a few months after her 21st birthday. It was the first time that they had sex, Ventura said, and the first time she initially and intentionally took ecstasy. After that trip, we were just together, Ventura said. I'd become one of his girlfriends after that trip. At the time, Ventura thought they might be in a monogamous relationship. I can't say naive enough, Ventura said, describing her mindset at the time here. Just waiting more key details here on Live Now from Fox. Again, you are with us here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Again, everyone, viewer discretion advised during this very sexually charged graphic nature. So what I'm going to do is just put this on the screen here for you, just in case if you're just maybe joining us, you know, some of the content here that is described in open court can be, you know, very sexually charged, and viewer discretion is advised. All right, let's wait for more of these updates here on Live Now from Fox as they're coming in. Cassie is on the stand. Again, it is the star witness for the prosecution. Once again, folks, we are awaiting more key information. Cassie on the stand. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us worldwide, continuing to bring you these key details of the government's star witness on the stand right now. And we are awaiting this more updates from inside of the court. But I just want to give you some of the latest information that we are getting from our team of reporters that are inside of the courtroom. So let's just recap here. So Cassie Ventura is still on the stand right now, taking direct questions from the prosecution. Cassie Ventura didn't feel she had much of a choice but to participate in Sean Combs's freak-off, she testified. Ventura, who described herself as naive and a total people pleaser, feared making him angry or uncomfortable with a rejection Combs controlled much of her life, she said. Later, Ventura feared that she would be blackmailed with videos and images of her participation in the freak-offs, as well as threatened with violence. He had many resources to spread those images on the internet, she said. It was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just remember my stomach falling to my butt, just the nervousness and confusion in that moment, Cassie Ventura said, recounting her feelings when she first learned about the nature of a freak off. She was 22 at the time and didn't have a concept how that would be a turn on, she said. But Ventura said she loved Combs very much and wanted to make him happy. Cassie Ventura is testifying about these freak offs, which she says Sean Combs introduced her to within the first year of their relationship. We are getting some new details as well. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. So again, we are getting just more information about this lifestyle that Diddy had, where she says that he had many girlfriends at the time, but still felt that he was pursuing her in a monogamous way at times because they were spending more times together. Also, as she mentioned, that during their hotel stays, they talk about the music industry, talk about music videos and making music, but also he would want her to perform oral sex on
That's
him
crazy.
as well. She also described herself as
He
being
tricked her.
inexperienced in sexual nature at times as well, as he had 17 years of age on her. So again, these are just some of these early moments that we are getting.
Like
Remember,
grooming.
they started off with the freak offs, talking a little bit more about that, but now we are getting more into the relationship, how it started, what it was like to date Diddy, and how she felt that there was multiple girlfriends that he had at any point in the relationship. So again, wait for more holes to try to be dug by the defense once they get into the cross-examination. We are not expecting that to happen today. I think
this is going to be days for her to be on the
testimony
stand.
for the prosecution will continue for Cassie as she is on this stand and really recounting in her memory what she felt the vibe was of the relationship, what the asks were from Diddy early on when they were just hanging out, and how it turned very sexual very fast, and was really sexually energized at times during the relationship early on, and how she felt that why having another sexual partner would be intriguing for him, why it would be intriguing for him to watch her have sex with another man. And she said she was all new to this lifestyle, and that can be continued to talk about. Prosecution really wants to set the tone right now and continue to talk about how she felt she was naive at this, how she didn't know about maybe some of the innuendos, something about the lifestyle that Diddy seemed to be so wrapped up in, and how she felt at times it was very scary for her to be in this relationship because she didn't know at any time when he might snap off from not having a freak off. So not having a freak off could mean, according to her, that he would really go violent in nature. And this has been discussed and talked about sometime during these allegations. So again, waiting for more key details here, everyone. We are continuing to update you in real time as more
So it looks like the
details
break
are coming
will
out in these wild
go on to about 1.
escapades of Diddy and Cassie. Again,
Man,
just
that's
moments ago,
damaging.
after Sean Combs kissed her at her 21st birthday party in Las Vegas, Cassie testified that he would invite her to meetings in hotel rooms in New York. She said she felt nervous but excitement at the same time. We're going to talk about music, or we're going to talk about what's next, Ventura recalled thinking. Over this period of time, Combs introduced her to oral sex. Ventura said, he just kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating. After he performed it on her for the first time, she recounted, she said she was completely sexually inexperienced at that time and was in a relationship with another person here. So again, we are providing you these details as they are coming in. We know that they are, again, very sexually natured, very sexually charged. So viewer discretion is advised at times right now. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Cassie testifying right now. That prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid 2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007. Shortly after the trip to Miami, another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arms wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him, she said. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. And it can also maybe come out from the prosecution in a little bit that maybe he didn't want to go public about it either because he was in multiple relationships as well there. So again, we are waiting on major updates. Cassie on the stand, really dialing back now and going back into the history of the relationship. And we'll continue to talk about that really in nature right now. I want to just go back for our viewers just joining us here on the live now from Fox. It's always great to have you here as we update you all in real time. It looks like we are getting another update from a court reporter inside and saying at times in her testimony, Cassie has rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she has dabbed her eyes with a tissue. So it is getting emotional now inside of the courtroom. And again, we are waiting for more of these major updates. But Cassie now really detailing the early parts of the relationship. Said she first had sex with Sean Combs on a boat in Miami. And then after that, more encounters would happen at hotel rooms. Very, everyone right now is focused on Cassie, the star witness from the prosecution. And let me just give you a little bit of insight of why the prosecution is dialing it back right now, talking about the early stages of this relationship. First, they don't want to go heavy right now and ask some hard-hitting questions and really some graphic natured questions to Cassie. They want to ease her into this process. Remember, she is nervous right now. She is on the stand. She's pregnant with her third child. And let's face it, it's very awkward at this moment for her to talk about this sexual nature. Also, it could be embarrassing for her as well. If she's a very private person, having this all out there, of course, is now troubling for her. But again, let's talk about the dialing back, not just to ease her into this, but really give the jury a sense of who she is as a person. They want to paint her as not someone who was in this swinger lifestyle before she met Diddy. They want to paint her as someone who entered into a swinger lifestyle when she became comfortable with Diddy and was in a relationship with Diddy. And they're also talking about how she felt pressured that if she didn't go into this swinger lifestyle with Diddy, that it would be detrimental to not only her career, but maybe detrimental to her physical well-being, talking about how there's physical violence in the relationship, mental abuse as well. So this is all being very, very carefully calculated by the prosecution to set this up. Remember, defense right now, they just have to listen to this direct testimony from Cassie, but they are taking notes. Believe me, they are taking notes during this time, trying to find some holes which they could attack during the cross-examination when that does happen here. So again, we're waiting on more updates for you here on Live Now from Fox again, as Cassie is recounting the early stages in
All
this
right, so you see this?
lifestyle with Diddy. And I'm just waiting for more updates from the court right now to really, as they describe these early stages for Diddy and Cassie. Cassie traced the beginning of her romantic relationship with Sean Combs to a trip the pair took back in Miami a few months after her 21st birthday. It was the first time that they had sex, Ventura said, and the first time she initially and intentionally took ecstasy. After that trip, we were just together, Ventura said. I'd become one of his girlfriends after that trip. At the time, Ventura thought they might be in a monogamous relationship. I can't say naive enough, Ventura said, describing her mindset at the time here.
Family coming in. Look at the film crew.
Just waiting more key details here on Live Now from Fox. Again, you are with us here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Again, everyone, viewer discretion advised during this very sexually charged graphic nature. So what I'm going to do is just put this on the screen here for you, just in case if you're just maybe joining us, you know, some of the content here that is described in open court can be, you know, very sexually charged, and viewer discretion is advised.
All right, so family coming in. Court's going to be back in session at 1 p.m. They say.
On Live Now from Fox as they're coming in. Cassie is on the stand. Again, it is the star witness for the prosecution. Once again, folks, we are awaiting more key information. Cassie on the stand. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us worldwide, continuing to bring you these key details of the government's star witness on the stand right now. And we are awaiting this more updates from inside of the court. But I just want to give you some of the latest information that we are getting from our team of reporters that are inside of the courtroom. So let's just recap here. So Cassie Ventura is still on the stand right now, taking direct questions from the prosecution. Cassie Ventura didn't feel she had much of a choice but to participate in Sean Combs's freak-off, she testified. Ventura, who described herself as naive and a total people pleaser, feared making him angry or uncomfortable with a rejection. Combs controlled much of her life, she said. Later, Ventura feared that she would be blackmailed with videos and images of her participation in the freak-offs, as well as threatened with violence. He had many resources to spread those images on the internet, she said. It was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming, so it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just remember my stomach falling to my butt, just the nervousness and confusion in that moment, Cassie Ventura said, recounting her feelings when she first learned about the nature of a freak-off. She was 22 at the time and didn't have a concept how that would be a turn-on, she said. But Ventura said she loved Combs very much and wanted to make him happy. Cassie Ventura is testifying about these freak-offs, which he says Sean Combs introduced her to within the first year of their relationship. We are getting some new details as well. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. So again, we are getting just more information about this lifestyle that Diddy had, where she says that he had many girlfriends at the time, but still felt that he was pursuing her in a monogamous way at times because they were spending more times together. Also, as she mentioned, that during their hotel stays, they. All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox, back here out live, bringing you these updates as we wait for them to come back to court. I'll be with you throughout the afternoon on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us worldwide, as always. All right, let's continue to bring you some updates from reporters that continue to talk about this case inside of the courtroom. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went towards the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just to try to feel normal again. Throughout we're also getting some reports on the composure of Cassie during these opening statements. And looks like we are getting some more members
coming back into court.
People that are coming into court
Lunch
right
break
now.
over.
But, throughout her morning of testimony, Cassie Ventura kept her composure mostly, but blotted her eyes and nose with a tissue at times, although she did not appear to be crying. She sometimes took pauses and breathed heavily between questions. Jurors watched her closely throughout. When she entered the courtroom, Sean Combs turned to watch her. She appeared to have no interest in returning his gaze. It was the first time the pair had seen each other in person since Kim Porter's funeral in 2018. As she walked down the aisle of the gallery, Ventura looked straight ahead and walked past the defense table wearing a brown calf-length turtleneck dress and visibly very pregnant. Ventura smiled at prosecutor Emily Johnson before taking a seat.
We're about to get back started.
Sean Combs appeared to be watching his former girlfriend Cassie Ventura closely throughout the morning testimony without much reaction or asides to his attorneys. But Combs looked at the jury for a few seconds as Ventura detailed the first time he kissed her in the bathroom of a Las Vegas hotel suite during a celebration for her 21st birthday party bash.
I think this afternoon is going to be some really crazy stuff coming out. Already, I mean, she's already shown a pattern of just abuse on all levels, psychological, physical. And we're going to get more key details here underway very, very shortly. Let's see if we're actually starting. The family has arrived back from a lunch break. They probably went down the street just to grab something, get out of that courthouse. But what do you think Diddy's families, particularly his children, his mom, sitting there listening, do you think they knew he was involved on this level with Cassie? It's shocking. She literally testified that he beat her, forced her to have sex with someone else while he watched. Complete control. His assistants and security would track her down and control every aspect of her life. He forced himself upon her when she was 21 at her birthday, kissing her, gave her ecstasy. They first had sex with one another down there in Miami. You think she's lying? Does anyone think she's lying? It's very, I mean, this is a victim here. That's 9 months.
It is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. Just awaiting court to be back in session. Just past 1 o'clock out on the East Coast, just past 10 a.m. on the West Coast. I am your host, Mike Pace. Great to be with you as we continue to bring you some of these big updates regarding the Diddy trial. Cassie Ventura is on the stand and will continue to do so and take questions from the prosecution. Just before the lunch break, we were getting into some of the big details of the so-called freak-offs and just how long they could last. At times, Cassie said her longest exposure to a freak-off lasted for 4 days, and it was a marathon sex session, as well as drug use, alcohol use, and so much more. So that was detailed. We're expecting to hear more about these freak-offs now that we've been hearing the background of the information about Diddy and Cassie as a couple, as early parts in the relationship. We are expecting now prosecution to really deep dive into Cassie's role here in these freak-offs. Just before the lunch break, we were learning that, of course, Cassie was signed to a 10-record label deal. So 10 records for the Bad Boy label. Only one record came out. Cassie feels like Diddy did not produce up much of another album, even though she was working on hundreds of songs. She said, my main job was to perform in these freak-offs, and she would need a time off after the long exposure to sexual activity to recover from the drug use, the alcohol abuse, and the physical exertion from having sex with these male escorts. So let's continue to wait for more updates here on Live Now from Fox, so bringing you these updates when we get them worldwide to you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Afternoon testimony continues. What we learned from Cassie's testimony so far, as you've been hearing it there, we've been discussing in real time as she was testifying. Talked about the early stages of her relationship with Diddy, the different sides of Diddy, his mood swings, which basically she said if he had the wrong, or if she shown the wrong face, she would get hit in the face. Freak offs, sex marathon sessions, all the abuse. One thing that also sticks out, keeping broken devices. Ventura revealed in court that she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones because she didn't know what exactly was on them and feared blackmail materials would become public. She had to recover for days after these freak offs. That is sick. Beyond sick. You think that she just wanted to be a willing participant and just wanted to do this? No, she had to do it. And that's what's being testified. She had to do the freak offs. She was controlled, manipulated, blackmailed, threatened, extorted, abused. Who in their right mind would want to go on freak offs for days with weird people? Think she wanted that? Apparently, he drugged her up. He made her take ecstasy. It's been testified. And I think we're going to get some really crazy more details here shortly. So I got the feeds up. I'm just waiting for All Rise, court back in session. Haven't seen it yet. Diddy probably had a bottle of baby oil in his fur jacket there. But again, look at that one photo. That photo is very telling, considering what we knew now. Nobody questioned that photo when it was taken back in the day. But now that we know what's up, she didn't want to be there. Seems like she was forced to be there with Diddy. Unhappy. Like she had to perform a show. The image to be with Diddy. She didn't want to be there. He originally signed her to do 10 albums. She didn't get paid for anything. Instead, that original deal turned into her doing freak offs. That's what Diddy was using her for. Freak offs. His slave. His slave. Defense lawyers for Diddy indicate Tuesday that they may call Cassie's husband, Alex Fine, to the stand to testify about allegations that Combs, did that to Ventura in 2018. This is crazy, folks. We got really good updates thus far. Let me see if I can provide any additional information. Sean is a really polarizing figure. On News Nation, they were saying that Diddy was putting drugs in the baby oil. Blue Dolphin. This guy had power. He had money. He was the shot caller. He was the boss. He controlled everything. And you could arguably say that he groomed her. He groomed her. He's 17 years older than her. She's just making it right into the early 20s. Whole future ahead of her. And he's like, here you go. Crazy. JLR Investigates. Okay, so we haven't, let's see. Are we all rise again? Court back in session. Not yet.
And we are here with you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate all our new viewers continuing to watch with us. Cassie is on the stand, continuing to talk about their relationship. And we just discussed moments ago how the prosecution is now trying to establish for the jurors that early on in the relationship, Cassie was very jealous because that there was multiple partners that not only she had, but also that he was experiencing while they were seeing each other on and off. So this is crucial because the defense is going to try to poke holes and say that they had a very, very jealous relationship, that because she was so jealous that maybe she would come up with different ideas in her head about how the relationship was perceived and so forth after that. So that is crucial for the prosecution right now to be entertaining these ideas and also suggesting it to the jury that, again, when we're talking about the sexual nature of Cassie early on, she's describing there on the witness stand in open court about how she felt sexually inexperienced before coming into the relationship with Diddy, and that he introduced her to the swinger lifestyle, to also this voyeurism. But they briefly touched upon that when the initial testimony began from Cassie on the stand. Now it's going more into the relationship and how she felt jealous in the early stages. She also had that jealousy, they are alleging, because he was in multiple relationships at the time, as she was. She describes that too. So that's important to get that out there as well for all our new viewers continuing to watch with us, getting these updates all in real time, as really establishing the relationship between Diddy and Cassie, and talking about the psychological abuse that she felt. That is more testimony that is being described right now on this witness stand, where he would call her so many times during the day, message her, and she would have to say where she was at all times. And if she let some of those calls go, there would be knocks on her door, she alleges, from Diddy's staff, Diddy's entourage, maybe security guards as well. They would put the notion out there that you have to always respond to Diddy, and that Diddy always wanted to know where she was. This goes in line with the jealousy questioning that is going on right now between the prosecution and Cassie on the stand, to really try to nail home for the jurors, to show that this was not only a physical violent relationship the prosecution is alleging, but also very mental abuse as well, wanting to know what you're doing at all times. She felt at times she was assigned busy work for him, because he felt, according to the prosecution, that if she was not responding to him, that she may have been doing something else, maybe something sexually else with somebody else. And that infuriated Diddy to a point where he had to have his entourage and members of his team continuing to check in on Cassie. So that is where we're at right now here in this trial. We're continuing to get the updates all in real time. I do want to give you just some more of what we have seen already today. Maybe if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox as well. We are learning, again, jealousy being cited during these opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Also, we are learning about the initial first stages of their relationship and their sexual encounters together. Elaborating on why she felt it was so difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being disseminated on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming. Cassie said it's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen or would happen. After touching on the violence and freak-offs as well that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her, and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many, many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami where they had sex on. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At particularly emotional points during this testimony, she has dabbed her eyes with tissues. She also said over times, Cassie has testified, Combs had become increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent as well. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in the pursuit. Jealousy was cited during opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, like the company of women, she recalls. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. We are now being told
they're back on
information,
stand,
including she noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles.
So she's back on the stand.
And made a lot of unannounced visits. We're live for you on Live Now from Fox. The lunch break is now over. Cassie is back on the stand. So we are just getting this information to you. We wanted to bring that back. Court back in session, according to court reporters. Cassie Ventura is back on the witness stand now with a long coat on. The judge asked if she was a bit cold. Ventura did not, and the judge said that they would try to do something about the temperature inside of the courtroom. Also, throughout the start of Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is about to resume, family and other supporters for Sean Combs showed little reaction to some of the more sensitive things she testified about. Several times, Combs' late ex-girlfriend, Kim Porter, was mentioned by a witness. Some of the adult children Porter shared with Combs were in the room and remained dispassionate. So again, we are here with you on Live Now from Fox, just waiting some more early testimony remarks from Cassie, and we will present that to you and bring that back to you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Stand by.
All right, so Cassie's being asked about their bad boy manager of Bad Boy Records. She's saying James Cruz. She threw out a name named James Cruz. So we're going to get more information about exactly what she's saying here. So stand by. 1:16 p.m. Eastern. We're back. Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? She says James Cruz. What did he tell you? that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. How did you make money if your records weren't being released? Ventura says, I was hosting parties when Sean P. Diddy approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? Ventura, Cassie says that I look too Mexican with my hair like that. How did he like your nails? She goes, white, French tipped. Hair? It varied. She says she shaved her head in 219. Your body? He told me to work out. Prepare for the freak offs. How did you feel about his comments? She goes, it varied. So it's basically is not only that, but he's basically telling her even how to dress, how to look, working out to be prepared for the freak offs. Like he's literally using her as his human prostitute. His own personal prostitute for others. He's a pimp. It's what it appears people are saying in the chat. He's a pimp. Diddy's a pimp. He's pimping her out. He's pimping her out. Telling her how to do nails, hair, workouts. Has nothing to do with music at this point. Music is done. He didn't release nothing when she signed. Hardly anything. Maybe something little. But it's more about manipulating her and bringing her in this web under the guise that he's going to produce things for her, but it didn't turn into music to produce. It turned into freak offs. This is crazy. Cassie back on the stand. Judge asked if she's all right. You know, she's pregnant. You really think Cassie wants to be up on the stand pregnant like this? Any decision had to go through Combs. That's what she testified. Any decision had to go through Combs. Let's see what the AP has to say. All right, nothing new on that aspect. See what the Washington Post has to say. Oh, by the way, I got a photo here. I'm going to get this photo up in a second.
Back to Live
Cassie
Now
testified.
Fox
It's an art
Worldwide
sketch. As some of you know,
as we are bringing you the latest updates regarding Cassie on the stand as day 2 of the Diddy trial does continue after the short lunch break, about 45 minutes. We come back to you with much, much more, waiting for the major updates inside the courtroom from court reporters, and then we will bring that to you all in real time. But I just want to check in with everyone and say I appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us here. We are all in this together, obviously, because we do not have the video feed from inside. There is no video of this taking place because it is a federal case. No cameras allowed inside the courtroom. So we are dependent on the court reporters that are bringing us the information really as it comes in and as it's mentioned. Cassie on the stand right now talking about first her relationship with Diddy, how they met, what she was introduced in. And prosecution really wanted to drive home the fact today and really tried to showcase to the jury that Cassie came into this relationship really as a innocent person when it comes to sexual activities. They did not want to have it come across that maybe and have some doubt in the minds of some of the jurors because she was an entertainer, because she was in the music industry, that she may have had a lot of sexual experience. They were trying to really nip that in the bud early on here in this testimony. And Cassie described on the stand in open court how she was inexperienced when she was early on in this relationship with Diddy, and that He introduced her to not only oral sex, but voyeurism, swinger attitudes, and swinger parties, as well as what is described as these freak-offs. Of course, these freak-offs have been really crucial in the early testimony and talking to the fact that if Cassie did not perform in these freak-offs, she felt that Diddy would somehow try to blackmail her with maybe some of the recorded images that he had, or just try to sabotage her career. So she felt at every turn in the Diddy relationship that she had to obey him and do what he asked. Now, he is 17 years older than Cassie, and she felt that at times she was very, very emotional when it came to performing in these so-called freak-offs that included baby oil, that included male escorts, that included Diddy in the corner of the room, sometimes recording it, sometimes even masturbating to it as well in the corner, and directing what the male performer and Cassie should be doing. So we are just getting into the early stages. Right before the break, we learned of the freak-offs and what they consisted of, and sometimes a marathon sessions filled with drugs, alcohol, of course, sex, and sometimes those would last for up to 4 days. Cassie said in open court that that was the longest freak-off experience that she had, and it would take days and days after to recuperate from the drug use, the alcohol use, and the physical exertion from sexual activities. So we are going to be learning a lot more here as Cassie is back on the stand. We are bringing you this information worldwide on Live Now from Fox as it does become available here to us. Again, our court reporters are in there, and again, we're waiting for more information.
All right, so that is a photograph on the right of Cassie. And she's facing Diddy right there. Diddy has to watch. Ventura said if Combs disapproved of her, his staff would take away her belongings. Cassie Ventura testified if Sean Diddy Combs disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings. I would get my car taken away. I'd get kicked out of the house, my apartment. I had my jewelry taken away. It was very random, depending on how he felt. Ventura said there were times when Combs personally took her electronics from her, and other times his security personnel did it. Okay, so his security did it too. So why, what's up with the security? She would eventually get the items back. It depended how long I was being punished for. Sean would give them back to me if I would go to his house. So the way she describes that is as if she was getting showered with gifts from Diddy. But if she didn't do what Diddy wanted, Diddy and or his security would come and take the stuff away just so that she would go back to him. If she went back to him, she'd get the stuff back. Remember, he had her under a web, folks, it appears. He's 17 years older than her. He's, has control over her, every aspect of her life. Now punishing her by taking things away. What else did Sean pay for? Cars? Did he give you cash? Yes. But he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away?
New updates
My
from the court
self-confidence.
reporter. Cassie Ventura is testifying that her control-obsessed ex-boyfriend, Sean Combs, was intensively involved in her appearance throughout their relationship, making comments and demands daily. She said Combs would tell her that I look too Mexican with my hair like that, or I needed to have my nails done a certain way. Ventura told the jury that she and Combs discussed whether she should get breast implants, and that her look during their freak-off sessions was especially important to him. Some days he would want me to be really sexy and to be his woman. Other days, she testified just moments ago.
He don't want her to look too Mexican. What does that mean? Is P. Diddy a racist? I asked that question. But the prosecutor did say, what else did he take away? And she said, my self-confidence. He sucked it right out of her self-confidence. Who would take things away? Staff. Who took your laptop and phone? Security. How long would they be gone for? However long I was punished for. How often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Daily. Who are these in the photos? Christina Coran, this chief of staff, and Miss Fletcher. Okay, we got Miss Fletcher now. We have another name, Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock, he was Sean's security.
Regarding Cassie Ventura on the stand after this lunch break, viewer discretion is always heavily advised as we are talking about extreme sexual nature and experiences involved as Cassie is describing it to the prosecution right now. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We'll be with you for the duration of this trial and giving you some insight from the court reporters that are bringing us these updates all in real time. But again, I do want to bring you the latest updates and really just go back a little bit, just in case maybe some viewers are just joining us on live now from Fox and wanting to know the latest updates, as well as just some of this early testimony from Cassie, who is on the stand. She is noticeably pregnant. She is also taking deep breaths and sometimes pausing as she spoke here.
That photo there is very telling,
Cassie
too.
describes
Prosecutors tweeting at Diddy.
that were the highly orchestrated sex parties when she said stemmed from Combs's interest in voyeurism. They would entail hiring an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean, Cassie said. Shown still images from the now infamous 2016 security camera footage of Combs beating her at a LA hotel. Cassie said, prior to the altercation, we were having an encounter called a freak off, and I was leaving from there. Cassie, noticeably pregnant on the witness stand, was emotional from the start. She would take deep breaths and sometimes pause as she spoke. When the prosecutor questioned her about freak offs, she said she was barely 22 when Combs first asked her to do them. She said she was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. Asked how she felt when Combs first proposed engaging in a freak off, Cassie said, I just remember my stomach falling to my butt. Just the nervousness and confusion in that moment. She said she didn't feel like she could say no to Combs because she didn't know what no could be or what no could turn into. What she said she learned could include violence and blackmail threats. Sean controlled a lot of my life, whether it was a career, the way I dressed, everything he controlled. I just didn't have much say in it at the time, Cassie testified. Elaborating on why she felt it was difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being being displayed on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming. Cassie said, it's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen. Cassie talked about Combs kissing her for the first time during a 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas. After touching on the violence and freak-offs that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite.
All right.
I was
So
just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very, very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When the assistant U.S. attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at those hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said that she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. And she said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the very first time. Having sex with Combs for the first time, it felt like a turning point for Cassie, she testified. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said, she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid 2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, Cassie said on the stand. Cassie
Suge
noted
Knight
that
just
early
got
on
brought
in their
up.
relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At times in her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she sniffled and dabbed her eyes with the tissue. Over time, Cassie testified Combs became increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights, if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in on the pursuit. Cassie testified that she was insanely jealous at the beginning of her relationship with Combs. Jealousy was cited during opening statements yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. Prosecutors delved deeper into the control Cassie says Combs exerted over her. She noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, had his own set of keys, and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get to one residence to another. The freak-offs became a job, Cassie said in open court. She testified that the longest freak-off she was involved in lasted for 4 days. She noted that these were marathon sessions that lasted anywhere from 36 to 48 hours sometimes. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. Cassie testified about her music career and unreleased material as well. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again, as she testified in open court here. So again, more updates continuing to come through, all right here on Live Now from Fox. So we are doing our best to get these updates for you in real time to the best of our abilities right here, bringing you the reaction from court reporters inside right now as they are doing the work here of getting us the information. We should also know that Cassie Ventura is now being asked about Sean Combs's associates. She mentioned some associates who were trusted Combs assistants. She is also being asked about members of Combs's security staff. Earlier, Ventura testified that Combs employees would track her down when she tried to avoid the hip hop executive. This is all coming to talk about the abuse and really the mental abuse that Diddy is alleged to have, that Cassie is now trying to zero in on with the prosecutors. So we'll continue to wait for more updates. Stay with us worldwide on Live Now from Fox.
All right, JLR Investigates. So there has been some talk. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? So Suge Knight's name has been name dropped. Yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? I cried. I said, don't do something stupid. Were you ever handed a gun? Yes. We were doing a club in downtown LA. We've taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put a gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean. She's also said that did Sean have safes inside his home? She goes, yes. What have you observed?
The latest updates regarding Cassie Ventura on the stand after this lunch break. Viewer discretion is always heavily advised as we are talking about extreme sexual nature and experiences involved, as Cassie is describing it to the prosecution right now. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We'll be with you for the duration of this trial and giving you some insight from the court reporters that are bringing us these updates all in real time. But again, I do want to bring you the latest updates and really just go back a little bit, just in case maybe some viewers are just joining us on Live Now from Fox and wanting to know the latest updates, as well as just some of this early testimony
graphic
from Cassie, who is on the stand. She is noticeably pregnant. She is also taking deep breaths and sometimes pausing as she spoke here. Cassie describes freak-offs that were the highly orchestrated sex parties, when she said stemmed from Combs's interest in voyeurism. They would entail hiring an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean, Cassie said. Sean shown still images from the now infamous 2016 security camera footage of Combs beating her at a LA hotel. Cassie said, prior to the altercation, we were having an encounter called a freak off, and I was leaving from there. Cassie, noticeably pregnant on the witness stand, was emotional from the start. She would take deep breaths and sometimes pause as she spoke. When the prosecutor questioned her about freak-offs, she said she was barely 22 when Combs first asked her to do them. She said she was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. Asked how she felt when Combs first proposed engaging in a freak-off, Cassie said, I just remember my stomach falling to my butt. Just the nervousness and confusion in that moment. She said she didn't feel like she could say no to Combs because she didn't know what no could be or what no could turn into. What she said she learned could include violence and blackmail threats. Sean controlled a lot of my life, whether it was a career, the way I dressed, everything he controlled. I just didn't have much say in it at the time, Cassie testified. Elaborating on why she felt it was difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being being displayed on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming. Cassie said, it's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen. Cassie talked about Combs kissing her for the first time during a 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas. After touching on the violence and freak-offs that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very, very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When the Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at those hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said that she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. And she said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the very first time. Having sex with Combs for the first time, it felt like a turning point for Cassie, she testified. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said, she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, Cassie said on the stand. Cassie noted that early on in their relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At times in her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she sniffled and dabbed her eyes with the tissue. Over time, Cassie testified Combs became increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights, if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in on the pursuit. Cassie testified that she was insanely jealous at the beginning of her relationship with Combs. Jealousy was cited during opening statements yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. Prosecutors delved deeper into the control Cassie says Combs exerted over her. She noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, had his own set of keys, and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get to one residence to another. The freak-offs became a job, Cassie said in open court. She testified that the longest freak-off she was involved in lasted for 4 days. She noted that these
4
were
days.
marathon sessions that lasted anywhere from 36 to 48 hours sometimes. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. Cassie testified about her music career and unreleased material as well. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again, as she testified in open court here. So again, more updates continuing to come through, all right here on Live Now from Fox. So we are doing our best to get these updates for you in real time to the best of our abilities right here, bringing you the reaction from court reporters inside right now as they are doing the work here of getting us the information. We should also know that Cassie Ventura is now being asked about Sean Combs's associates. She mentioned some associates were trusted Combs assistants. She is also being asked about members of Combs's security staff. Earlier, Ventura testified that Combs employees would track her down when she tried to avoid the hip-hop executive. This is all coming to talk about the abuse and really the mental abuse that Diddy is alleged to have, that Cassie is now trying to zero in on with the prosecutors. So we'll continue to wait for more updates. All right, just some of the updates from earlier. Back out live with you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the latest.
So it was talked
all
about
our new viewers continuing to be with us
Suge Knight
worldwide
incident.
on Live Now from Fox. Cassie is back on the stand in day 2 of the Diddy trial. Already explosive, already very, very sexually graphic. That's why we have the viewer discretion advised up there for our viewers, because some of the things that we do discuss are very graphic in nature as these court reports continue to come on, talking about the sexual nature of the relationship of Cassie and Diddy, but also the alleged physical violence, mental abuse, and so much more. But let's talk a little bit about how the defense right now is preparing for cross-examination, whether that comes later this afternoon or tomorrow. We should let you know that they are definitely taking notes on all of the remarks that Cassie is doing. And some of the ways that Cassie is going to be cross-examined by Diddy's defense team are going to be on a multitude of angles, but one of them that we want to really gear you into and really take in listen when this does happen is defense attorneys are likely going to ask Cassie on the stand, what did Diddy say to you, if anything, that you felt that there was no way for you to get out of this relationship? They would say, you may have felt one way, you may have felt another way, but what in the reality is how come you did not leave this relationship? You may have felt that there was going to be videos leaked. You may have wondered if he was going to come after you or his associates were going to come after you. But those were all your thoughts, Cassie, correct? No one ever went up to you and told you, Cassie, if you don't stay in this relationship, he is going to further beat you down. Is that right, Cassie Ventura? That is the kind of questioning we are going to see in this cross-examination, whether that happens later this afternoon or tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be tomorrow because I think prosecution is going to spend most of the afternoon continuing direct testimony with Cassie there on the stand. But it's very interesting when we think about the different ways that the defense is going to do cross-examine Cassie. Another thing to look forward to when the defense is doing the cross-examination, they are going to ask Cassie directly and in open court, Cassie, have you ever touched, abused, physically threatened, or mentally threatened our client, Sean Combs? She is going to have to answer that. They are going to also ask her in open court, Cassie, why did you never leave the relationship? Did Sean Combs ever say to you, if you don't leave this relationship, the video's coming out, and also I am going to end your career? Those are going to be some of the statements that the defense is going to be mentioning here. And we are going to be continuing to update you all in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But if you're just joining us, welcome here to the stream as we are continuing to update you in real time about what's going on as Cassie is on the stand. Earlier today, Cassie and the prosecution spending a good amount of time not talking and really describing too much about the alleged freak-offs, but more about entering into a relationship with Diddy, what that really meant, what he wanted out of the relationship. He's alleged to want sexual gratification at times with Cassie, and then at times he wanted to watch Cassie have sex with other people. The prosecution also alleges that he was very controlling, wanted to know at all times where Cassie was, wanting to know what she was up to, what she was working on. These are all things that have been talked about in open court, and Cassie continues to describe some of those things, and we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll continue to bring you some of those details on Live Now. But I'm just looking for other updates to pass along to you. We do have some other big news to report here. We are learning some new information, so just stay with us here. Other items Cassie Ventura said she saw in Sean Combs' safes were cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards from cameras. Cassie Ventura was asked to recall when Sean Combs first proposed the freak-offs to her, which she testified about earlier in the morning. She said he raised the idea of voyeuristic sex parties after he began physically abusing her. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in, according to her testimony. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. I want to say that again to everybody. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. Asked how she felt after her first freak-off, Cassie Ventura answered, I was high, so there wasn't much of a feeling. She said she felt a mixture of dirty and confusion, but at the same time, he's really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that, Ventura said. Now, also, let's keep an eye. Of course, I've been talking about defense, of course, taking notes during this. No doubt they are going to be zeroing in on some of this testimony, saying that
All right, JLR Investigates. Come on in. I'm going to put a photo up on the right side and explain. Fox is reporting, but Fox is a little bit behind on what's going on I'm looking at the feed here, and I didn't want to talk over him, but he's a little bit behind. He's reporting stuff like 10 minutes ago. So let me just keep you up to speed. Cassie's on the stand, folks, and one thing that stood out. We'll go back a few minutes ago with Suge Knight and Sean Combs. Sean Combs was in L.A. He wanted to ambush Suge Knight, and he wanted to get Cassie involved by having her hold the gun, put the gun, and she was freaking out. And she's just talking about, the time when the freak-offs started, about 6 months into the relationship. That's when he kind of brought the freak-offs to her. And, the prosecutor asked, why do you want to do the freak-offs? And she's like, good question. I just want to make him happy. Where was the first freak-off? One of his homes in Los Angeles. So she's just discussing about the freak-offs, one of his homes. 2A627. Who is this? First escort. Do you know his name? No. I'll call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Yes. And to have dance and have intercourse with me. I'm going to put her photo up on the right. She's pregnant. She's up there on the stand. And then we're going to also talk about the ambush of Suge Knight. But let me just put her photo up on the right. She's talking about first escorts. She's saying to dance and to have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol. Did you disguise your appearance? Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. What was a session in the freak-off? Until the escort finished. How many sessions with the first escort? At least 2. How did you feel at the time? I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion. But he was happy with me. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry, she says, or upset. After he shared this part of himself with me. How often did the freak-offs become? She says weekly for a consistent amount of years. When was your last freak-off? She says 2017, 2018. How long were you awake during the freak-offs? She says she never slept. She took drugs, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine. Do you recall all of the freak-offs? She says that would be impossible. Did you want to stop? She says yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. And she starts crying on the stand. This is not going well for Diddy. Cassie starts crying on the stand in front of the jury. Did you tell him you didn't want to do it? She goes, yes. I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Objection, leading, rephrase. Why would you talk to him gently? I didn't want to get him angry. You know, she was scared that she would get punched in the face. What is this? And the prosecutor shows an email between her and Sean Combs. What did you call him? She says Pop-Pop. Why? He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it because now I think it was disrespectful. Pop-Pop. She called him Pop-Pop. Murky. Nice to see you, Murky. Hello, Murky. Diddy threat to society, worst kind, with money. He's narcissist, shows signs of psychotic paranoia, substance abuse, personality flaw, or both. Shows no remorse, continues to believe his actions excused away by his reasoning. He's Puff. This is crazy, folks. More stuff is coming out. What did you write? And we're talking about this email. I really need to F_CK. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him. I'll reread your messages. You read yours. AUSA Sean. You don't want to do any more? I'm so predictable. Wow. All right, so we're continuing to get updates on what Cassie is saying on the stand. Cassie describes staying awake for days at times against her will. Cassie described how she stay awake for days at a time without sleep against her will for the freak-offs that her former boyfriend Sean Combs organized. Asked how she could stay awake that long, Ventura said the drugs helped, honestly. She testified that she could take ecstasy or cocaine. She testified that she would take ecstasy and cocaine that Combs would give her. Ventura said Combs would decide when the freak-offs would end. Combs deciding when the freak-offs would end. He'd tell her at some point a session would be the last one, and she'd think hopefully that would be the last one. But it wouldn't be the last one. Ventura says Combs directed every detail, including the lighting. Cassie Ventura testifying about more freak-offs. She was 22 years old when Combs first asked her to have a freak-off. Now remember, she's 22. He's 17 years older. He's 39. He's 39. She's 22. When asked why she agreed to the freak-offs, Cassie replied, good question. I wanted to make him happy. She testified Combs arranged for a male escort to participate and that they took ecstasy and drank alcohol. She said she took the narcotics Combs gave her before they started. Ventura said Combs managed every detail, even what she wore, including masks, to disguise their appearances. Now, I thought that was interesting. Every freak-off was like directed by Combs, like he knew specifically where. So over that first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer. Then eventually had to put oil on each other. Ventura said she felt mixed emotions after the first freak-off. I was high, so there wasn't too much feeling. But she does recall feeling dirty and confused. But she said she felt like, okay, he's really happy with me. This is crazy. No one knew this side of Diddy besides a very select few. And it's all coming to light right now as Cassie Ventura testifies on the stand about these first freak-offs. Oh, my goodness. That is crazy. Let's continue. I'm going to look at the AP and see what I'm reading different feeds. We were listening to the Fox News guys for a while. We switch up. What happens if Diddy would have caught Suge Knight back then? You know what's crazy? The fact that Diddy put a gun made her possess the gun and stuff. She could have been complicit in this. He literally could have got Cassie caught up in a case to kill Suge Knight. She's involved. Could have went really bad. Literally. They were going to murder Suge Knight. Or get vengeance, even. They were going to jump and ambush Suge Knight, and he's getting her involved. Crazy. She's on drugs for days. These freak-offs. 4 days? I don't know about you folks, but I can't stay up more than 20 hours. And that's pushing it. What's the longest you can stay up for? Pretty much at hour 15, I start to be like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Now I'm older, obviously. I mean, but, you know, people in their 20s have more stamina than you get older. You should. I can't stay up no 24 hours. My eyes start going buggy. Like big time after 12. Burn, buggy. She started doing this stuff for 4 days. Where does your mind go after not sleeping for 30 hours? And, you know, and this can really mess with your brain permanently, too, the longer you stay up. Easy. I'm going back a little bit and reading more about the Cassie recalls a moment an armed Diddy allegedly tried to ambush Suge Knight. So she's testifying about this. This has been talked about in circles for years. But now we actually confirm that this occasion happened. According to a lawsuit, when Cassie and Diddy were partying and a member of Diddy's security team informed him that Knight was nearby when they were in California. Miss Ventura was also exposed to the intense violence that pervaded Mr. Combs' rise to fame. For example, on one occasion when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were using drugs together in his home, one of his security staff barged in and announced that Suge Knight, a longtime rival of Mr. Combs, was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. The complaint continues. Mr. Combs began to get dressed, retrieved multiple guns from the safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. Miss Ventura became terrified and began to cry. So she didn't actually have a gun in that incident. There's been multiple incidents. But he made her hold guns at different points. The complaint continues. On Thursday, November 16th, the singer according to the Juice Box rapper, we're talking about another incident. Juice Box, young jock, pulled up to Diddy's house in his yacht where the mogul and Cassie were just chilling. Me and Puff talking, we kicking it. And I'll never forget this. I pulled back and pulled Puff like, get in the Jeep with me. So we ride into the club, pumping Biggie, and I'm like, I ain't never got the opportunity to be put with Puff like this. The crew, along with other producers, then went to the popular nightclub LIV. I was watching Puff. Puff was looking up. He continued. He saw this white woman, and it was bottles and bottles and bottles around. I was lit. Me and Cassie sitting next to each other. My wife was right there. And then this person came out off the bar and came over and said, yo, Cassie, tomorrow I want you to shave the side of your head. And I'm like, what kind of request is that? So when I looked up, there was this white woman's side of her head was shaved. And within 2 or 3 days, she sent me a photo. I'm like, she done shaved her head. So they talking about crazy stuff in those prior lawsuits that Diddy, the the prior lawsuit that Diddy was quick to settle. Diddy didn't want none of this to come up to light, folks. He didn't want any of this. And now it's out. I'm probably forgetting many incidents, just one of many. And some of them are confusing. But it just paints a picture, and Cassie's validating this right now on the stand. Let's go on to read. What else? She didn't want to do the freak-offs anymore, but she backpedaled. And the prosecutor asked Cassie why, and she said, I didn't want to make him angry. He could be violent. Did you get any piercings? Ventura says, yes. Sean came with me. Which of his homes did you have freak-offs in? Ventura says, Miami and New York. What other homes? My home, all but Studio City. And in what cities did you have these freak-offs? Ibiza and Atlanta. Okay, so now, Ibiza, Spain. You ever go to Ibiza, Spain? A little island off Spain. I think it's called the Galapagos Islands, or the islands off of Spain there. So now we're talking about international sex trafficking here. Is that what we're talking about? Now he's going all over the place, across the United States, over interstate lines. Do you understand what the prosecution's doing here with Cassie? They're building a foundation for sex trafficking here, folks. Over interstate lines, which gives the feds 100% jurisdiction. It's not just a simple DV case like the defense wants the jury to think, or all of you. Literally, Los Angeles, Miami, Atlanta, Spain. We're talking freak-offs all over the place. You don't think that's sex trafficking? Anyone not think it's sex trafficking? See, the feds need jurisdiction under each charge, right? RICO got a RICO. Enterprise, money, power, drugs, commerce, all that. Victims. But the sex trafficking, some people might be wondering, where you get the sex trafficking at? They're laying the foundation right now before our eyes. I just wish we could have saw it on camera. And sometimes there's like little typos in some of these media people, the way they're describing, because they're fast tweeting and everything like that. So it does get a little confusing. What hotels in New York did you have the freak-offs? Whoa! Trump Hotel. Trump Hotel. She just testified she had freak-offs in the Trump Hotel. That's crazy. Freak-offs with P. Diddy. In the Trump Hotel. I got to tweet that out. That's crazy. New York City also. Intercontinental, 44th Street. The Mandarin Oriental. What names were used? Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. Jackie Starr. She called herself Jackie Starr. That's crazy. Ventura says Combs wanted her to call him by her grandfather's nickname. That was where the Pop-Pop. A lot of people say Pop-Pop because gun. Pop-Pop. Early in their relationship, Sean Combs wanted Cassie Ventura to call him by her grandfather's nickname. He asked me what I called my grandfather, and I said Pop-Pop. I thought it was weird at the time, and now I just felt like it was disrespectful. He called her CC, which stood for Cassie Combs. Unbelievable. Pop-Pop. This is crazy. Yeah, this is definitely multi-state sex trafficking for sure. And it's also international. And as people are commenting on Twitter, they're pretty much saying that they're laying the foundation for sex trafficking. Where else? We'll see. Crazy. Come on in, folks. We are here. Cassie is testifying about the places they had the freak-offs. Wow. Whew. Really damaging for Combs. This is bad. Really bad for Combs. And this is just one victim so far. What supplies for the freak-offs? Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. Who bought the supplies? Security and Sean's assistants. Which brand of baby oil? Johnson's. Johnson & Johnson. They used Johnson & Johnson baby oil. How was it used? Sean said you need to be glistening. Glistening. Oh my goodness. They used Johnson & Johnson's baby oil. Somebody just tagged Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson. Not sure this is the press you wanted. I'll retweet that. Hey, Johnson & Johnson. I'm gonna retweet Johnson & Johnson. Any comment? I can't even find Johnson & Johnson, their tweet. It's not letting me tag. I was going to re-put out there Johnson & Johnson. That is crazy. People are tagging Johnson & Johnson. Any comment? Literally, they are. That's going to be in the headlines all over the place. Some people are saying the cross-examination is going to be a bloodbath. This is bad. This is really, really bad for Combs. Johnson & Johnson baby oil. Freak-offs, condoms. His security and assistants would buy this material. These items used for freak-offs. She didn't say Combs bought it, though. And that's maybe this is why this is a racketeering. You understand? She didn't say, hey, Combs bought this stuff. His assistants, his people around him, his security. Criminal enterprise. RICO. Criminal enterprise. Criminal enterprise. RICO. Combs using other people around him for this scheme, this freak-off scheme. Waiting for updates. Okay. We got a sidebar. AUSA, where there freak-offs where you ran out of were there any freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil? Objection. Your Honor, this is irrelevant. AUSA, you also mentioned Astroglide. Same. Objection. Irrelevant. Judge. Sidebar. All right. So we have a sidebar right now. Sidebar. About running out of baby oil. And then the prosecutor was trying to go on to Astroglide. What the heck is Astroglide? I don't know about this stuff. Astroglide. Astroglide. What is Astroglide? Lube. Liquid. Lube liquid. Astroglide. The best personal lubricants for every need. What is Astroglide used for? It can be used to enhance intimacy and comfort during sexual activity. It is it's designed to be water-based and condom comparable. Again, we're having adult conversations. We don't normally talk like this, but this is a very important case in getting this information out. I don't even feel comfortable talking about this. I just want to let you all know. It feels icky. You understand what I mean? I feel icky talking about this. I don't feel good at all talking about this. I don't. But we have to get this information out because this is what this case is about. It's a big, big deal. This literally could put Diddy behind bars for the rest of his life. But listening to Cassie, if you want to believe Cassie, some people might not believe her. If you want to believe Cassie, this is bad. And this is just not normal, a personal relationship or just a simple domestic violence. This is not. If you want to believe Cassie, this is showing that this is like literally he forced her into this, tricked her, manipulated her, and then she had to do this. And if she didn't, Diddy's people would do something to her. She'd get things taken away. And who knows? His violence, she would get assaulted. This is bad. This is bad, folks. If you want to believe her, some people might not believe her. Again, there's always sides to the story. But what incentive does she have to lie here? She already got her settlement a year ago. She's coming forward now. She moved on with her life. She's in a relationship now. She's 9 months pregnant. You think anyone would want to go on the stand and talk about this stuff? All right, I'll give you some updates. Combs could be a scary person, Ventura said. When Sean Combs would get upset, he could become a scary person. He could get violent. Ventura went on to describe the ways she would alter her appearance during the freak-offs, as we discussed. She would regularly get waxed, a tan, her nails done. Her nails had to be painted white or with white French tip, per Combs' instructions. She also described getting piercings at Combs' suggestion while Combs was present. Ventura said she would wear see-through netted outfits and extremely high heels. Bro, this is like pimping. What would you call it? We're at a sidebar still. Sidebar conversation, sidebar. I think they're going to talk about more about the Astroglide. This is really, really bad for Diddy. Let's continue to listen. Should have took the plea. Should have took that plea. That 20 years going to turn into life. Unbelievable. All right. So we're back on the stand. AUSA. Were we just talking about Astroglide? How was it used? Ventura says lubricant. If you ran out, what? We'd either call the staff or the bell desk. Give them a tip. Where the freak-offs lit. Initially, it was a candle, a strong-smelling Glade. So it was like an operation. And pretty much if they ran out of lube, Diddy or them would have to call the bell desk, the desk. So I was on mute here for a second. Astroglide. Dude, this is crazy. If they would run out of lube, they'd call the bell desk guy to go get the lube. Or Diddy's assistants to go get more lube if they run out. It's an operation. It's an entire operation. Wow. Shocking details are coming out right now before our eyes. What is Glade? Initially, it was a candle, a strong-smelling Glade. Glade. That's what she said. Getting more details here. Not good. Oh, my goodness, folks. So I have like 4 screens of 4 different media outlets while they're inside there. Well, they portray themselves as out there. So we're getting into the lube conversation right now with the lube. But it's like it's a straight business. This isn't just like, this is literally like, some couples do things in their private life, right? They both agree upon it and they want to do whatever in their private life. But what she is describing is literally like a prostitution operation conducted by Diddy. That's what she's describing. AKA sex trafficking. Sex trafficking ring. And remember, Diddy's like sitting in the same room watching. Oh. While Diddy's making hundreds of millions of dollars off people buying his records. His fame and fortune literally subsidized a sex trafficking operation. Unbelievable. You know, that's crazy. Everyone buys a Diddy album back in the day, buys a Diddy CD, Diddy poster, Diddy merchandise, whatever, Diddy. Goes to a Diddy concert. And Diddy gets some of those proceeds and then return uses those proceeds to have a sex trafficking operation. Knowing this, well, I took them all out of my Spotify. I have Spotify. I had a lot of Diddy music up to the fall. But I'm going to make sure I go through and make sure none of it. I'll never listen to anything Diddy ever again. Ever. Ever again. Never. Never listening to a Diddy song ever again. And I hope the radios, literally the radios, should cut it off immediately. Everything. Look, you go on YouTube, and there's Diddy. There's a Diddy channel. 949,000 subscribers. Knowing what we're listening to now, and YouTube's going to keep Diddy up there on YouTube. Now, I know he's not convicted, but if he gets convicted, yank that. Why would you even promote that guy at that point? That's my opinion. I mean, every single place should be cancel him and his music, period. How can you sit there and listen to Diddy's music and listen to Diddy at this point? Hearing what Cassie's saying at this point, and this is not just Cassie. There will be many more. This is a 2-month trial. I want to know. I think we're going to be here every day through the trial. In real time. I think it's important to get the message out. Other platforms, get the message out. All right, so we got something. Any other use of candle wax? A few times poured on my body. Who set the temperature in the room? Sean. Ah, man. Okay, folks. I don't know if I should say this, but I am going to say this. Diddy made her do the freak offs when she was on her period. And she didn't want to do it. That is absolutely disgusting. Horrible. He made her do that. Crazy. That's crazy. Unbelievable. He controlled everything. We got it. We got a graphic. We got another graphic. But it was objection. The defense objected. AUSA. Did you want to be urinated on? Objection. Judge says grounds. Asked and answered. Overruled, the judge said. No, I did not want it. How did it feel, the AUSA said. It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Oh. Do you understand what she just said? Diddy made people urinate on Cassie. And she didn't want it. She testified. He made people do it. Again, this is going to get very bad, folks. And I think it's going to get much, much worse. This is for 18. I want to advise 18 or older, please, on this topic. Very important, man, because this is very grave. If you're sensitive, you'll probably never hear me talk about this type of stuff ever again. But we're in it. So we have to, I mean, here we go. It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I ever wanted it. Why were you choking? She said too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean Combs. Did you want Sean Combs? Did you want Diddy to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. How often did it happen? Often enough, she said. Oh my God. Think about that, folks. They were doing that to her where it was so much she would choke. Even Diddy did it himself to her. Viewer discretion, again. And, you know, just you hear the sirens in the background as we're describing it. This is crazy. There has to be gasps in that courtroom. Oh, man, now Twitter, like people in the comments on this feed on Inner City Press, people are like, disgusting, horrible. This is crazy. Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? The Intercontinental. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. All right, AUSA, back to the urination. Judge, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Why didn't you say no? All right, so we're going to get into the AUSA. We're waiting dun, 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 for Cassie's response. Why didn't you say no? She's going to say she was forced, or I didn't want to upset him out of fear of getting hit. That's what she's going to say. Well, we'll see. That's what I predict. On standby here. Why didn't you say no? Yeah, it's definitely trigger warning here. This is the worst yet. And they're also saying when Combs checked into these hotel rooms for these freak-offs, he used aliases himself. He used the name Frank White or Frank Black to check in. If she booked the rooms or dancers, she said she often used the alias Jackie Starr. He used Frank White. Isn't that what Biggie Smalls rapped about in some of his songs? Biggie, Biggie, Biggie. He said he's Frank White, right? Frank White. That's what Biggie said in some of. I remember Biggie's songs. He said Frank White. Well, that's the aliases. That's one of the aliases that Diddy used to check in these hotels for the free calls. Frank White. I'm still waiting on an update about the few more questions about the urination. Oh, by the way, Diddy's mom's listening to this right now, and the kids. Oh. The mom and the kids are listening to this right now. The mom and the kids have to hear this. What are they thinking? I wouldn't be shocked if some of them start walking out. Matter of fact, if it was my father that did some crazy stuff like this, I might just at that point just say, "Oh, I'm done." Cassie ain't lying, folks. She's not lying. It's corroborated. I know some of you out there might think she's lying. She ain't lying. You don't lie about this, man. This is not liable content here. This is not liable testimony. If I said content, you mean testimony. She's not lying here. Plus, she's crying on the stand at point. She's cried on the stand. Remember, Cassie, 9 months pregnant, already in a relationship. It looks like, literally, Diddy destroyed her 20s. She was enslaved by Diddy throughout her 20s. I think it's going to get a lot worse from here because we haven't heard from Jane, Gina, and the others. All right, so a few more questions. Why didn't you say no to the urination? It's obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. Where did you find the escorts? Craigslist. All right, we're on break. Oh, my goodness. Break. Judge ordered a break. Escorts they found on Craigslist. Cassie just testified that two men would urinate on her. She testified that Diddy himself would urinate on her. She would choke. It was so bad she would choke. Yikes. Viewer discretion is advised. Might have to start saying 18 or older on this feed. We like to have a family channel. We're not getting that on this trial. This is not a family trial. It's not. So please. All right, so let me go around. We're on break. So let me see what some of the media is talking about. We'll kind of fill in the blanks, get other media's perspective. So I'm going to go around the different feeds and see if anyone's talking. We could go back to Fox because Fox, the guy kind of talks, but we're looking. I'm going to go to Fox 5 and see what we got here. All right, there's a feed kind of like what we got here just outside the courthouse. This is the one we're on. This is crazy. Folks, we got the most graphic yet. I don't see a defense to this. Do you see a defense to this in any way? I don't see a defense to this situation at all. Yeah, this is only witness number 3. We had Philip earlier and the other individual, the security guy. This is only witness number 3. This is the star witness. Oh. So Cassie's going to keep going and going and going and going. She's supposed to go on for days. This is not like she's getting off the stand in the issue. She's going to be, she ain't even getting crossed today, they say. So it looks like we're another 2 hours into court. I think they'll end at 5, maybe 4. I don't know, 4, 5, 4:30. If Diddy wants to get control of the situation, maybe his attorneys will have to come out of the courthouse and say something. This is not good. You got 8 lawyers. But even 8 lawyers, the power of one person's testimony. I'm going to switch up for a minute, let one of the media journalists speak a little bit, get their perspective on some stuff. They got their people in there. Again, we're relaying I'm relaying what's being tweeted out and also on some of the sites with journalists inside the courtroom. I mean, I think there's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of witnesses. But you could just call everyone a liar. Is that what the defense is going to do? Or just say this was just a mutual agreement? It's pretty scary, folks. For sure. Still on break.
here in this open court. Sean Combs arranged the first Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming out now early, and we're getting now more involved into these alleged freak-off parties and times with Diddy, Cassie, and others who would be invited to participate in this. So before lunch, it was all about getting to know Diddy and Cassie as a couple. Now we are progressing pretty quickly by the prosecution on how these freak-offs wanted to be executed by Diddy, how Cassie was to perform with these sexual partners, and what the expectation was after these freak-offs as well. And again, Cassie saying in open court that she felt that he would be angry at her if she did not perform at a level that he felt was entertainment on behalf of him, this whole voyeurism, the swinger lifestyle. We are also expecting defense attorneys, when they do the cross-examination and really closing arguments, to say, look, people have different sexual experiences, and Cassie and Diddy certainly had one that was not what you would describe as normal for a partnership to have. But just because it's not normal doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker, or it doesn't mean that he is engaging in prostitution. They are going to really come in on Cassie and say, why did you perform with these sex workers? Why did you just not say to the person, look, it's not happening with me. I don't know what you've been told, but I am not having sex with you. Why did you not say that to these sex workers? Even if Diddy was telling you, please do not do that. Continue to do these freak offs, or I will beat you, or I will end your career. Why didn't you just get out of the home, call 911, and say everything to the police? That is going to be a lot of the questioning that we are going to be getting from the different amounts of cross-examination to Cassie and really other witnesses that prosecutors come on the stand with. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room. These performances went on for hours, she said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
So again, the defense will ask like this, and if you didn't stop, what would have happened? Remember, these are all questions. They need to poke holes into the testimony there of Cassie, and that will be coming up a little bit later, maybe as early as tomorrow here. So again, we are providing you these updates as Cassie is now describing to the prosecution and to the jury that she was involved in Freak Out Weekly for a consistent amount of years. She felt that this was happening on a weekly basis, that Diddy provided the drugs, the alcohol, the venue, and even the sex workers to do this, and that he called all the shots at all times. So that is another key piece of evidence that we are learning from Cassie on the stand right now. And again, this is always fast moving just because these updates are coming in real time right now. And we want to try to get those to you and really reach out to you at all times. Also in open court, Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront a rival record executive, Suge Knight, at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, but please don't do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said, it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner here. So again, more updates coming in real time right now. We're doing our best to stay on top of all of that for you on Live Down from Fox. Another major update, Cassie Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the drug use. It just felt like it was all I was good for him to do was freak-offs, Ventura said, her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said that she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So this is another major takeaway from this Cassie Ventura on the stand right now. Prosecution trying to get that all out there that at some point, remember we just talked about how to try to put some holes into the testimony while Cassie says that she was on drugs during most of these freak-offs, and then she's adding that she feels like she can't remember all of the times because of her consistent drug use and because it was happening at such a rate weekly, and some of these parties would last 2 or 3 days. She is also saying under oath right now that she had to use a small voice and a light voice when telling Diddy maybe she doesn't have to do this amount of freak off right now or be in this party zone setting with this sexual nature that continues. She felt she had to use that small voice because she did not want him to get really irate and very upset. So these are just major things that we are learning right now.
Mom steps out
from the trial.
Interesting. The court is not over.
Bring that to you on Live Now.
Or was that, who was that in the walker?
Just
I believe that was the mom. I don't believe it's the mom. Somebody was saying up on the mom, it's mom. I just catched a glimpse of this because I'm staring at the screen.
Where we are providing these updates to you all in
Court takes a short break.
Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out as they are hearing it, as they are looking and watching what is being transpired inside of this courtroom. Remember, if Diddy is convicted on all of these counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also we are waiting for the cross-examination of Cassie. That will be very, very fiery. We are learning that now Cassie is breaking down on the stand. She is openly crying on the witness stand as she is discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak-off allegations and so much more. She feels like right now that maybe the whole world is watching her, even though there's not cameras on her, but she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many, many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major, major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to say, Cassie Ventura, describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never tell anyone about what was going on, why you could never call 911, why you felt that you were always the victim but never ever the aggressor. Why is that? That is what they are going to be doing. And again, we are waiting for those updates all in real time, everyone. Watch with us here live on Live Now from Fox as we break it down for you, waiting on more updates from our court reporters that are continuing to do such a great job. We'll be back with much. All right, just some updates from earlier. Again, I am your host, Mike Page, worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the latest as Cassie Ventura is on the stand, day 2 of the Diddy trial. And I want to just showcase some of the latest developments that came from all of this, including one of the major takeaways that Cassie talked about. She described in open court how each freak off involved about 10 large bottles of Johnson's brand baby oil. Cassie said the freak offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water, and applied liberally because Combs wanted her glistening constantly, she said. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside, even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess, she said. It was like, what are we doing? As she was being questioned, Cassie prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and asked a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean, Cassie replied, each time referring to Combs. It was his decision, she said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil and male sex workers, to pour candle wax on her body, and much more. And right now, they are just in a brief break. They need to take little short breaks here and there because Cassie is pregnant and on the stand. And right now, it is getting very emotional as well. The defense prosecution and judge just moments ago had a sidebar. A lot of the details prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in this part of the testimony feel a bit repetitive. She is asking Cassie Ventura the brand of lube and baby oil used in these freak-offs and how it was used. The defense objected to that. Just moments ago, the judge called a short break. Last week, prosecutors mentioned that their witness, Cassie Ventura, would need frequent bathroom breaks. A reminder that she is very pregnant. That may be why the judge ordered a break, but this has also been very difficult testimony to listen to. We should also point out that Rodney Jones, a producer on Sean Combs' latest album, who's been sitting in on the trial, has alleged in a separate civil lawsuit against Combs that he was aware of the freak-offs, naming associates who were allegedly recruited for and participated in the sex acts, as well as others allegedly in charge of securing Combs' drugs and guns. Cassie Ventura was asked earlier very specific and graphic details about how the freak-offs were set up and who helped set them up. Ventura said freak-offs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Sean Combs. They happened in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, and internationally as well. These hotel reservations were made under aliases: Jackie Starr for Ventura, Frank Black or Frank White for Combs. When Cassie Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freak-offs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony this afternoon. Ventura said she would backpedal at that point for fear of disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in future freak-offs. We also learned that Cassie Ventura referred to Sean Combs as Pop Pop, was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him, which was filed back in November of 2023. Ventura explained the origin of the nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else called him. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, Cassie said on the stand earlier today as well. And again, we are providing you these updates all in real time. On Live Now from Fox, we are worldwide for you, continuing to bring you the updates from inside of this courtroom. They are just on a brief break right now, but again, we want to continue to update you all in real time as these updates continue to be discussed. Obviously, a lot of moving parts here with this trial. Coming up at about 5 p.m. Eastern, we will have defense attorney Benjamin Taylor on to talk a little bit more about what a wild day two of this Diddy trial was, and talk about Cassie on the stand and other things all related to the Diddy trial.
All right, here we are, folks. So she is back on the stand. So we'll see what's up in real time. Remember, she's 9 months pregnant.
All right, folks, worldwide, back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Always viewer discretion advised during these very, very sexually charged and sexual energy-filled courtroom accounts from Cassie, who is on the stand.
All the insiders are coming out.
Oh yeah? Wow. That only did it. Yeah, come on, you can take a picture.
All right, folks, come on in. Come on in. Put the volume down some. So we're still outside. I think this will be the next round here of testimony continuing. Come on in. Cassie's going back up on the stand after a short break, bathroom break. Waiting to find out some more information, what is being said. But, man, it's so damaging. Cassie returns to the stand. Continue. I think we're going to talk into this urination stuff. Again, viewer discretion is advised. Ventura said it was disgusting. It was too much. It was very overwhelming. And we're talking about the urination, not just by male escorts, but also by Diddy himself, followed by two men. All rise. Miss Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? New York. Did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? She says yes. All right, so Backpage, and Craigslist ads. Crazy. Prosecutors emphasize Combs' alleged involvement. Whose decision was it? Sean. That's what Cassie said, referring to Combs. It was his decision. She said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil, male sex workers, pour candle wax all over her body, and more. She said it was Combs' decision. Each freak-off involved about 10 large bottles of Johnson baby brand oil, Cassie says. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water and applied, what is that, liberally? Liberally, because Combs wanted her glistening. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to go inside in her outfit and shoes. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil will be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess. It was like, what are you doing? So she's describing all the Johnson hot baby oil and all that craziness. It's being discussed on the stand right now. They would get their escorts and prostitutes via Craigslist and Backpage. AUSA, who directed you to communicate with escorts? Objection, defense says. Who, if any? Same. Objection. Assumes a fact, not in evidence. AUSA puts a new question. Did you reach out to the escort independently? No. That's implying that she got directed. People are saying this is pimping. This is Diddy being a pimp. Wow, folks. This is crazy. All right, we're continuing to get updates. Ventura is on the stand. She's talking about baby oil. She's talking about Backpage. She's talking about Craigslist. Basically, Diddy and or his assistants were the one that would facilitate this. Come on in, folks. We're continuing to get details on probably our last session before court is adjourned. Waiting to see. We're kind of stuck where we're at. Cassie humiliated by drug-fueled sex orchestrated by Combs. Remember, they had to pay for the damage done to these hotels. Rooms, by the way. It would cause so much damage, they would have to pay for it. Ventura explains how she found male escorts at Combs' direction. Sex trafficking, folks. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs tasked her with finding escorts for the freak-offs, and she noted that Combs had very specific physical requirements for men. Ventura said she'd find escorts by responding to ads on Craigslist and Backpage at Combs' direction. The jury is now reviewing a text message conversation between Ventura and a man she said would facilitate escorts. He would send her photos of the men they could hire, she said. I'd usually show them to Sean and see if that person was of interest for a freak-off, Ventura said. Combs had to approve the escorts. I definitely had to show him, she says. Everything revolving around this had to go through Combs. Doesn't seem like Cassie had any decision-making whatsoever. None. She was instructed to do things. She did it. When she did things, she had to go through him, through final approval. Sounds like a criminal enterprise to me. Unless you feel like she's lying. Wow. Yeah, that's absolutely insane, folks. Unbelievable. All right, we're still on. We're kind of like paused right now with the escort stuff. All right, here we go. Did you ever not use an escort who arrived? One couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. What was a safe escort? Not a cop, and someone who not run and tell everyone about their experience with us. They were trying to keep it on the DL. They didn't want other people to share that they solicited escorts on Backpage and Craigslist. They wanted to make sure they could trust the escorts without spilling the beans. Hey, I was with Cassie and I was with Diddy. So it's like a selection process, a vetting, more or less a vetting process. Nobody that would share what's going on. Why not a cop? Because Ventura said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Objection! Judge said, jury will disregard that last answer. That's the first time the judge strictened something. How did cash get there? The AUSA said. Just as security, or he brought it in himself. That's what Cassie said. Security, or he brought it in himself. Do you understand what she's saying here? She's saying, she said that she knew it wasn't legal. And she's also saying, in order to pay for these people from Backpage and Craigslist, Diddy or security would bring the money themselves and pay. Could you imagine Diddy handing escorts money after a freak off or before? I guess you got to pay them before. I don't know. I don't know how that works. You pay before or after? When these people want to receive payment, you have to pay them before or after? Or some do it before or some do it after. I want the money first. Magnolia is doing a wonderful job continuing to put information on the screen. They're establishing that Diddy not only forced participation in freak-offs under the threat of violence and blackmail, but he directed others to recruit other participants, identical to Epstein. I mean, to me, Cassie is 100% describing the definition of sex trafficking. This is sex trafficking. Back page, escorts, interstate lines, international lines, wads of cash, recruiting, baby oil supplies, buying the product, buying the supplies used to do this these acts. It's sex trafficking. In my mind, you might feel otherwise. You don't think this is sex trafficking? She's literally saying it was at Combs' direction. She's forced into this. Remember, folks, she originally got hooked up with Diddy under the guise that he was going to be producing music for her, 10 albums. And that didn't even come into fruition. It turned from making music to her being forced into these freak-offs. Day marathons. Days. 4 days. She testified. 4 days. And remember, folks, she's pregnant. You don't want to stress her out, man. This is like almost like, Diddy could have accepted responsibility, prevented a trial, prevented a pregnant woman from coming up on the stand. Imagine the stress the baby's going through right now. Has Diddy not even considered that? Diddy and his 8 team of lawyers, 7 lawyers, 8 lawyers, how many lawyers he has? They're going to sit there and force her days on the stand where Diddy should just accept the responsibility. He knows he did this. That's another thing that might hammer him when he gets convicted. I think he's getting convicted. You don't think the judge is going to consider a pregnant woman up on the stand? Re-victimizing a pregnant woman on the stand? So far, J-Lo's name has not been mentioned, by the way. Just to put that out there. All right, let's continue. We're continuing to get information. It is 3:30 Eastern. Diddy trial underway. And Cassie is dropping nukes. This is damaging, hardcore to the core. So far. Escorts were paid up to $6,000. She often provided them the money, although it was provided by Diddy's, and sometimes Diddy himself paid these escorts. The escorts were mostly men with few exceptions, according to Ventura. So there might be some females involved here. So it's not all men. She testified. All the escorts were not all men. That's interesting. Not all men. Good God. Not going well for Diddy right now at all. How does he even recover? This is the most damaging testimony yet. I think it also comes in that she might be they might be talking about the female escorts. So be cautious, folks. She might be saying female escorts here soon. I think that's going to be brought in. The females, not just men, females. This is bad on Diddy. Did anyone think Diddy was into this? I had no idea. But it'd be shocking when there's more names coming out, which I suspect. I think this is bigger. I think this expands. Maybe, maybe not. But I think so. We're gonna get some more information. New York Post has a feed up. Let me see what they say. Diddy had a blow-up pool full of baby oil, with Cassie and escorts applying it every 5 minutes. New York Post, Diddy urinated on Cassie. Like we talked about. Unbelievable. Diddy urinated on Cassie. Viewer discretion is advised. Crazy. Judge. So we're talking about the security, about the cash. The escort Dave, did you know his real name? Ventura, Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard. We got an escort named Clayton Howard. Who is this? Photo shown to Cassie. Daniel. What service did you use? A dancer service. Clayton Howard. Who's Clayton Howard? Probably New York City escort. Clayton Howard. That name got dropped. I don't know who that is. I've been Googling around Clayton Howard. Ventura says Combs wanted her to check if an escort was a cop. Oh, there's more context to that. Ventura said Combs wanted her to check if an escort was a cop. Cassie Ventura described how she would vet a new escort if they hadn't been used before. Sean would want me to clarify if the person was a cop. I learned that this whole situation wasn't legal by Combs telling her, vet the person and make sure the person's not a cop. So Combs didn't trust these escorts if he didn't know them and wanted them extremely vetted before they were used. That's a big deal. You know why? Because Combs knows it is illegal. Combs knows the conduct is not legit. Combs knows if it was an undercover cop, Combs would be arrested. Knowingly and willingly, he knew what he was doing was illegal. He's telling Cassie to make sure they're not cops. Why they do that? It's no different than someone buying drugs. You go buy drugs. I don't buy drugs. Maybe you know about the whole process. And before you buy drugs from a stranger, your fear is that the person could be a cop. And if you buy drugs from an undercover cop, you yourself will get arrested. Well, that means it's a guilty in your mind. You know you're committing a crime and you don't want to be caught. So Combs wanted Cassie to make sure none of them were cops. Meaning what Combs was doing was not legal, and he knew that. He knew it. They're laying the foundation. It's a cop. Make sure it's not a cop. Do you recognize Jules? AUSA says, yes. Cassie says, in what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules? New York, LA, Vegas. We got another city now for a freak-off. Vegas. Do you know his last name? No. Who's this? Uh-oh. Who's this? And the prosecutor shows a picture to Cassie. I know him as the Punisher. The Punisher? Uh-oh. This is not good. I don't like how this is going. She's showing a picture of a guy who Cassie says is known as the Punisher. This is not going well. The Punisher. The Punisher. Who's the Punisher? I don't like the name of that. That sounds scary, folks, when someone calls themselves the Punisher. All right, so we're waiting on the response on the Punisher. Not good. The prosecutor just showed picture of Cassie, and she said it's the Punisher. Considering all this stuff, the Punisher, I don't like this direction. I don't like where this is going. The Punisher. Jules. Who's this? The Punisher. Let me just tweet the Punisher and see what people are saying. Who the heck is the Punisher? I know. Who the heck is the Punisher? Probably some gigantic escort. The Punisher. Don't like how this is going. The Punisher. Never heard of the Punisher. I'm waiting for a response on that, by the way. Inner City Press put that out. We're still stuck on the Punisher. I mean, Punisher as a male escort, the Punisher. Oh my goodness. This is bad. The Punisher. It's not good. Not good. All right. Washington Post is a little bit behind. I don't like what they got. Let's see the New York Times. They're 12 minutes behind. New York Post, let's see where the Post are. They're 17 minutes behind their updates. ABC News, let's see ABC. 23 minutes behind. So each of the sites, media sites, they have like a little like update feed, but most of them are all 10 minutes behind. The Punisher. But we know we're at the Punisher right now. And we haven't heard anything else about the Punisher yet. Somebody respond in the comments. My stomach hurts on the Punisher. The Punisher? Unreal. Hey, Punisher, you're not glistening. More baby oil. So it's very strange because it's like 50-50 on if you go to the inner city press and listen and look at the comments, it's like 50-50. You know, people are like, oh my God. And others are like, she's lying. She's lying. I don't know if each one hired a bot army or what. The Punisher. Pretty scary. All right, going back. Nothing yet. Waiting on a Punisher update. I think this is like the fastest we can get. Because if I go back to the Fox feed, the guy a little bit behind. He's doing great work. I mean, he talks. He's doing good. The Fox feed. But the Fox feed seems like they're about 5-10 minutes behind current time. Because when he's discussing things, we've already seen it and discussed. So evaluating this case thus far, I think the most quickest that is getting the information out is inner city press. My opinion. The Punisher. So we're waiting on the Punisher. But the other sites, when they do put out things out 10 minutes later, 15 minutes, they kind of fill in some more additional info, more context to what it's saying. So it's all good in itself because you could put the pieces together. Nothing additional yet. Dun, 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 waiting for an update. Whew. I don't know, man. Diddy might be going back to his cell tonight. Be like, what in the world? Should have took the plea. I don't know. Take the plea. He's stubborn. He's not going to take the plea. It means he has to admit to everything. Probably would have dropped the most serious, though, and probably would have stuck him with like sex trafficking. I think he would have walked away with 20 years if he just would have accepted it. This is not going well. When I say this is not going well, this is bad. Really, really bad. The Punisher. No update on the Punisher yet. Let's see. Punisher. I want to know the Punisher. Oh, we got something. I knew him as the Punisher. Oh, she didn't even go on about the Punisher. It goes on. Did you use drugs at every freak off? Yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless. Who else used drugs during the freak off? Sean Combs. Sometimes the escort. What other drugs did you use during the freak offs? Special K, GHB, mushrooms. Special K, GHB, and mushrooms. GHB. Diddy did drugs too. Well, if he gets convicted, they'll probably order him to do some drug treatment. Dude, they use GHB. GHB. As in boy. Yikes. The drugs. But they didn't elaborate on the Punisher. I want to know more about the Punisher. Who's the Punisher? The Punisher. everyone's probably getting tired. Whoa. Diddy's like, I need to get out of here for the day. He's on the hot seat. I don't see how this could go well for Diddy. How he can. I mean, maybe the lawyers are just like, let it all out now. We'll discredit them on cross. Discredit her? What are you going to do when it's Jane's turn? What are you going to do when it's Gina's turn if Gina's found? What happened to Gina? Anyone know what happened to Gina? Has she been found yet? Because as of this, I don't believe she's been found. We don't even know she's still alive. Oh, okay. Cassie testifies she and Diddy hired a male escort named the Punisher. We used him a couple times for the freak-offs, Cassie said, as she identified 6 escorts whose photos were shown to the jury. 6 escorts. So the Punisher was one of 6 escorts used so far to the jury. Photos of each one of them. Now, we don't see the photos, but the jurors are seeing the photos of the Punisher and the 6 escorts. So far. We could be talking about hundreds and hundreds of escorts at the end of the day. Yo, isn't Diddy out there making music at the time of this or what, man? Of all the things he could be doing constructive off his money, reinvesting his money, being a positive person, everything like that, he's using all this stuff to involve himself in some really egregious, terrible, horrible, demonic activities here. Pimp type activities. Why didn't he take Cassie to the park? Why didn't he take Cassie to romantic dinners? Why didn't they just go on the yacht and enjoy themselves? Why didn't they go to the movies together? Why didn't they go for a bicycle ride together? Why does it have to be like this? Remember, while this is going on, Diddy's being peddled all around on all the talk shows. And didn't he get keys? Didn't he get keys to the city? Got people like LeBron James. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. What's going on at those Diddy parties? Because if he's involved with this stuff, I could only imagine what goes on at a Diddy party. What goes on at a Diddy party? Six escorts. So you guys have a lot of thoughts. I'm reading your comments while I'm waiting on what's going on. JLR been streaming for 7 hours. Yeah, we've been on for a minute. We have the capabilities to do these marathon runs. We've done them. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. That's what LeBron James said. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. That is crazy. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Yikes. Let's continue to look here. Any updates? It just stopped at the Special K, GHP, and mushrooms. She used every drug at a freak-off. Used it to disassociate and become emotionalist. Somebody said, this prosecutor sucks. She's only focused on the sex. Get yourself some of the crimes. Someone responds, the prosecutor is speaking on every crime by thoroughly asking her about her experience with them. I'm telling you, the prosecutor is doing a great job. You just got to take away bias and really pay attention to how the questions are being asked. I concur with that. They're laying the groundwork here for every crime to be happening. Like it's a sex trafficking operation. RICO, criminal organization. And P. Diddy Combs is the head of that snake. This is just not just personal domestic violence here. Nope. We're talking wads of cash being exchanged. Business partners. Vetting the escorts to make sure they're not cops. We're talking about Cassie being forced into this while Cassie is being used. She's the product. He's telling her what type of hair to get, the nails, what to wear, locations all across the United States. That's sex trafficking. People have been convicted of sex trafficking for much, much less. Look at the people that have been convicted of sex trafficking. All right, they're reading emails. AUSA, I'll read Sean's part of this email. You read you. When should I take the thing? When will you be there? Pausing. You there? What do you mean? Drugs. I took mine. I'm flying. That's what Diddy said. What does he mean, AUSA? Ventura says he's high. He's high on drugs. He's high on drugs. But when wasn't he high? Remember, folks, when he was going on shows like Ellen and different shows and being peddled around, the darker side of Diddy's behind the scenes doing this craziness. But yet networks pump this guy out like he's the king of New York, the hip-hop mogul Diddy. And he's smiling. And didn't Mike Tyson one time like grab him and say it's all about the Benjamins? It's all about the Benjamins. There was a clip one time and Tyson was next to him and it kind of said, it's all about the Benjamins. And it looked like an awkward moment. No, but I mean, this is like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, the persona out there. But he's been in trouble with the law. He's had controversy. Too many people just turned a blind eye to it. He just got away with it. Networks really enabled it, co-signed it. Earmuffs for Rio and OJ. Jonathan, yeah, we got to get earmuffs for OJ and Rio. I don't even want to hear this. Oh, I was reading one of your old things, Jonathan Avery, if you're still in here. I got two chats. One chat is like majorly behind. I'm sorry. But I see, I'm looking at two chats. One side and one side, but I must be really, really behind. On one. Got to look at the current. I literally have like 30 screens in front of me. And I'm seeing like what's being said. New York Post, 13 minutes ago. They're not up. Did Diddy force Cassie to take drugs? We should do a poll. Did Diddy force Cassie to do drugs? Some people might say, yup. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's what it appears. See, by having this all out now, you know, the defense is going to say, you're on drugs, you're drugs. But she's acknowledging that she did drugs. She didn't want to take the drugs. Okay, yes, NBC News also says the same thing. Here, question we have already said. Cassie said she questioned legality of soliciting sex workers online. Cassie Ventura said she questioned the legality of soliciting sex workers online when Combs would ask to see the escort to check if they were a cop. This prompted an objection from the defense attorneys. The judge told the jury to disregard Ventura's comment concerning the legality. Ventura said she would contact sex workers online at Combs' request and tell them that it's her husband's fantasy to watch her having sex with another man. Sex workers were paid $1,500 to $6,000. Crazy. Real time, folks. We are here real time. Let me see what the other feeds, if any additional information is up. Wow. Just wow. I am in like shock here, but not in shock. I mean, is it really shocking that Diddy would be involved here? And then it makes me wonder, what other celebrities are doing some crazy stuff behind closed doors that we don't know about? What else is going on? Cassie said, wait till Diddy finds out all of this is illegal. And here we are now. Ventura says she took all types of drugs to disassociate and numb herself. We've discussed that. I couldn't imagine myself doing any of that without having some sort of buffer or just a way to not feel it for what it really was. Yikes. Why did you take more drugs? She says to not be present with the experience. But why? Because it was something I hated. How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA. She goes, it made me vomit. What would he say? Continue. Keep doing it. Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? She says no. How does GHB make you feel? She says drunk and tipsy. Cocaine? How does cocaine make you feel? Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. Mushrooms? The walls come alive. People are posting mushroom memes. She was addicted to drugs after that a bit. This is how trafficking works. Clear-cut trafficking to me thus far. What she's describing is trafficking. Now, the question is she telling the truth? I think she is. Some people might not. Could they poke holes in her story? Could they say she's lying? This didn't happen. How's that going to work if you got people to corroborate? Or are they all just going to say, the defense is going to say all the witnesses and the victims, they're just a witch hunt. They're just trying to go after my client in some sort of collusion to take them out. If you believe Cassie, I do, personally. Do you, if you believe Cassie, then do you think she's describing clear definition of what sex trafficking is? I would say, yeah. Sounds like sex trafficking to me. My face is on the screen here. Sounds like sex trafficking to me. Hold on a second, folks. Stand by. We're going to put the feedback up. Yeah, I think that I think I will give Inner City Press 100% credit for getting this information out. Oh, we're on a break. We're on a break. Another break. We're on a break. So we're not done for the day. We're on a break. We are on a break. I suspect the last break of the day. It's been a long day for Cassie. It's been a long day for all of us. And she's probably just a little bit through. She might not even get crossed tomorrow, they're saying. This could be all the way into the end of the week before she even gets crossed. She could be on the stand all week. Have you ever heard of a witness on the stand all day long? Multiple days? And there she is. Ventura asks if it's okay to take a quick break. Ventura wanted the break.
Once again, folks, we're worldwide for you on live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, continuing to give you the updates regarding the Diddy trial, day 2. Cassie still on the stand right now, and we are getting some new information from court reporters. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand earlier in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance. She's not talking about how she felt or recalling specific events, and the government hasn't asked her to during this portion of her testimony. Ventura has mostly been asked logistical details about the freak-offs, such as what services and people she reached out to, what drugs were used, and how those drugs were dispensed. The government has also asked her to walk through various email and text exchanges planning the freak-offs, with sometimes that would last days. Earlier today, Cassie said the longest freak-off she was involved in was 4 days, and then she called it a marathon session. So again, these are just some of the details coming up on the stand here for Cassie. And as we projected, as I talked about earlier today, we did not think that Cassie would have cross-examination today, just because she is the star witness. Prosecution wants to take their time with Cassie there. She is pregnant. She does need constant breaks. And she is also very emotional at times because of the strong allegations that are put forth against her former boyfriend, and who she sued back in 2023. So again, we've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide, as always. Again, continue to reach out to me. You can reach me at Pace Live Now on X. I'd love to hear from you and your thoughts here on this case, as Cassie is still on the stand. We are waiting for more updates. You'll get them right here on Live Now. Worldwide, continuing to bring you these major updates on Cassie is still on the stand. Day 2 of the Diddy trial. I am your host worldwide for you, Mike Pace, continuing to provide you the accounts from inside of that courtroom. Thanks to our great court reporters that are continuing to update in real time. We so wish, I know that so many of you watching wish this could be on the camera, and so you could just watch it yourself. We all wish that as well, but because this is a federal case, again, these are the rules here with no cameras allowed. So this is the next best thing. You get me, right? And you continue to get these updates from the court reporters as we bring them to you. But we are now getting into much more graphic and explicit nature of these updates coming from Cassie on the stand, and really the pointed questions as well from the prosecution. We should note that before the lunch hour, Cassie was briefly asked about freak-offs, but really concentrated more. The questioning was geared towards the relationship with Diddy, talking about how they met, what the relationship was like, what he expected from her, and really what were the perks of a relationship where she did get many different apartments, but she said it came at a cost because he would have keys and access and would come unannounced to the homes. And if she did not pick up right away, he would send security over, or he would come over, or he would continue to call her until she picked up here. So those are just some of the details that came out here in this early phase. It's only day 2. I know it's hard to imagine, but some of the details that we've already gotten from this case, I mean, that is hard to imagine. It's day 2 already, but you know, it feels like we should be on day 25 by now with the amount of coverage and really details that were coming. But that's because we have the number one witness on the stand for the prosecution. Cassie Ventura continues to give the answers to the prosecution right now, and we are awaiting for more updates right now, and continuing to update you all in real time. Earlier, the government had asked Ventura for more details about the freak-offs, who made the decisions regarding lube, the colors used during freak-offs, whether candles were laid out, who chose the candles, to what temperature the room was set. In each instance, Ventura said it was Combs. Linens would also be laid out to protect the furniture, Ventura said. Combs would direct escorts to urinate on Ventura and would make her participate in these freak-offs while on her period. Miss Ventura, did you want to be urinated on? The government asked. No, Ventura responded. It was not discussed beforehand, as she said, but it happened because it was a turn-on for Combs. We should also delve a little bit deeper into these urination accusations. The assistant U.S. attorney asking her, "Why were you choking?" Ventura said, "Too much urine in my mouth." The prosecution said, "Who else urinated on you?" Ventura said, "Sean." "Did you want Sean to urinate on you?" "I didn't want anyone to urinate on me," she said. "How often did it happen?" Ventura said, "Often enough." So these are just some of the very, very graphic details that to continue to come out here in this case. Remember, folks, we are only on day 2 of this trial. But some of this information that has been coming out has been very, very graphic. And she's discussing the ways that these freak-offs were coordinated, the amount of lube and baby oil that was a part of these freak-offs. And she says it was all organized and choreographed by Diddy, getting the help sometimes of his staff. Some of the big takeaways, remember, Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water and applied liberally because Combs wanted her to be glistening constantly, she said. Now, these are just some of the very, very graphic details talking about the amount of baby oil and the way that it was used as well. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess. It was like, what are we doing here?
Unbelievable.
Some more of the graphic details that came out, and Cassie testified that her first freak-off occurred in Combs' Los Angeles home when she was 22, around the year of 2008. She said a male Las Vegas stripper came to the home just months after Combs told her about his interest in voyeurism. Cassie said she felt a mix of emotions when they were finished, dirty and confused, but also relief that Combs was really happy with me, that I did something right, she said. She also said she felt obligated to go along with future freak-offs. I just didn't want to make him upset. I just didn't want to make him angry and regret telling me about this experience that was so personal. Asked if there was anything she enjoyed about freak-offs, an emotional Cassie said the time spent with him. Wiping away tears, she explained that those encounters provided some of the only one-on-one time she had with Combs. Soon, she said, she was doing freak-offs weekly. The final one, she said, occurred in 2017 or 2018. Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront rival record executive Suge Knight at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying. I was screaming, like, please do not do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do, she said. It's like I wasn't even there, Cassie said. Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner. Before the trial paused for a 40-minute lunch break, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pressed Cassie to explain what happened to her music career and the 9 albums that were never released. Cassie said she created hundreds of songs, some of which were released on the internet prior to proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Cassie testified that much of her week went toward the freak-offs. Freak-offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. Jealousy was cited during opening statements on just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of women, she recalled. She said that as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. And that is just some.
I think we're still on a break.
Testimony from Cassie on the stand, continuing to give some detail right now. Court has once again started again after a brief break with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services.
Yeah, she's back on the stand 1 minute ago.
Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval. This goes along with more of the details that we are getting from Cassie as she and really the prosecution trying to frame up how Diddy was the choreographer of all of this, the organizer of the freak-offs, and he was very, very particular in the ways that he wanted a certain freak-off to go. What's not being mentioned here is the involvement actually of Diddy at these freak-offs. We are not getting too much information just yet. We know that Diddy would sometimes be pleasuring himself in the corner or actually directing what Cassie and the male escort do next. But we are not getting many details if Sean Combs participated in these freak-offs or if he just watched more of his voyeurism style that Cassie said that he really enjoyed. And this was all brought up within the first year of their relationship. And Cassie is saying on the stand that she felt that there was no way to say no to Diddy because she felt her career would be in jeopardy, and also maybe even the way that different situations.
All right, so we are back in court in session. I just wanted to get that different commentating when commentator while they were on break. Cassie wanted a break. Again, she's pregnant. Probably has to take breaks because, you know, she's pregnant and she has to be taken care of. And a lot of stress on Cassie being on the stand. Pregnant woman. She's been on the stand now for literally, I would say 7 hours, 6 hours. Cassie on the stand. So this will probably be many days where Cassie's on the stand. So you got to be careful with the witness here, right? Can't imagine the stress this is putting on maybe her back sitting there. You think Cassie really wants this? Maybe she does. Maybe Cassie wants to put the nail in Diddy's coffin for what Diddy did to her for that significant amount of time. 10 years plus. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get some information here. We're seeing what's being said now. I think once this is the last break before court is over, for sure, for the day. I think they'll probably go to 5. So we'll probably got about 5 o'clock here. Waiting for some new updates and new information and what gets revealed. Cassie's back on the stand after a short break. Cassie asked if she could take a short break earlier. She also acknowledged that she took drugs, all types of drugs. Diddy took drugs. It's a big drug fest. Big drug fest. All of them. Remember, I think that Diddy introduced her to drugs for the first time on that Miami when he gave her Molly and had intercourse with her. So what do you think the jury's thinking here? All right, no new updates yet. Should get something here. Here's the latest. 1 minute. It has been a grueling graphic testimony from Cassie Ventura about her experience with the freak-offs and her troubled relationship with Sean Combs. It is not over. Once again, the government is asking her about how they acquired drugs for the encounter. All right, so we're talking about drugs, how they encountered the drugs. But also that's laying the foundation true that drugs was part of this. Judge, you may continue. This is at 4:17. AUSA Johnson, when drugs ran out, how do you know who to reach out to? Ventura said, Sean would tell me. During the session, how would you know to move to the next step? Sean. So everything going back, she's calling him Sean, by the way. Everything goes back to Sean told me to do it. I got to go through Sean. Sean tells me. Sean tells me. Sean tells me. You know what's interesting? She literally, or he, Sean, literally had her do crimes. She did crimes here. But he, he's making her do it. But she did crimes herself. These are crimes. It's all crimes. Drugs, buying drugs, facilitating escorts. But again, he's like using her to do his bidding. We're going to stay with it for today, so we'll be here till this session ends. Hang in there, folks. It's not over yet. Hang in there. I think what the prosecution will do is sometimes they do, the federal government, they leave a bombshell at the last. They want something to resonate with the jury. They want the jury to go home. Remember, the jury's not sequestered. Jurors can go home. Federal government likes to reveal some stuff right before a jury goes home. That's what they're notorious for. I'm not saying they will do it here. So the jurors go home and think about what was last said, something that sits ingrained in their head. Now, knowing what we heard here, of all this criminal enterprise and drugs and guns and prostitutes and escorts and Diddy with large sums of cash, I'm very concerned about the jury, I'll be honest. Especially when they're not sequestered. You don't think Diddy's people, not Diddy, but his people would go to a juror, slip them up $100K and say, muddy the waters. Put a thorn in the situation. Hung juror. Hung jury. Couple jurors. Will be interesting. I say sequester the jurors, or actually have people watch the jurors, like U.S. Marshals perched in front of the jurors' homes. I'm serious. Feds might be doing it anyway and seeing if Diddy's going to try it and his people are going to try it. You know, the feds could be doing some counterintelligence on the jurors. Are they allowed to? Feds could do whatever they want, right? They're the federal government. Can they watch jurors? Drugs, freak-offs, that's the discussion. Online escorts through Backpage, Craigslist. Yeah, they had Craigslist and Backpage, right? That was Craigslist was the thing back then. Does Craigslist even exist anymore? I think Facebook Marketplace is the way to go, right? People use Craigslist, Backpage. Dude, why were they even soliciting strangers from Backpage and Craigslist? Weren't they worried about their own safety from these weirdos out there? Reminds me of the Craigslist killer. Markov. Remember Markov? Remember that guy? Didn't they fear that these people had, like, sexually transmitted diseases? I mean, one guy testified that they didn't use a condom one time. I don't want to be graphic, but let's have that conversation. Everybody get tested? Yeah, it is stupid not to sequester them. It's inner city press. This guy's good. Let's continue to see if any more updates here. 2 minutes. All right. What would happen after the escort finished on you? Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Did you do that? I did. Where? Usually on his nipples. Did you want to do that? No. What would happen after the escort finished on you? Sean would put it on his body in the next room. Did you do that? I did. Where? Usually on his nipples. Did you want to do that? No. Whoa. You know what she's saying? She's forced to put oil on others. And she didn't want to do it. This man is sick. She's forced to put the oil on people sometimes. That's what she said, and she didn't want to do it. Remember, she's also high, too, and even high, she didn't even want to do it. You know, a lot of people drink and get loosey-goosey when they're under the influence or whatever. Some people do, some people don't. But some people do, specifically for this type of stuff. But even high, she didn't want to do it. It's gross. But she couldn't disobey Diddy in any way. She can't disobey Diddy or she faces consequences. As she said, if she makes the wrong face, she gets hit in the face. It's what she testified. Ventura describes the pattern that most freak-offs followed. Most of the freak-offs followed a similar pattern, Cassie testified. It was established pretty early on and during the freak-offs that Sean enjoyed a lot of the conversation and describing. Ventura said a freak-off would typically start with oil and touching. After that, she said, participants would engage in oral sex before progressing to intercourse. It was like a gradual process. Ventura said she would often ask Holmes if she could move to the next act in the pattern. She said she wanted to speed the process up. He was controlling the whole situation. He was directing it. It was like porn. but like a live show. And he's telling her what to do. And there's certain scenes and certain acts. Unbelievable. That's crazy. Literally crazy. This is bad. You know, I thought it was bad, but I didn't think it was this bad. We gotta get somebody from the courtroom to come out and share what exactly, more context. This should be a perfect example why federal courts should have cameras in the courtroom. For this, to see what really goes on the federal level. Some people on Twitter are actually defending Diddy. And I don't think they're bots either. A lot seem like they're bots or just anonymous accounts. There's some people out there that are literally like with their profile saying, well, all they see right now is just a bunch of sex, but not a crime. But she literally testified that they would get their escorts from Backpage. That's a crime. You know, if you called up Backpage and got an escort over to you and it was an undercover cop, you would be arrested. Right? Anyone that gets a prostitute or an escort gets arrested. That's a crime. Drug use. We're here watching. It's a crime. All the jury will need therapy. I'm reading your comments. All the jury will need therapy after this. Remember, the baby oil was laced. She should have been arrested. Nipplegate. Keep the comments coming. I'm reading them. Federal courts will not be televised. Correct. I need therapy, Clover says. No, me and Magnolia are going to have discussions after this. And this whole chat needs therapy. It's very traumatizing. To me. Keep the comments on Diddy coming. It was men's oil. Most sickening thing I've ever heard. The urination got me. The urination. Wait until JLR figured out that it wasn't oil she was asked to put on the mail. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have to have some adult conversations here, folks. We gotta. Hopefully, a lot of JLR Army isn't under the age of 18 on this one. We like to keep a family channel. I know a lot of families and kids watch the channel, but this is like, I'm putting a disclaimer. We've already disclaimer this. But also, you could also have this as a teaching moment for your children, too, in a sense of telling them, don't engage in this type of behavior or anything, because there's serious consequences, long-term damage. Cassie's career was literally gone for over a decade from this craziness. Like literally. Inner city press continues to go on. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Now we're still stuck on that. People are saying, explaining, what does it mean to be put on a nipple? I think it was oil. Baby oil. baby oil. I get some clarification from Magnolia. I was informed that she's talking about the male escort's bodily fluid. Oh, thank you for sharing that. This is crazy. All right, yeah, it's really graphic. But I will say it. When he finished on her, Diddy wanted her to put it on his nipples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, Diddy's crazy. Now I get it. Now I get it. It all makes sense now. Diddy's straight crazy, man. All right, let's go back to real time. See what we got. Cassie cries, describing freak off, says she was humiliated. That's coming from the USA Today. They don't actually have the updates. That's the title of their video. Man, these headlines are vicious on Diddy. The headlines. Cassie graphically describes disgusting act Diddy, male escort, performed on her during freak-offs. Yikes. Rapper made me apply baby oil every 5 minutes. Diddy's defense, however, saying, I am a domestic abuser, but my sex life is not a crime. How do you feel? Cassie said. I was an object being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime. Folks, Cassie didn't want to do this. She had no choice. This is crazy. Were some of the sessions recorded on your devices? Yes, because they were. That's what Cassie said. If you saw them on your device, what would you do? Diddy's weird, man. Weird. What about Jay-Z? I know people talked about Jay while we're waiting for the next. What about Jay-Z, man? You think he's he's involved with this stuff too? He's been sued, but that case went away. I think he survived. Like, I thought literally Jay-Z was going to be canceled, but it doesn't appear Jay-Z's canceled. But what are your thoughts on Jay-Z? If you saw them on your device, or if you saw them on your device, what would you do? I would delete them. Why? They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. Were Sean's devices used sometimes? Yes. I asked them to delete. I asked him to delete them. Did he? I don't know. Uh-oh. So what she testified was Sean P. Diddy Combs recorded this stuff on his devices. So there could be recordings out there. Cassie does not know if he deleted them or not. Recorded. Diddy recorded it. Of course he's going to record it, right? He wants to sit around and probably share it with his friends or use it for his own pleasure. What about the pizza boxes recordings? Remember? I remember he's talking about pizza boxes. That's code. I wonder if they're setting the foundation right now. Exotic. Thank you. What do we got? Oh, we got it. I'm reading old chats on the right side. I see chats on both sides. This stuff could have been recorded, folks. And the prosecution might have some of the recordings, maybe. Or did Diddy instruct other people to get rid of the recordings? Who's this coming out the court? FBI? Who we got? So we're waiting to see where this goes, how far this goes for the rest of the day.
Welcome back, everyone, here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the updates. Cassie still on the stand right now as prosecution still asking questions. As we projected earlier, I said right off the beginning in the morning that there'd be no way that, and highly unlikely, that there would be any cross-examination with Diddy's defense lawyers and Cassie. That is going to have to wait for another day. I just want to update you on some of the latest updates that came from this wild day that continues on here on Live Now from Fox. We'll give you these updates all in real time right here. Thanks again for being with us worldwide. And I'll do my best to continue to wait for more updates when we do get them. But in the meantime, let's update you here. Cassie testified that she tried to speed up freak-off sex acts with male sex workers so she could get to the part she liked, alone time with Combs. She said Combs dictated every aspect of the encounters and that he'd get mad if they ended too soon. It was his fantasy, she said. He was controlling the whole situation. He was directing it. Cassie said sometimes Combs would make her repeat sex acts with the escorts. On other occasions, she said multiple escorts were involved. I was an object being heavily objectified by men in that scenario, she testified. Combs didn't always stay in the room to watch Cassie have sex with male sex workers, she said. Sometimes he'd go to another room and watch them via FaceTime. Also, Cassie said that she used drugs during every freak-off she participated in. When a prosecutor asked why, she replied, "For me, it was numbing. I couldn't imagine myself doing any of that without having some sort of buffer or way to not feel it or for what it really was, which was emotionless sex with a stranger that I didn't really want to have sex with. During her testimony, Cassie identified some of the many male escorts that she says she hired for freak-offs at Combs' request. As she spoke, prosecutors displayed photos of the men on courtroom monitors. She identified some by their real names, others she knew only by their nicknames, including the Punisher. Cassie said some of the men procured online were flown to freak-offs in such places as Los Angeles, Miami, and Las Vegas. Others were often only used for encounters in New York City. One of those men, a stripper named Daniel Phillip, testified on Monday and today. Prosecutor emphasized Combs' alleged involvement. As she questioned Cassie, Prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and again to a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean. Cassie replied each time, referring to Combs. It was his decision, she said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil and male sex workers, to pour candle wax on her body, and more. Let's continue to give you some more of the updates here on Live Now from Fox. In the beginning, Cassie Ventura testified Sean Combs' freak-off parties were recorded on video cameras, then on cell phones and other personal electronic devices, both his and hers. Ventura recalled telling Combs she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first. She testified. He replied that the recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties ended, she said. Ventura said that she would watch the videos with Combs, usually while they were having intercourse. She said she also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from her phone. Cassie Ventura described for the jury the order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies. She testified this led to oral sex, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Ventura said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's penis, but he definitely expected it. Cassie Ventura said she was
crazy,
sick and vomit after taking drugs, especially MDMA and ecstasy. If she got sick in the middle of a freak-off, she said, Sean Combs would push her to continue having sex. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand earlier in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance.
A lot of this we've already discussed. We're just waiting some. It seems like nothing's going on that's being put out there that's we haven't discussed yet. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Imagine what Jane is going to say when it's her turn. Jane will be next. Pregnant Cassie still testifying. In the beginning, Cassie testified Sean Combs.
Again, folks, we are worldwide for you, trying to get you as many different updates that are coming from the court. We are awaiting for this to be. We're almost wrapped up here for the day. I don't sense this going much longer. Cassie has been on the stand pretty much the whole day. There was about 30 minutes when the male escort was still on the stand from day one. But other than that, it has been all Cassie, of course, and all prosecution questioning. We will see if tomorrow will be the day for cross-examination with Diddy's defense to try to poke some holes into this testimony from Cassie. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we've got you covered. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. We will get into some more in just moments of Diddy and the trial. We will be talking to an attorney to get a breakdown of the day that was very wild. And we'll continue to wait for more updates all right here as well. So we got you covered definitely on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these top stories, of course, with the Diddy trial. Cassie still on the stand. We'll get more updates in moments. You're watching Live Now.
All right, JLR Investigates. They're still on the
Live
stand.
now from Fox
I don't think they go more than 10 minutes.
All our new viewers continuing to watch with us. Cassie is on the stand, continuing to talk about their relationship. And we just discussed moments ago how the prosecution is now trying to establish for the jurors that early on in the relationship, Cassie was very jealous because that there was multiple partners that not only she had, but also that he was experiencing while they were seeing each other on and off. So this is crucial because the defense is going to try to poke holes and say that they had a very, very jealous relationship. That because she was so jealous that maybe she would come up with different ideas in her head about how the relationship was perceived and so forth after that. So that is crucial for the prosecution right now to be entertaining these ideas and also suggesting it to the jury that, again, when we're talking about the sexual nature of Cassie early on, she's describing there on the witness stand in open court about how she felt sexually inexperienced before coming into the relationship with Diddy, and that he introduced her to this swinger lifestyle, to also this voyeurism. But they briefly
Raining out there now too.
And the initial testimony began from Cassie on the stand. Now it's going more into the relationship and how she felt jealous in the early stages. She also had that jealousy, they are alleging, because he was in multiple relationships at the time, as she was. She describes that too. So that's important to get that out there as well for all our new viewers continuing to watch with us, getting these updates all in real time as really establishing the relationship between Diddy and Cassie and talking about the psychological abuse that she felt. That is more testimony that is being described right now on this witness stand, where he would call her so many times during the day, message her, and she would have to say where she was at all times. And if she let some of those calls go, there would be knocks on her door, she alleges, from Diddy's staff, Diddy's entourage, maybe security guards as well. They would put the notion out there that you have to always respond to Diddy, and that Diddy always wanted to know where she was. This goes in line with the jealousy questioning that is going on right now between the prosecution and Cassie on the stand to really try to nail home for the jurors to show that this was not only a physical violent relationship the prosecution is alleging, but also very mental abuse as well, wanting to know what you're doing at all times. She felt at times she was assigned busy work for him because he felt, according to the prosecution, that if if she was not responding to him, that she may have been doing something else, maybe something sexually else with somebody else, and that infuriated Diddy to a point where he had to have his entourage and members of his team continuing to check in on Cassie. So that is where we're at right now here in this trial. We're continuing to get the updates all in real time. I do want to give you just some more of what we have seen already today. Maybe if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox as well. We are learning again, jealousy being cited during these opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Also, we are learning about the initial first stages of the relationship and their sexual encounters together. Elaborating on why she felt it was so difficult to refuse Combs's demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being disseminated on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming. Cassie said it's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen or would happen. After touching on the violence and freak-offs as well that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006. She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said, and I was very young. After the Las Vegas trip, Cassie said she was invited by Combs to hotels in New York where they talk about music projects and albums. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked what else happened at hotels, Cassie took a deep breath and said she was introduced to the idea of oral sex at the hotels. Cassie also noted that Combs is 17 years older than her and that she was sexually inexperienced when they first got together. She said she eventually had sex with Combs on a boat during a trip to Miami. She said she had wine in the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many, many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami where they had sex on. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At particularly emotional points during this testimony, she has dabbed her eyes with tissues. She also said over time, Cassie has testified, Combs had become increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent as well. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she was acting like a brat. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face, she said. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to his calls right away, there would be incessant calls until she did, and Combs' staff, including security workers, would join in the pursuit. Jealousy was cited during opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson elicited from Cassie that she and Combs were seeing other people at times. In the beginning, Cassie said she was insanely jealous. She said that resulted from being super young. I didn't get that he was him. As he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, like the company of women, she recalls. She said at the time, as time passed, she came to believe more often than not that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else. It's just us. We are now being told more information, including she noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, and had his own set of keys and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get from one residence to the other. All right, everyone, we are continuing to bring you the coverage of the Diddy trial, day 2. Cassie still on the stand, and yeah, what a moment this has been. I know it's only day 2, but boy, it does feel like this has been already about 30 days of this trial, the type of news and really evidence that has been coming out, the allegations that Cassie has been talking about in open court. We want to talk about that. And then we also want to talk about how the defense is preparing for the all-important cross-examination that will happen maybe sometime tomorrow. And of course, we'll be bringing you those insights as well. But I do want to bring in our next guest here to break down the wild day that it has been. Ben Taylor, attorney and legal analyst. Thanks so much for joining us, Ben. And like I was saying, it's been such a wild day with all of these major accusations being pointed out there by Cassie. How do you feel the prosecution is doing, setting her up for these types of answers that they want the jury to hear?
Cassie Ventura is their main witness. So the prosecution wants the jurors to feel sympathetic to her. As we talked about before, she is pregnant, so they see that she's pregnant. And she's going to talk about her whole relationship with Sean Combs.
There was a lot of testimony about baby oil. He had a thing about baby oil. It all started with baby oil massages. He would be involved with it, and she would have to end up eventually booking these male escorts under the name Jackie Star. That was her code name, her pseudonym, to get them to come to these freak offs, which were happening with such regularity that she felt totally degraded, and she felt that's all she was good for.
Did you notice his demeanor while she was testifying?
Yeah, there was one point where Combs was kind of shaking his head a little bit, and then his one of his attorneys put his hand on his basically like just calm down. But I think the thing that was really important today was yesterday we saw his 3 daughters walk out when the escort talked about the sex escapades that were going on and the freak offs. His entire family was there today, all the adult children, the sons, and those 3 girls who had to leave the court yesterday because they were apparently so upset by that very disturbing testimony that we all heard, Steph.
So this testimony, Cassie, we learned a bit about her life, at least this section of her life. What did she say that kind of painted that picture?
Well, she said when she first met Combs, she was on a high because she had, Boy Records, which was the hottest label at the time. But it quickly became clear that he was interested in her personally. Their personal relationship developed, and basically he and his staff took control over every aspect of her life in terms of her finances, in terms of where she lived, and she was constantly trying to please him. She was asked by the prosecutor, why did you stay with him for these freak offs? And she said, I just wanted to make him happy. That's all I cared about. And she said, I was young and confused, and there was a lot of drug use going on there.
The allegations are really that he used his power to orchestrate this whole thing. That's what they're arguing, essentially.
Well, exactly. And it was also key. There was a lot of detailed testimony about the involvement of his 3 personal assistants as well as his bodyguards, because that is key to the government's case to show that this was an enterprise, that this was a criminal enterprise. And so they clearly established that today, Steph.
Lisa Evers in the courtroom for us. We're going to throw it back to you inside, Natasha and Steve.
All right, court's out for the day. They just finished a couple minutes ago. So we're going to keep it here and see who comes out. There's microphones out there. We'll see if anyone comes out and gets a press conference or speaks, whatever like that. Court is done for the day. Testimony is done for the day. So we'll just monitor this. We'll see Diddy's family come out. Maybe they'll say something. Maybe they'll say this is a witch hunt or this is not true. We defend Combs. I don't know. Probably won't say anything. Maybe somebody will say something. So very damaging testimony on Diddy. And the experts and a lot of the legal analysts are saying doesn't look good at all for Diddy. So we're going to sit here and see what happens here. If anything else, we're going to follow through. We'll see what happens when they come out. If anyone that comes out. Diddy's family, prosecution, defense.
Yeah.
Very graphic testimony today, folks, in court.
I know. I see it in your eyes. You look at it, I'm like, oh, I feel it immediately.
Magnolia put in the chat. Remember when Diddy was trying to get bond? He tried like 3 times with at least 2 different judges.
For like 3 hours, so like I came out and I'm like my eyes are like I feel like I'm bulging and I did at noon, 5:30. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We're all different, different angles.
Sold her soul to the devil. Look at that. Oh, that can't be. I didn't see photos. No, he's a white. I want everybody to know. If P. Diddy doesn't walk out of here free, man, I'm the only one that's looking stupid. But when he does walk out of here free, man, I'm the only one that's claiming responsibility for his freedom. It wasn't his attorneys. It was me. From outside the building. Yeah. I'll be the only one that looks stupid, and I'll be the only one that he should be thanking when he walks out of here a free man. I'm the only one that will look stupid if Sean Combs is found guilty. But when he walked out his court, I'm the only one that he should be thanking. Me. Because there's nobody else there.
Outlet.
It's that same guy screaming that was screaming yesterday, the day before. Remember that guy? Same voice. Who is that screaming out there?
I know. Oh no! It's just out of nowhere. It's mobility, right? Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wish you could, but it's no, speak with.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Let's see who's coming out. I think people will be piling out in the next few minutes. Journalists, spectators, legal scholars. Any recognizable faces? So we've been here all day. I see some of the same JLR Army that's been in here all day. Appreciate all of you. I really genuinely curious about this case. Any would-be sex trafficker should be put on notice. For sure. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so Warriors.
Gloria Allred. That's Gloria Allred in all red. She was at the Bill Cosby trial.
You need to clear the center. Clear the center.
All right, clear the center. They're kicking everybody out, meaning family members are about to come out. Oh, well, that's her trademark anyway. She likes to wear all red. She usually wears red at these trials. I've never seen Gloria all red and blue. Have you? Yeah, you know you got problems when Gloria appears at trial. She represents a lot of victims of SA. Some people call her an ambulance chaser, whatever, but she represents clients. She gets the representation. She represents. Some people like her, some people don't. Some people don't care for her. Some people say she's all right. I took a pic with her once. I had a pic with her. Hey, Gloria, how are you? She's very nice in person. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow on this. I'm paying attention to this case. Just legal people should be paying attention. Just anyone, and just how the federal government lays a foundation on how they present trials, because this is basically one of the biggest entertainments in the history of our country. One of them is top entertainment, and he's tried on a federal level, and he's literally going to go to prison for the rest of his life if he gets convicted. And if it's not the rest of his life, it's going to be so many numbers that he won't be able to live through it. He's 55 years old. The guidelines on a conviction like this, just based off what we've heard thus far, 360 to life. 360 to life. That was ABC News reporter Aaron Katersky that just walked by. He's there. He's done report there. I mean, I was contemplating going there and covering it outside there, but I don't think it makes a difference. We got feeds up, and we could talk about it, and it's better at the command center than being out there. But there is an overflow room, they said. So, I mean, you can get in there and listen. with the overflow room. Overflow rooms usually have enough room for anyone. You won't be in there with him, but you'll be in the overflow. I like the overflow room sometimes because they're more effective. Sometimes the overflow rooms will let you use your electronic devices. Certain ones. JLR, check your email. Haven't checked my email in a while. We'll see the family come out. We'll see if the attorneys. See, a lot of the media is going to ask the attorneys, how's your thoughts on his attorneys? How's your thoughts on Cassie's testimony? They might say something, they might not. I'm not so sure they will at this point. Maybe when she's officially done and she's crossed. We'll see. On a good note, though things happen all the time in this country, man, it's been pretty quiet nationwide with some craziness lately, like as far as like mass shootings, school shootings, anything crazy. There really hasn't been nothing. And that's good. That's really, really good. It's been a long time since it's been quiet. I mean, you still get things, but I'm talking on like a grand scale. It's been pretty quiet in the last, I'd say about a week. You guys agree or disagree? Because of course, while this is going on, you definitely got to pay attention to what else is going on out there. You know, we want to stay informed on everything. Interesting about this, though, I do want to cover this every day. I do want to at least give updates and cover this through. Because I'm definitely paying attention, taking notes. Put that to the side. What's interesting for this with us is by the time this trial wraps up, we might be on our way out to Idaho. Like, I think this trial is going to wrap up in like mid-July, early July, and then we're on our way to Idaho to cover another trial in person. So it's going to be like almost like 5 months of trials. And we're just getting into hurricane season in Florida soon. So I'm always worried about hurricanes. Yeah, but all the other would-be people that were associated with Diddy, there are probably some of these celebrities watching this stream or other streams. They're paying attention. They're listening to see if their names got dropped. Because if Diddy and Cassie had other celebrities or anyone involved, Cassie's going to blow that whistle. She's going to drop names if there's others involved. But so far, just some of those names that were mentioned in jury selection. Security there is armed to a T. Marshals, FBI. I don't know if you've ever been in a federal courthouse. I've been in many. Probably more than most. I've been in my share of federal courtrooms. Whole different ball game in there. You should go in and check it out sometime. Any of you guys are curious of how it works on the federal level, you can go in there. You can go into anybody's court case. Go in there. Most cases don't go to trial, but okay, who do we got? We got people coming out. Who we got? Oh, okay, family members. There they are. His family are leaving the court. There's his mom. Wonder what the mom's thinking. No comment. All right, family is leaving the court. Real time. No comment from the family. After damaging testimony from Cassie, family has not spoken. Here they are, going in their vehicle. Froze up. There you go. Look, they got their own film crew in the van. Family of Sean Diddy Combs are leaving. They're gone. So now it comes to the attorneys. Will the attorneys speak? Family's gone. They're gone. They're out of there. See them tomorrow. They're all coming back. Now, I wonder if some of them won't come back. They go there and they were like, oh, my gosh, I can't listen to this.
But I'm not the judge. Let me see that.
All right, so we got some mics out there. We'll stick around and see if somebody says something. The day's almost over.
Gotta get to know each other. They're all white enough to get down.
What happened? Vanished. We'll see. Hold on. Stand by. Yep. Live view went away. Hold on. Let me see if AP got their feed up. Means they'll probably not be giving a press conference today. Wow, what a day. Just going to make sure here. Or we could just end it. I think we'll end. All right, I'm going to blow myself up. Oh, nope. We're still here. Let's stay. We're staying with it, folks. Marathon session. JLR Investigates. Just see what happens here. They got the mics there. It's raining. It's actually the rain has been coming in for the last few hours. I started to notice people out there with umbrellas. I'm like, what's going on up there? I looked at the weather. Rain showers coming in from southeast. Yeah, Magnolia just let me know that my press conference every day. But a lot of times they put the mics out there just in case somebody comes out. Yeah, sometimes lawyers give brief statements after the day. How did the day go? What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts? So we'll just see what's up. I'll stay with it and see what's going on. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Turn up the volume. I don't even think there is volume. Yeah, there's volume. All right, we got the volume. Kind of listen. Maybe we'll hear some wackadoodles yell or something. Somebody calls a scene. We'll stay with it. But wow, what a day. What a day today, right? It's a 9-hour marathon. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to read around a little bit, a couple of the articles, and just see what they're saying. Diddy. Court adjourns for the day. Cassie returns tomorrow. Court adjourns for the day. The judge advised the jury not to talk to anyone about the case and turn off all their news notifications. So we'll put the photo back up and keep it here. Possible press conference, maybe. All right, I'm going to blow myself up, actually. I got other things I got to do. All right, folks, we cover True Crime 24/7, 365. We'll be reporting back tomorrow. Very damaging day, I would say, for P. Diddy. But again, the defense, they're going to eventually cross her, and we'll see what happens with the cross. But, man, what else is going to come out? What else is going to come out? Could be types of craziness coming out. There could be other names being dropped. Who knows? All right, we'll talk soon. Thanks for watching, folks. 9 hours. Wow. P. Diddy trial. United States of America versus Sean P. Diddy Combs continues tomorrow. See you tomorrow, folks. JLR Investigates. We'll talk soon.